Hey there.
Which
You
one?
got
Which
back
camera?
fast.
Okay. Thank you, Rafael. Good evening, Paterson. On behalf of the Municipal Council, we welcome you to our Municipal Council meeting this September 17 at 7 p.m. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, Council President. Roll call for the regular meeting of September 17, 2024 at 7 o'clock p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Davila,
Present.
Councilman Jackson, Councilman Kalik,
Here.
Councilwoman Mims,
Here and,
Councilman
here
Uden,
and ready to serve.
Councilman Velez, Councilman Mendez, Council President Mendez.
Yes, Madam Clerk, here.
Council President, we have rendering the prayer tonight the Honorable Councilwoman Dr. Lalisa Mims, followed with the flag salute led by the Honorable Council President Alex Mendez. May we all stand to our feet for the prayer.
Let us pray. Can we bow our heads and close our eyes? God our Father, we thank you because this is a day that you have made, and so we rejoice and we are glad in it. From the rising of the sun to the going down of the same, your name is worthy to be praised. God, we thank you that as we come to this meeting on tonight, we pray according to 1 Corinthians 14 and 10, that everything that is done decently and in order. We pray for our city. We pray for the mayor. We pray for this administration. We pray for the council. We pray for the residents. We pray for our students. We pray for this city. We come against senseless violence. We come against senseless attacks. We come against any hatred of any type or any kind, and we pray for peace in this city. We pray for joy in this city. We pray for love in this city. We pray for unity in this city. God, we pray that you will be glorified in this city. So God, as we come together tonight to do the business of the city, let all minds be on one accord. Let all minds be clear that we will move the city forward in Jesus' name. This is our prayer. Amen.
Amen.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now we're going to do a moment of silence for those that lost a loved one in our community and for our troop and for the great city of Paterson. A moment of silence, please. You may be seated. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please read the statement of compliance.
Yes, Council President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2024-25, September 17, 2024, 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2024-25 on or about July 1st, 2024. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2024 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, The Arabic Voice, The Italian Voice, the Passaic County Post, Dominicano News, La Quisqueya International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap Into Paterson, the Weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall first floor in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2024-2025 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the municipal council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Meetings Act. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now do payment of bill. Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you very much, Council President. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, Paterson, and to my colleagues. We have a payment of bills for the amount of $7,071,510.41. This was a payroll week, so the majority of that $7 million was for payroll. It was $5,443,139.42. The remaining of that, the majority payment, was for FILPO. So
Second.
my motion is for payment of bills.
Second.
Thank you. There was a move by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bill.
Cotton.
And Councilwoman Cotton.
Roll call for the payment of bills in the amount of $7,071,510.41. Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilwoman Ruby Cotton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. I still do not see the item here that we've been looking for ceasefire. It is still not on this payment of bills. Thank you. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
During the committee meeting, Finance Committee meeting, we went over this bill list, so my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now,
The
we will-
votes,
Yes.
the votes are 6 in favor, 4 absent. The payment of bills is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a
sorry.
very extensive agenda with an 871 item. So let's start with item number 4 on second reading, Madam Clerk.
Item number, what was that number? I'm sorry. 4? Second reading?
Item number 4 on second reading, correct.
Item number 4 on second reading, ordinance amending Chapter 373 of the Code of the City of Paterson to regulate service provider contracts and project labor agreements, sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lalisa Mims, Council President Alex Mendez, Councilwoman Maritza Davila, Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, Councilman M.D. Ford Udine, Councilman Louis Velez, and co-sponsored by Councilman Allah Al Abdelaziz.
So moved.
So
So
move.
move.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Davila, Council President Mendez, Councilwoman, second by Councilwoman Cotton, and Councilman Velez. The public hearing is now open for item number 4. Members of the public to which to speak on this item.
Seeing none, move to close, Council
Second.
President.
See no move to close by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman, and second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 4.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 4. Councilman Abdelaziz, Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik,
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Udine, Councilman Velez.
Before I vote, is it possible that we could get, instead of a lot of bass in this microphone, we put a little treble or put the volume up, or I can't really hear or listen what they're saying, but my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
My vote is yes to close the public
Thank
hearing.
you. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Second reading ordinance number 4 is hereby adopted.
So,
No,
roll
no,
call,
Madam
Madam Clerk, now
Clerk.
on item number 4.
We need to do a roll call.
Oh, I'm
the
sorry,
vote.
roll call.
Yes.
Roll call for item number 4 on second reading. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say this item that we're voting on now is for our labor agreement. I am so happy that we're putting this together. We're going to train some in the labor force for tradesmen, so this is absolutely a wonderful item. I want to thank all my council members for us putting this together. It's going to show and train some of our young people to be tradesmen in our city here. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
So I as well, I'm very happy,
Yeah.
you know, when,
Thank you.
oh, thank you so much for, because I
Yes.
could barely hear. I just want to say that, you know, Councilwoman Cotton and I, you know, along with the other members of the DPW committee, met with the group, and let me tell you, as soon as we were done, we were like, you have 4 absolute yeses and the committee, and so I'm happy that it's before us. I am a union person. I'm all about labor. I'm all about keeping it in Paterson, all right? And the fact that we know that many of the employees that will be able to benefit from this are from Paterson, I'm very happy for this. I'm in full support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Congratulations. My vote is a yes.
Your vote, Councilwoman? I said my vote. You first. Okay, thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm happy to see this item on the agenda. I want to thank the administration, specifically the Chief of Staff, for bringing this ordinance to the committee, then to the council. I want to thank you, and my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
So first and foremost, in 2018 and 2022, you guys endorsed me twice. And one of the things we talked about was the commitment to, the request was during those times of endorsement was that we would put in place some private labor agreements, myself, and you also endorsed Mayor Andre Saya, both. We have lots of pictures and we appreciate that. And the purpose for it was, number one, to ensure that Paterson residents are able to get jobs, whether they're electricians, plumbers, carpenters, pipe setters, you name it. All of these people that are in Paterson, they're getting paid from Newark and other municipalities, and that was one of the conversations that was had back in 2018. I'm really glad that the administration pulled this together and went through our DPW committee, and it is now here. As he already stated to me, promises made, promises kept. My vote is absolutely yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez?
So everybody knows I was raised in a city that has all the way around unions and union labors, contracts, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm a pro-union. And we are happy. And this side, we are happy, you're happy. This is good news. But moving forward, the implementation of it is that what's going to make it great. The result of it at the end is why we say we did a good job. So I know the administration did a great job in trying to put this together. Us as legislator to move it forward. Now, moving forward, we have to make sure that it's implemented the right way and the right participation. Every union member is notable in this ordinance to grant it moving forward and see everybody's faces happy. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Jackson, we are voting on the second reading ordinance number 4.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This legislation means the opportunity for better paid job in the community, opportunity for training, for job training. And I would like to thank members of the union for that meeting, that first meeting with the committee. We have a very extensive discussion, and since then, we agreed to support this project all the way to the end, and this is the end, and my vote is absolutely yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. He did, he just voted. Okay, thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 4 on second reading is hereby adopted.
Yep.
Council President, can we take a quick,
I didn't think I was going to be able to do it.
Council President, just point of order, can we take a quick photo with the laborers?
There's
please?
a request for a quick photo with the members of the union, and I would grant that request to the councilwoman. If some of the members that could come in the front, we will go around, we will take a quick photo. Absolutely, yes. Why not?
sheet. The consent agenda roll call sheet. Oh, here we go. Okay, got it. Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, we got it. We got it. Let's commit to leave by 12, Madam BA. We'll leave by 12, by midnight. Oh.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. Council members, let's continue with the agenda now. We have another item on second reading.
Council President.
Yes,
I
Madam
would like
Clerk.
to correct the roll call on the payment of bills. It was 6 in favor and 3 absent.
6 in favor, 3 absent. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Hi, G.
That are present. Yeah.
That's what happens when you. G, that's what happens when you. Oh, forgot it's loud.
Thank you.
Let's go. Consent agenda.
Madam Clerk, now let's do item number 1 on second reading.
Item number 1 on second reading
Yes.
reads ordinance of the City of Paterson and the County of Passaic, State of New Jersey, fully, unconditionally, and irrevocably securing the payment of the principal of and interest on revenue bonds, Ward Street Park and Garage Project, and any notes issued in anticipation thereof in an amount not to exceed $50 million to be issued by the Parking Authority in the City of Paterson for the purpose of providing additional security thereof and determining certain other matters in connection therewith. Economic Development, ordinance number 24-
So moved.
It was moved by Councilwoman Davila, Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Velez, second by Council President Mendez.
And
Public
Cotton.
hearing is now, and Councilwoman Cotton as well.
Second, thank you.
Public hearing is now open. Members of the public
Seeing none,
wish
move
to
to
speak on this
close.
item.
Seeing none,
Second.
move to close.
See no, move to close by
Council President.
Councilwoman,
You say everybody that move it, but I didn't hear who you say second.
I second.
Oh, okay, good. All
He
right.
said him
So
and
there was
Cotton.
a motion on the floor to close the public hearing on this item number
And a
1. It was
second.
moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 1.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1. Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Yes. Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 7 in favor, 3 absent, 2 absent. Okay. Item number 1 on second reading is hereby done.
No, the hearing.
I'm sorry, this is the hearing.
No
Sorry
problem.
about that.
That's okay.
No problem, Madam Clerk. Now, let's do a roll call on item number 1 on second reading for
Roll.
adoption, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 1 for second reading. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that this is an excellent project that we got to move forward for our city. It will tremendously help. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
We've had numerous discussions. We've had finance meetings. discussions, workshop, first reading, and we're here now in second reading for adoption. Thank you so much, Tony, for your entire team, Mr. Pettis, who's the executive director. Thank you for your leadership. Huh? No, we're voting. We already closed the public hearing. Okay, it's okay. Just thank you, all right? I'm in full support, and I will say no more, but my vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson.
My vote is yes.
Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Mr. Tony Perez, when the city needed you and the parking authority, you were there for us. When the city was in financial crisis with our bond rating, you were there for us. At this point, it's time for us to step up for the parking authority. One thing about the parking authority, you pay your bills, you handle your debt, and you make a lot of revenue for this community. I stand in salute of the great work that you've always done, and tonight is a testament of us paying it forward to stand as a somewhat of a co-signer for this great work that you'll continue to do in the great city of Paterson. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a deep discussion regarding this site. You know, let me highlight there's going to be 750 spaces parking garage facility, including approximately 2,500 to 2,700 square feet of ground floor commercial retail capacity. This is one of our jury sites that will bring and enhance the quality of life of the area. It will give the residents and visitors, all those that use the train station in Paterson, a site to a mirror. And as I could take this note from the mayor, a shared vision is a shared victory, but it counts working together, and we have worked together to make this possible. Director, you are a visionary. Your vision is not only a short one, it's an extended one with your team, because this is a we thing. So congratulations, and my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The Parking Authority has been a great partner for the city of Paterson under the leadership of our director, Tony Perez. And yes, when we need the Parking Authority was there for the city of Paterson. That project, it will impact the whole area. It will bring a major change on that area. We have a very extensive discussion at the committee meeting, at the workshop, and I'm very pleased to support this item. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are seven. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 1 on second reading is hereby adopted.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Save me a parking spot, Tony.
Thank you, Director. Madam Clerk, now let's move to item number 59.
59.
Yes.
Council President, I need to tell Madam Clerk to add your name on the resolution. Madam Clerk. I'm sorry? Add Councilman President Alex Mendez.
And I would like to be added as well, Councilwoman Cotton.
Okay, and add Councilwoman Mims too, please.
As co-sponsors?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I believe in sponsoring. We all in one. Everybody's a sponsor. I mean, I don't do the co-sponsor stuff. We sponsor.
Okay.
I like that.
Okay. Item number 59, resolution appointing Dolores Bradley as a tenant representative to the Paterson Housing Authority, sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton, Council President Alex Mendez, Councilwoman Lalisa Mims, and co-sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez. City
No,
Council-
correct the
Right.
record.
She said.
No? You don't-
Sponsor.
Sponsored by Councilman Luis Velez.
Yes.
Resolution number 24:580, City Council.
Move it.
Second.
Second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, second by Council President Mendez, Councilwoman Mims, and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 59.
Roll call on item number 59, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that this has been a long time coming. It's been years. And it's not because I know Dolores. I've known her probably for the last over 10 years. But she is such a community person. She's a volunteering person.
Yes.
She goes to all the housing development, all the senior housing, delivering food. Let me just say that when we were in the pandemic, and I was able, God blessed me to be able to deliver food to 4 senior housing twice a week. And I know I could call on Dolores to help me, whether it was Dr. Cotton, whether it was Nathan Barnett, I was able to call her. And then you know what, people sometimes forget that all the problems and things that happens to us. When we had that water crisis here, when we had that storm that that damaged our reservoir where we were getting drinking water from, she helped out. When I called the Paterson Housing Authority, I called my Paterson Police Department, I called my Paterson Fire Department, that I needed to get water to those senior buildings. I needed to get water to those seniors that couldn't get out. And I could call on people to help me get all that stuff delivered during that boil water crisis. So it's an honor. This is about someone who wants to do the work. It's about somebody who got it in their heart to do things. It's about someone who cares about the community. It's about someone who wants to work and help everyone out there. And it's an honor. And I thank God for Dolores coming into my life to help me too also. But not only me, but helping our entire city of Paterson. She helps everyone in all our housing units. And besides the housing units, she does it. With that being said, Madam Clerk, it's an honor. With that being said, my vote is yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
I don't think I've had the pleasure of meeting Dolores.
She's Emily.
Maybe I have. Where is she?
Where she said,
Okay.
yeah.
But I have to say this. If Councilwoman Cotton has put your name forth and just mentioned just a little bit of what you do, then I'm in full support. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
People don't necessarily understand the importance of the role of commissioners. And having someone there who understands it, who's lived it, who understands the nuances, the treatment, and what the expectations should be is priceless. And this is well overdue. It's a great pick. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Congratulations, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
So, Ms. Bradley, you have done so much for this great city of Paterson. One of the things that happens, and we all know it well, there's sometimes processes and then there's extra things that happen to get things done. I'm glad that Councilwoman Cotton recommended Dolores for this opportunity. Dolores, you've always been an advocate. You have fought for everybody, grandparents, parents, children, housing. Anytime they needed you, you were there. But I think it's really important, even on the housing board, as Paula leads the charge as the chair, you have to have people that are on one accord, working in collaboration to help the residents. There's a lot of issues in our community, and I'm grateful that we have people that really care about the tenants that have been a tenant, because the only way you can care about tenants is that you've been a tenant or you are a tenant. And I think it's very important when we're appointing these people to these opportunities that we appoint people that are living, breathing, and operating in the vein of which they will serve. Dolores Bradley, you have helped a couple of us a lot, and I'm sure you'll continue to help us a lot. We love you. You deserve this. It's a long time coming and well overdue. I know you'll do a great job, very great job, and we'll be calling you. But I know you'll do the right thing by the residents. Congratulations. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I gotta say the way I always say it. This is the first appointment. This council is not politically motivated. It's not politically motivated. It's one of the appointment that when we look into it as a body, as a whole, as a council, to make sure that the person is not politically motivated, that is coming to do the job. And one of the things that it sticks out in the conversation, I was on board on this appointment from the beginning. I spoke to Councilwoman Cotton, and I say I'm on board. I'm going to support it. I responded to an NAACP email saying, demonstrating my support, not flip-flopping from the beginning, going straight what it is. When we appoint people, we had to look to people that really have the compassion to serve of those housing residents, that have the passion to get things done, and have the wisdom to help others no matter where they come from, no nationality, not color, and no flag. And I think Dolores Bradley is going to do that job well, fine. Thank you for your service from now and from before and moving forward. And I know with the president of the Housing Authority Board and their colleagues, you're going to do a great job and represent Paterson fair enough. So saying that, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I've been observing Dolores Bradley for quite some time, and I really want to say that you are a people person. You not only have the qualification that it takes to have this position, but you are a people person. You love people and you care about the community. So there's no other better candidate than you to have this position, because I know that you will fight for the best interests of our residents here in the city of Paterson, and that's the reason why you are in this agenda. And I put a process in place. We opened the process, and we all agree that you are the qualified one to do this job. You love our community, and your job has been impeccable. You care about everybody. You don't see color. You're just out there fighting for the community, and I'm looking forward to see you performing on this new position. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Resolution number 59 is hereby adopted.
Council President.
Thank you.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Council President, can you just let us say a few words, please, real quick? Thank you. Dolores,
Councilwoman
please come
Cotton.
up.
Ms. Bradley want to say a few words.
Ms. Bradley.
You wanna-
Oh,
I will
God.
open the mic for Ms. Bradley. If you want to say a few words, you're
Yes,
more than
yes,
welcome
yeah.
to.
She's over here.
Okay. Hello, and I'd like to thank you, City Council people, for nominating me. Thank you. I'm going to continue to do what I do, as I've been doing for the last 10 years, is taking care of my residents
right.
and my building and around other communities of housing authorities, and I'm going to continue and make everybody proud, like
You
I
are.
always been doing.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Cotton.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Councilwoman. Thank you, all the
Councilwoman
commissioners.
Cotton.
Thank you all. Thank every last one of you.
Thank you, thank you.
Really quick, I just want to thank the council as well. This has
Yeah.
been, I've been on the board now for 4 years. I've been a council president for 3. And trying to get that seat filled is meaning so much to us. One, we have needed somebody that is in the buildings, that work day to day with the tenants, that can be a voice. As much as we sit there and we may have, give access, it's nothing like living in it every day. So I am looking forward to having Ms. Bradley on the board with us and fighting a good fight and continuing to do the work. So thank you all so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, now we will do the consent agenda.
Consent agenda? All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 17 through 50. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So move.
Moved by
Second.
Council President Mendez, Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Luis A. Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the consent agenda.
Roll call on the consent agenda, items 17 through 50. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes,
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson? Yes. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
So if he is watching from Fusion Lounge, at this point, the vote has been approved But I just want him to know that your license has been approved. Thank you for coming out and standing in support. And there's many other license and renewals and coin operated that are listed on the consent agenda as well. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez?
As Councilwoman Min stated, one of the items that was a little bit of controversial conversation last week was not a controversial. I always like to have that communication with the business owners in the Fifth Ward, and I think he's going to do a great job. Quality of life for me is a must, especially when it comes up to entertainment license and show license. So saying that for the entire consent agenda, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. On this consent agenda, we have the lighting for the tennis court at Eastside Park, the ring, the resurfacing of the ring also at Eastside Park is here. And also we have multiple roads throughout the Third Ward that we've been voting on this consent agenda. So with that being said, and also multiple license, entertainment license, like a Fusion Lounge and all the licenses. So I'm very pleased to support this consent agenda. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. Items number 17 through 50 on the consent agenda are hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
We will now take the public portion. Members of the public, we're going to start the public portion now. You have 3 minutes to speak on the mic and express your concern to this council and also to the administration. I would respectfully ask after your 3 minutes to move and allow the next speaker to use their 3 minutes. Let's be respectful with this council and also with the administration. We want to hear from you, and we're just going to try to address the issue at the end of the public portion. With that being said, Madam Clerk, let's call the first speaker on the public portion.
Okay. Thank you, Council President. The first speaker on the public portion is Dave Gilmore.
Big Dave.
Good evening, members,
Good evening.
public, friends and foes. I haven't been here in a while, and it's been purposeful because of the pending litigation that I have, and I really don't want to put people in awkward situations, those that have a lot to lose in standing with this administration for what they did to me. But I came here tonight because I got a phone call that one of the people of whom has been picketing my office for what they say is targeting and or unfair administration related to tickets for not having permits. I won't call the person's name today. You know who they are. You can look on Facebook, on my page, or whatever. But let me explain something to you. If you don't get permits, you're going to get tickets. That's the bottom line. You're not targeted. You target yourself. At the end of the day, my office is responsible for ensuring the public safety from the UCC and or tickets to preserve the public safety. You're not targeted. You just didn't do what you were supposed to do. And you can protest as much as you want. You can call me all the names you want. You can do all of those things that you're saying and doing, but it does not relieve you from your responsibility to comply. It's about public safety, and that's my job. It's my job. Whether you like it or not, that's my job. I don't do this job to be liked. I don't give a damn if you like me. I'm here to protect the public. Illegal basements, work that's not sanctioned, no permits, whatever, you're going to get tickets. So this particular person, he's a coward that he is, he left. But he got $24,000 worth of fines today. Today. That's the bottom line. You got to comply. So at the end of the day, let's talk about compliance. Illegal basements, work not sanctioned, no permits, we're coming after you. If it's your job to cheat, it's our job to catch you. I don't care if you like me or not. Then there have been other people that don't like what I do as well, and they conspired to the highest levels to get rid of me. But I'm back with a vengeance. Back with a vengeance. And sooner or later, we're going to get to 2nd District Federal Court, where the OAL judge said in a 4-day trial that they conspired to get rid of me. But I'm back. I want you to know that. And you can kick the can down the road as long as you want until there's no more road. But you're going to have to deal with the fact that you have to pay me for what you did. I'm reinstated. I didn't get all of the authority that I was supposed to get coming back because the conspiracy continues. The person that accused me is still there, promoted, and moved to a private office. And at the end of the day, the connection fees are not being collected. And people are moving into these apartments and things without the collection fees after waiving the fees. How do you waive the fees and move it into the developer's apartment? You know, there's something wrong with that. So we have to look at what's being done and what the DCA monitor is supposed to be doing and is not doing to ensure that the fiscal responsibilities are met. The fiduciaries of those particular people at DCA are not being met.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay, so let's just understand that there's a responsibility to ensure that we collect the funds before we start talking about DCA and sending us money. Where's the money that we're supposed to collect? Thank you. There's a lot more, but I don't have the time to talk about it.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Princess Reeves. Please state your name.
Good evening. I'd like to take the time out because I've been in absence for a very long time, and I think I explained myself the last time I was here due to a truck hitting me, and I just had surgery this year. So I'm still on my role of healing. But I like to say when I come before our council, because it's you guys that stands in place that represents us. We provide the concerns, and there is many, whether small or large. We just want to be on that level where we can agree to disagree. And that's where we should all be. I come as a repeated telling you the concerns of the trash. We still have out-of-towners that's using Highway 19. They come into our city, they dump their garbage, and then they go around come off of Chauncey Street, onto Van Houten, and then they leave out. So why are we tolerating this when we should not? That leaves a stain, that leaves the germs, that leaves the needles too, that we're repeatedly seeing again on our roads. So something needs to be done. Someone needs to take a stand, get up, wash this town down. And as the second concern, because I do have many, but I'm not going to share all tonight. But as we say, you see something, you say something. I remember Mr. Gilmore first put that statement out there. Okay, I utilize my cell phone, and there are some of our council members that can agree with me because some of them has taken the initiative and gone out and went and take care of those concerns. So we're almost out of this year. We have an election that's coming up. We have to go before. People need to learn how to vote. And when you vote, know what you're voting for and who you're voting for. We can no longer sit back and say that we're voting for a friend when a friend is not doing their jobs. You know? So I'm gonna end it there. There's a lot of you council members. I have utmost respect. And I say many blessings unto you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Ernest Rucker. Please state your name, Mr. Rucker.
I am back. And I'm back tonight, and I'm looking at this council. And I looked at the last council meeting when marijuana came up. And I heard all of the excuses on legal marijuana, but yet, you have smoke shops in every ward selling laced marijuana to our children. But you were talking about safety. Where the hell did safety come out your mouths? Nothing is being done. 6th Ward, all through the ward. And the councilman is not here, but I'm going to say this. And he has said nothing about the illegal shops that's opening up. Our kids are dying and getting very sick from the marijuana sold underground. You have a situation where something came to you legal, and for the last almost 2 years, you've been debating something and acting like you have a choice in the matter. You don't. You don't. You've been talking about this issue, and the lawsuits are coming. I'm ashamed that we can't sit as a council and come up with a plan to make sure the 3 individuals that got their license and letters, that are spending money every day, that are legal, that will be controlled. But yet, we just had a raid on Washington and Broadway. That shut down, and another one's opened up in the same spot. We had a raid across the street from the police headquarters. They took out pounds of marijuana, and that reopened. But yet, you cannot come together and look at this from a realistic point of view. This is not religion. This is not your personal feelings. Shut down the smoke shops and come up with an ordinance, a decent ordinance, and make sure that we control marijuana the correct way.
I agree with that.
You can, if you smoke it, you smoke it. If you don't, you don't. But it has nothing to do with your personal beliefs. This is about regulating. This is about protecting those people that have spent thousands of dollars to come in here, giving this city $30,000 just to operate, $30,000, paying leases at $12,000 and $15,000 a month, but the illegal shops are able to operate with impunity. Where is your conscience in this situation? We're talking about 1,000 feet, 200 feet. Liquor stores, people live on top of them. They're next to schools, parks. You're not saying anything about regulating them. You're not advocating to regulate them. What you're doing is closing your eyes to the reality. And Council President, I'm just going to go over a little bit. I'm asking your permission. When are we going to act responsible on this situation? When are we going to look at this from a realistic point of view? And this is this whole legislation was to protect those individuals in our community, black and brown people, that have gone to jail for marijuana, giving them an opportunity to finally get some funds like everybody else is getting. But no, I looked at this last night. You went from 200 feet to 1,000 feet. Where the hell in Paterson are you going to operate 1,000 feet? That was on that end of the spectrum. If it's 100 feet or $1 feet, it's ridiculous that you have not come up with the legislation or ordinance to correct this situation. And it's obvious you don't care about the money that this city is going to pay out with these lawsuits that are coming up. I'm going to close. In closing, I want to say, I have not come to this meeting for a reason. The chaos, the ridiculous shit that goes on here. First Amendment. I haven't come here because to sit here and spend hours in this chambers and nothing gets done. I refuse to do it, but I am back. Unlike most people, I am coming with a vengeance, and I will see you at your next televised meeting. And I want to make sure everybody's voting on that 6 minutes for the public, since you cut your meetings down in half. Thank you.
Thank you, Ernie. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Tom Kelly.
He left.
Tom Kelly
He
left.
left.
Next speaker.
The next speaker is Damian Barrett.
Hi, Mr. President.
Good evening, Pastor.
My name is Damian Barrett. I'm a pastor serving in the 3rd Ward. And I just want to read a little bit from the book of John, chapter 4, verse 39 and following. It says, many Samaritans from that town believed in him because of the woman's testimony. He told me all that I ever did. So when the Samaritans came to him, they asked him to stay with them, and he stayed there 2 days. And many more believed because of his word. They said to the woman, it is no longer because of what you said that we believe, for we have heard for ourselves, and we know that this is indeed the Savior of the world. After the 2 days, he departed for Galilee, for Jesus himself had testified that a prophet has no honor in his own hometown. So when he came to Galilee, the Galileans welcomed him, having seen all that he had done in Jerusalem at the feast, for they too had gone to the feast. So he came again to Cana in Galilee, where he had made the water wine. And at Capernaum there was an official whose son was ill. When this man heard that Jesus had come from Judea to Galilee, he went to him and asked him to come down and heal his son, for he was at the point of death. So Jesus said to him, unless you see signs and wonders, you will not believe. The official said to him, Sir, come down before my child dies. Jesus said to him, Go, your son will live. The man believed the word that Jesus spoke to him and went on his way. As he was going down, the servants met him and told him that his son was recovering. So he asked them the hour when he began to get better. And they said to him, Yesterday at the 7th hour, the fever left him. The father knew that was the hour when Jesus had said to him, Your son will live. And he himself believed, and all his household. This was now the second sign that Jesus did when he had come from Judea to Galilee. John chapter 5. After this there was a feast of the Jews, and Jesus went up to Jerusalem. Now there is in Jerusalem by the sheep gate a pool in Aramaic called Bethesda, which has 5 roof colonnades. In these lay a multitude of invalids, blind, lame, and paralyzed. One man was there who had been an invalid for 38 years. When Jesus saw him lying there and knew that he had already been there a long time, he said to him, Do you want to be healed? The sick man answered him, Sir, I have no one to put me into the pool when the water is stirred up, and while I am going in, another steps before me. Jesus said to him, Get up, take up your bed, and walk. And at once the man was healed, and he took up his bed and walked. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pastor. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Paula Alford.
Good evening, Council. I'm here before you this evening to speak about transitional aid and really wanting to plant the seed this evening, the spark, to have the Council begin to come up with some form of plan to take us off of transitional aid. It is very hurtful to the homeowners. We just had a tax increase in April, and now we're talking about another one that will be before you for 2% based off of transitional aid in October. I don't know about any other homeowners, but my taxes doubled. What I used to pay is literally double to the dollar. It's very just hurtful. So I would just like to plant that seed. I will be meeting with my neighborhood network, the Stony Road Neighborhood Network, this Friday. It will be a conversation. We already have dates on the calendar to meet with several of the other homeowner associations here in Paterson so that we can begin to collaborate and come up with some sort of ask of you all in regards to that, because I never mind paying taxes. I just need the services to match what I'm paying in taxes. And right now, I very rarely complain, but I see it. My streets are dirty, very dirty. I'm embarrassed. And I know other residents of the city are embarrassed. I mean, we are now having developers get their own garbage trucks, you know, and that's a power move. I applaud it, because anything that makes the city move forward in a good way, in that way, I'm for it. The second thing I just wanted to speak about, and I have the property manager here from the Paterson Housing Authority, and I know I already thanked you, and I'm going to let Wanda speak. But we just really, really wanted to thank you. Looking forward to working with Dolores and the entire board. We also have a new a commissioner that was brought to the board last month. So we're just looking forward to moving in the right direction in housing, and I'll let Wanda speak.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Zanaya
I
Williams.
love her. I love her.
Sanaya Williams.
Yes.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here on behalf of my daughter, Zanaya Williams. I'll read this paper for her. My name is Zanaya Williams. I am a 4th grade student in the Paterson Art and Science Elementary Charter School. Fun fact about me is I love drawing, and my favorite color is blue and green. I am a contestant in the National American Miss Junior Preteen Pageant. For the past 2 years, I have competed at my state competition where I was awarded the trophies for the Spirit of Pageantry winner, portfolio winner, featured paid distinguished participant, and 3rd place photogenic runner-up. These accomplishments has awarded me a spot at the Nationals in Orlando, Florida, where thank you, where I will compete for the title of National All-America Miss Junior Preteen Competition. In this pageant, I will compete for the city of Paterson.
That's right.
This November, the 22nd of November to the 29th, 2024. Please, I need your support and sponsorship to make my chance of winning this title come through. My deadline for payment is October 15th this year. In this competition, she not only model or show her talent, she has to do public speaking and do interviews with, I don't know how many judges for this competition, but the last one she has to do interview with 7 judges. And she has to do her talents, introduce herself, and do a lot. So I'm here on behalf of her, asking for assistance to send her to Florida to compete for Paterson. I don't know how many girls here in Paterson is competing in this competition, but this is her 2nd year. The first year she got Spirit of Pageantry, Miss Personality, and 2nd place runner-up for photogenic. She did not go to Orlando that year because we didn't have it. So she entered again and was nominated. And I'm like, she has to go this time because 2 chances, that's good. So I'm going to let her introduce herself. Oh, baby, introduce yourself.
Good evening. Good evening. This energetic 9-year-old who loves art, singing, and dancing. In my family, I'm known as the noisemaker. This noisemaker is making her way to become your future doctor. Why? Because she is driven to take care of sick people. My name is Zanaya Williams, coming to you from Paterson, New Jersey.
Point of privilege. Point of privilege, Mom, for a minute. Point of privilege, Council President. Mom, could you come to the mic? So on the flyer, the Zelle is not working, the QR code.
Okay.
So if you can provide a phone number to is not on here. If you could just give a number here.
To the
Do you have
number.
a guesstimate of what the cost will be for the trip?
For the trip, the cost would be roughly $6,000.
Okay, so just give the information to the clerk.
To the clerk.
I'll definitely
what is her
support
name?
Sanaya Williams.
No,
It's on
no,
the-
the young lady, the mom.
Jadine Wilson.
What is it?
Janine
Jadine
How
Wilson.
do you spell it?
Jadean Wilson.
Council
Do you
President.
have a Zelle?
Just a second,
Yes.
Councilwoman.
What's your Zelle?
347
Mm-hmm.
632 7930.
Okay,
632.
347-632-7930.
Yes.
Correct? So,
Get it out to your mom.
Okay.
it's here for the council, but Paterson, the mom is here. Her daughter has been there once. Paterson, please send some Zells to this young lady who's a fourth grader who won last year and is looking to win again. Please Zelle payments to the mom at 347-632-7930. I will be sending a payment to you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council
Thank you.
President.
Councilman Velez.
Council President, thank you. Sanaya, Ms. Williams,
Wilson.
Wilson.
Ms. Wilson, sorry. Just for the council, I have a good interview with this young lady in my office. She was like 2 weeks looking for me, and finally we had that meeting in the office. That's why she's here today. I did a pledge of $500 to start, and also I got a sponsor for her from the Desfile Dominicano of New Jersey that work with pageants, and they ready to roll. So congratulations. My colleagues, I know they're going to jump on it too. Congratulations. And the good thing is that she is a student from Paterson. She is born and raised here, and she's going to represent Paterson, the city of Paterson in Florida, national. And I saw all the good things that she had. The only bad thing is that we cannot get the community service program on it because she's too minor. But right now we started in a good path, and congratulations. So keep us updated on that, and congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
All right, the next speaker is Elvis Durham.
Just want to say congratulations to the young little girl that's from Paterson, New Jersey. This is what I was talking about for years. We got a lot of talented young people in this city. No performing arts center. This is the third largest city in the state of New Jersey. Administration, you see this, right? We got so many young people. Third largest city in the state of New Jersey with no performing arts center building. No recreation center building. No major hotel. And we live, right? 25,000 people is listening. And guess what? I don't need y'all city council. Y'all don't have to listen, because I got the people out there. And I'm going to take my time like some people did. Third largest city in the state of New Jersey. The rent is going up, but nobody is building jobs. Administration, please respect me. I respect y'all. Nobody is not building jobs. We need jobs. The rent is going up, so bring the jobs. $22 an hour, $18 an hour, $30 an hour jobs. Also want to say this. I just want to say thank you to my councilwoman, one of the best councilwomen in the Tri-State area, Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. Want to say thank you. Also want to say thank you to Councilman Khalif for supporting my Gospel Summer Jam. And other council people that have supported me in the past, like Marissa Daria, Council President Adis Mendez, I just want to say thank you. I'm going to remember the ones that support me because some big things is about to happen with my music production. Okay? It's an old saying. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. If you don't scratch my back, the heck with you. I don't need you. I also want to say I was born and raised in this city. I do a lot for this city. I never talk bad about this city. I promote this city. I don't even get paid for it. That's because I love my city. You could go to my YouTube channel, Paterson NJ Good News. My YouTube channel, Paterson NJ Good News. To everyone that's out there, 25,000 people that's watching on TV, God knows how many people watch on YouTube. If you want to know anything that's going on in the city of Paterson, New Jersey, you can ask Councilwoman Ruby Cotton about my Facebook page. Go on my Facebook page, Elvis Good News, DURHAM. Okay? Like I'm gonna say this again. I'm not here to kiss nobody behind. You don't have to support me. I'ma still love you. But guess what? When the time comes, when my production get out there on a higher level, I'ma know who's who. I also want to say this. We got other musical events that's going to be coming into the city of Paterson, New Jersey. I will be working side by side with these promoters. And these musical events, these musical concerts, is coming to the 4th ward, coming to the 1st ward, and coming to the 5th ward. I want y'all to stay on my Facebook page. Elvis Good News, DURHAM. That's my Facebook page. God bless
Thank
you,
you, Elvis.
and good night, Council President. Chill.
Hey,
You don't get it was nobody else, man.
I'll let you make your
Respect
announcement.
me, just like I respect you. Okay?
I-
Oh, you doing a good job.
Thank you.
Like I
Thank
said, my Facebook page. My Facebook page is
I hear
Elvis Good News, DURHAM. And my YouTube channel, Paterson NJ Good News. God bless you and good night.
Thank you. Elvis always promoting Paterson. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Errol Carr.
Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioner.
It's quite a while I've not been with you, so I just want to greet the council members. I'm here tonight as a representative of the Paterson Library Board. And for the past couple of years, we have been having a serious problem in terms of funding. We have had discussions with the administration, but we have never really happened to get ahead. It always seems like because we function and we have been functioning, it always seems like we can do what we have always been doing. But it comes to a point now where we cannot do what we normally have done over the many years. We have reached a point where if nothing changes, then we will have to take serious action by reducing or closing some of our branches. It's just that fiscally, we just are not able to do it. Now, library services are very, very critical, important service to any city. Just like the police precinct, just like the fire station, just like your hospitals, just like having your parks. The library is just as important. And we need to take the same interest into the service as we do with the other institutions. Now we're asking, and we are here tonight, because we are not sure that the council is aware of the strain that we are presently experiencing. And we just want to bring it to your attention and also to the attention of the public at large, that we need your cooperation. We need for you to see the importance of the service and do whatever you can do to make sure that we do not diminish the service any further. but try to at least to maintain it where it's at or help us to improve it. Now, the service is required to function with a certain amount of staffing. Over this past fiscal year, the state has reduced our funding, $82,000. Why? Because we were operating below the required amount of employees. So we are losing all around. We are losing all around. So we are asking, and I know money is tight, it's not going to fall from the sky, but we need to have a serious discussion with the council, with the administration, to make sure that we can create something to stabilize our library service, because the worst thing we can do is to start closing some of our branches.
Thank you.
All right?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Point of order, Council President, very quickly.
Yes.
Just for a point of clarity, while you're there,
Councilman Jackson.
can you just specify, because there was a budget that I saw recently where the city, where our contribution to the library was cut 100%. Can you clarify if that's fact or not?
I'm not sure it was cut 100%.
Where the city's, where
Well,
the city's,
let me
where
tell you
our
what is happening.
contribution was zero, and the money that came from the state that you guys are receiving, is that correct?
No, that's not correct. That's not correct. What is happening is that by law, we are given a certain amount of money from the taxpayers to operate the library service. However, the employees of the library service, the fringe benefits is paid by the city. What is happening whenever our millage increases from the state, which is required by law, the monies that we normally get from the city, what the city does, if we are increased by, say, $500,000, the city reduce their appropriation to us by maybe $300,000. I'm just using these numbers. Every time we get increased, there is a withdrawal of resources from us by the city. So we are stayed, so to speak, in the same situation. When there's a lot of, things happening, we don't have a capital budget, things break, we just can't fix it, we can't repair anything because of some of these issues.
Council President.
Understood. Thank you. Council members, just council members. Commissioner, we are in the process of a public portion. I know there's a few more speakers, so let me go through the public portion. So we're gonna do the closing. After the closing, you're gonna have comment from my council colleague, but also I'm gonna open the floor to the administration. And during my closing remark, I will give you information. We met, and I'm looking forward to have that meeting with the administration. We have to be creative, and we got to support the library. But let's just finish the public portion,
Council President,
and then we'll make a comment.
Council President,
I know.
I just want to make
Councilman Ming asked me for the floor, very brief. Councilman Mims.
So just briefly, and to me, I think the administration needs to address it. I know you want the council, but I think it's an administration to address it. But when it comes to that point, Madam BA, could you just talk about the total amount of budget that the library currently has? We have some huge constraints, as you know, we've talked about in our finance committee. So it's going to be a struggle for all departments, to ensure that the city continues to run and progress. We continue to talk about tax increases, how they've doubled and all that. And if we give out additional funds, even though departments deserve them and need them, we would have to get them on the back of the taxpayers. So I want Madam BA to address that.
Yes.
Because budget hearings are going to be coming up within a month. And that's going to be very critical, because at that point, the community will begin to hear where we are financially, what's needed to sustain and what's needed to move forward. And that way you can understand why we cannot, or we would love to, but we cannot. So I would love Madam BA to address that and talk about that, because we have to be realistic in the times we're in. Library, recreation are very important to our youth, to this community, and so is DPW and all these other departments. But we have to say to ourselves, how many more times can we strain the backs of our taxpayers? And if we're honest about that, we have to, even though we're being creative and realistic, we have to find other ways and means to bring in that revenue, because we can't say, increase my budget $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, and then the taxpayers are being gentrified. They don't have a place to live because now their taxes went up $600 because you wanted to get 2 or 3 more million. So Madam BA, I'm giving it, I would like you to address that. And then in October, to the community, there will be a budget hearing which will be announced. Please come out or listen, because it's going to be important for you to hear, especially our taxpayers. You talk about your taxes doubling and increasing, and you will begin to hear why that happens. So if we wanted to maintain or stabilize, we have to begin to work out and create some, have some creative solutions for that. But Madam BA, I would love to hear from her, because it was brought up last week that 100% of your budget was removed, and I called Madam BA immediately, and she said that was not true, because if 100% is removed, you would be shut down.
Gotcha.
You would not be able to operate. So I couldn't believe that. So immediately after, Madam BA will tell you, her and CFO, I called them to find out that that was not factual. And I did talk to director as well, but I would love to hear from Madam BA to give us some clarity on what's happening with the library. Thank you, Council President.
Velez.
Yeah, Council President, to the gentleman in front of us, let me know what day in the week we could have a municipal service statutory meeting to get some facts and to then have a conversation to get the other facts of what's going on. Because the last thing we want is to send a message out there that's not happening and then spread around. As a director, as a board, we could have that meeting in statutory committee and get some facts and numbers to see how we could work this out with the administration moving forward. In another note, Council President, the reason I interject a minute for the floor is to the audience that is here, I received a text and I'm going to read it. I will support the entire $6,000 tomorrow. I will make a check because I cannot sell. This message comes from Marie Florio that will support this young lady to go to Miami, Florida to do her thing. When I had the conversation with this young lady in my office, I said it clear. I don't have money, but I have faith. And this is faith in action. Congratulations. Tomorrow that check is going to be in your hands.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Madam BA, since I have the director, the commissioner here before we move, I know we have a few more speaking council members. After the VA, we're going to continue with the public portion. Will you be able to, can you address the library director and the commissioner
Sure.
on this matter?
Yes, and the library director and I met recently on this topic because it is something that we do recognize it's a challenge. As Councilwoman Mims says, we would love to be supporting the library and other departments with increases to be able to continue to provide the services that our residents deserve. We've had this conversation in particular about looking at the 2024 budget and the 2025 budget and looking at the continued increases that we have when we have an increase in what's called the millage or the library tax, how that is able to then be turned over to the library and what we're anticipating for next year. So right now we do have it's about $4 million that we are anticipating we will be getting from the library tax for next year for the library. But we are budgeting $4.6 million so that the city is contributing to that, that $600,000 in addition to the library tax. There are vacancies in the budget, and sometimes it's a challenge of filling those positions in order to have everything open, but or everything filled and all the branches opened in that capacity. But as we have said to everybody, I know that the director wasn't able to be at our cabinet meeting yesterday, but as I said to all of our departments for 2025, we are freezing everybody's budget. We are already anticipating a $4.3 million increase to our state health benefits line, budget-wise. for the entire city. And that just has to be absorbed somehow with everything else that we're working on. So every department, not just the library, every single department is going to have to do this year of holding tight. And I know there was a question earlier about transitional aid. You know, our taxes, that 2% taxes, gives us about $3 million a year. Our transitional aid gave us $27 million this year. And there isn't another source of revenue that we have right now that's able to help us provide more to the library, and us to provide more to our public works department, and us to provide more to recreation programming. And so it is a challenge that we are going to be facing for 2025. I do want to address that. The capital budget issue, though, we have been really working with the library on our request for supplemental TA over the 3 years that we had it, always included an allocation for the library. And we also had extra CDBG funds that if funds got returned, we were able, the director was able to apply for those funds, and we have other capital funds going through that process. We did not, as a city, we did not bond for any capital funding this year. It is likely that we're going to be doing that again next year, and we always include, you know, our facility buildings, that are library buildings, in those requests that we put out to departments.
Thank you, Madam BA. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna continue with the public portion. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Director. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Billy Prempe.
I do a little bit of everything.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Billy Prempe, and I wanted to address the city of Paterson. This year, you have the opportunity to select your next congressman. And there's a few things that I wanted to bring to the attention of the people of the city of Paterson. When we had our primary, I was elected to represent the Republican Party with 11,500 votes. The late congressman was elected to represent the Democratic Party, and unfortunately, with his untimely passing, there was a rushed process where they had to select the next candidate. Very similar to what was done with the presidential pick at this point for the Democratic Party, Kamala Harris. Both candidates were unfortunately hand-selected, where many people in the city did not have an opportunity to vote. No one across the district, for the most part, had the opportunity to vote, except for select delegates. And I have no issue with that, because I understand the problem with trying to get the election done in a quick manner. The issue that I have was when the county chairs made the decision for you and hand-selected Nellie Poe before anyone else had the opportunity to choose. You had two great candidates that have represented our community for quite some time, and I think we would have had a fantastic debate. I think they would have actually accepted the debate as well, too. You had candidates in Shavonda Sumter and Benji Wimberly, two candidates who I think would be just as good for the district. And if you guys remember, before Congressman Pascrell left to Washington and he got elected in 1997, Nellie Poe was also hand-selected to represent the party for assembly. The issue that I have with that is if this is supposed to be the party of democracy, I think the people should have the opportunity to make the decision on who they want to choose. Now, I've offered multiple times, even New Jersey Globe has reached out multiple times to Nellie Poe's office. They've reached out to me. We have a debate scheduled for October 1st. I have emphatically accepted that. NBC News has reached out. Nellie Poe has not responded. PBS has reached out. Nellie Poe has not responded. We've even reached out to the NAACP with Pastor Clayton, and I told him that I am open to doing an open forum. Even an open forum, because I think we should have the opportunity to ask questions of one another. After all, this is a democracy. But if she denies it, I've even been asked recently by a member of the League of Women Voters, and I know you're gonna have home field advantage, but I've got no problem accepting that as well too. I have plans to fix our school system, bring trade programs back into our high schools, institute term limits, and put the issues that are on the people's minds first. I've come up here multiple times, and many of you are aware of what I stand for. The question is, what does this hand-selected candidate actually stand for? We don't know what her policies are. We don't know what she wants to do, and she's avoiding democratic discussion. If everyone in here, do you guys agree with me? If you're going to vote for somebody, you should know what they stand for, right? And the people aren't getting that. So October 1st, we have an opportunity to do a debate. It's going to be live streamed all over social media. It'll be picked up by C-SPAN. I think everybody should have the opportunity to have their voices heard. And I'll give a commendation to Kamala Harris for at least stepping up and speaking and putting her positions up forward. Nellie Poe, you have the opportunity to do the same. Don't let the people down that you've represented for 27 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Sebastian Mejia.
Sebastian Mejia.
Council, good evening. It feels good to be back in front of this podium, in front of the city of Paterson and our representatives. Although I do miss our original venue of the city council chambers, so my first question is, can we get an update on the status on the repairs of city council chambers, if the public could be made aware, because as much as we love the studio, our home is the city council chambers. Okay, secondly, I want to speak on the horrendous event that occurred at Pennington Field. The disrespect towards our students, towards our community, towards Unisamba and the Kennedy soccer team, to burn the middle of a soccer field it saddens me and it angers me, and I hope that the law is applied to you and you are publicly shamed and embarrassed, and that the field is fixed. So however that needs to get done, whether through insurance, whether the community come together, private entities, public entities, whatever needs to get done so that field gets repaired immediately should get done. Also, I wanted to speak about a story I read on the New York Post with a Mr. Rolando Vasquez, who, although he is an unhoused individual, who currently lives in Roberto Clemente Park in our 5th Ward, he took it upon himself to start cleaning up that park, even though he was considered what some call homeless, some people call unhoused. He took it upon himself to lead by example, irregardless of his living conditions, to start picking up trash and cleaning on his environment. This opens up to me, in my eyes, a larger conversation that it's our responsibility, not just DPW's, not just the council members, to clean up after ourselves and clean up our community. If everybody would take time to clean up in front of their home, we would have a cleaner city by next week. So I look at this individual, at this man, with respect, honor, and dignity, and as an example that we should be following in his footsteps. This mentality of doing for self and not waiting for the government to give you a handout, it's what's really going to empower the city of Paterson. We can't depend on Big Daddy government to take care of our problems. Take our destiny in our own hands, and I promise you we will have a better, cleaner, safer city. We cannot continue to throw money at our problems and expecting that to be the solution. We have to start focusing on civic education, leading by example and teaching one another what it means to be civilized, what it means to treat each other with respect and have pride in where we live in. Because if cleanliness is next to godliness, where are we right now? I ask all of us, including myself, to start viewing things as a community. Things happen, we might have issues with one another, but a clean city affects all of us. Having leaders that lead by example sets the tone. That's why I am endorsing once again Corey Lewis Teague for the Paterson School Board, for his years of dedication and selfless service. And I am also endorsing Billy Prempe for our 9th Congressional District to represent us in Washington, for his tenacity and his willingness to engage in diplomatic conversation shows his constituents that he will do the same in Washington. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Winifred Harrison.
With the green.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm standing in
Are you coming with me?
Yeah, I'm
So
coming.
basically, everybody that's involved in ceasefire, could you please stand? In 2022, we signed an agreement for a grant, and we have filled our obligations, and they even extended, and we have filled our obligations. And every time it's time for us to receive our funding, it's always additional issues. Something has to be signed, you didn't meet this criteria, where's the attendance sheets, et cetera, et cetera. I can't give you no more than what you asked for. And every time Tanae Joyner asked for this information, we do have it. Copies were sent to her, to Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, and it's unfair that we are the only entity of ceasefire, Operation Ceasefire Paterson. We do not get paid for what we do. This was a grant that was done in 2022, $12,000. Y'all know that's not a lot of money, but what little bit it is, we should receive it. She also wrote herself a receipt saying that she's supposed to get paid $7,400. Tanae Joyner. So in the process, I don't know, Madam BA, did she get paid our money, or are we getting paid our money, or what's going on with ceasefire money? Short and sweet. We just want our money.
At the workshop, it was spoken about us not being on the budget or on the finance report for ceasefire. And at that time, there was something about looking for the resolution that was given out in 2022 for us to get that grant. I want to know if that was pulled, because that was the conversation at the workshop. And you spoke to Ms. B.A. about it, Ruby spoke about it, and also Alex mentioned the fact that there was a resolution, 2022, giving ceasefire some operating money, because that's all it is, because we're out there in the street talking with people about the seriousness of gun violence, and we are the only ceasefire organization in the state of New Jersey.
The grant was for the opioids, for the opioid response team. We have did our part pertaining ORT. At every event, we were supposed to have an EMT, an EMS, a social worker. Not one of those events that we have done, and here's a copy. Ms. Francis next, so.
So I'll continue to talk for my 3 minutes.
These are all the events that we have done with
You
the
next person?
receipts.
Okay.
Ms.
So-
Francis is the next speaker.
Yes.
So, all these events we have done in reference to ORT, opioid response team, so we have not received our money. And we just would really appreciate, I don't know, maybe if the council could get involved to let us know where our money at. Madam BA and Tanae Joyner.
Thank you. So I know the next speaker is Francis Harrison, so Madam Clerk, let's start with the next speaker, then 3 minutes with
The
Francis.
next speaker
and-
is Francis Harrison.
Yes. They're twin.
My name is Francis Harrison, and as you know, I'm a community activist, but I'm also a part of Ceasefire. And we have been out here in the streets. We did the ORT training
3 times.
3 times. We've been out in the street soliciting and talking to people. We've done our walks. We've done everything that we are supposed to do, required to do, based on the money that was supposed to come towards us. But prior to getting this grant, that we haven't gotten a dime of it, we were still doing it. We've been doing it for years. So we're here again asking, where is Ceasefire's money? And why hasn't it been let go? Okay, so I don't know who's supposed to look at the resolution to see what it was about, but it's still not coming up on the finance records.
Also, for the ORT, that they have people coming from, all the way from Atlantic City to do opioid response, and we right here. We are able to do what they are doing,
And they actually have came here and worked with us, and we actually showed them where they really need to be in the areas of the city of Paterson. And people relate to us because we out there in the street. It's not like we go out there and try to, make people do anything. It's just that not only we cease fire, we ORT. So we combine our entities. So we just really need to know what do we need to do, who we need to see, because it's expired, and we've been working for the money.
Council President.
So thank you, Councilman Mims. Very brief. I mean, Ceasefire is a very important organization for us here in the city of Paterson. We all know that Ceasefire doing an amazing job in the community, reaching out to the community and doing the work right there. So, Madam BA, so before we continue, I know we have a few more speakers and we have a very extensive agenda still. So, can you elaborate on this, Madam BA? And right after that, I don't want you to leave without doing a sidebar. CFO.
So after last week's meeting, and after Councilwoman Cotton talked to me, I reached out to Tanae, and Tanae told me that they're still missing information, and that she had reached out to you. So if maybe we can set up a meeting where you guys meet, and then the missing information can be given. But until the missing information for the grant's not given, she can't pay it.
But that's what we were saying. Every time, it's always something more that she wants. And we have everything that she asked for. She has copies of everything. It even got down to the point she said, "Oh, you didn't sign the paper." And we was
Sorry, Winnie. But today, in terms of Janae, I'm sorry. In terms of her, every time we try to put in our reports to her, there's something needed.
Okay.
As of today, she was supposed to have a meeting with Winnie, and she completely forgot about it.
Council President.
So we're going to meet with her and the finance director and try to find out what it is to finalize this thing.
So that will be corrected. So we will make sure that through the administration and both parties come together tomorrow to see what is needed, what needs to be signed in order for the process to continue. So we'll make sure we will follow up, and Councilwoman Mims also will be on top of that. Councilwoman Mims?
So just a request, if you can send me copies of that as well. It's already been stated, CFO, Madam BA, if an immediate meeting can be held with Ceasefire and Tanea, possibly an email sent even tonight to find out what items she's stating that are missing, so that we can make sure that it's in this paperwork and document, and there can be an expedited process to provide them the check. So if we can do that possibly tonight, send an email to get a list of whatever they're stating possibly is missing. That way we can do a check versus to checklist what they have versus what is being stated, and then we can expedite the process. But I'm looking for this to happen sooner than later, possibly tomorrow. If you can make copies and scan it to me tonight, I'll be on top of it first thing in the morning.
Thank you, Francis. Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Wait a second. Let me say something, because I've been working on this for quite some time. And I spoke to Tanae, and she said that you would be in the next payment of bills, and that was 2 months ago. That was 2 months ago. Now, I told them when Opie came into the city, they're in their third year. The first year, they didn't use community people, and it didn't work. You got to go on the streets and be boots on the ground. If you ain't boots on the ground, this stuff is not going to work. So you had to get people like Ceasefire, Tier 1, you had to get them involved, because if you don't, they're the one who's going out on Godwin Avenue and 12th Avenue and all that to talk to them, to try to get them into a program. This should not be taking so long. This should not be taking so long to get paid, because you are the ones that the people are going to talk to.
Yeah.
Council President.
And all the other people in the world you want, but they're not talking to them.
Councilwoman,
you can't go on Governor Street with a suit and tie on and think they're going to talk to you.
Council President.
Be realistic about it.
Understood, Councilwoman Cotton. Thank you. Councilman Jackson asked for the floor. Councilwoman.
I only have one question. Ms. Harrison, do you have a copy of the billing report?
I have copies of everything.
The billing report, so I'm asking.
Yes.
Can you give the clerk a copy of the billing report?
Could she make copies?
Sure.
Not here. We don't.
I will meet her in the office at 9 o'clock
Yes.
tomorrow.
I can take a photograph of it, and that's a simple
Okay.
scan copy. If you have copies of the billing, I'd like to get it and get a copy.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Council
Councilwoman Davila.
President, so I just wanted to say, because, to Madam BA, this item, this is under police, am I correct? Okay,
Correct.
we haven't had a discussion about this in the Public Safety Committee.
No.
It's not public safety. It's with Todd Pearl, who runs that opioid.
Councilwoman,
Ca-
Councilwoman, I have the floor.
Councilwoman Catton,
there-
I know you're excited about this topic, but let
and-
Councilwoman Davila finish, and
Correct.
right after
All
that,
I
we'll
wanna say
continue.
is-
Go ahead.
If it's under the police department, it is under public safety, okay? In addition, also finance. So, as Councilwoman Mims already said, Councilwoman Cotton's been working this for a while. Now I'm involved as well as the chair of public safety, and I'll be reaching out to see what's going on, and whatever we can do to assist you, we will do that, okay?
Council President.
Thank you very much.
If I can just add
Madam BA.
breaking news.
Okay.
Tanae
Thank
is on
you.
her
Madam
way.
BA.
Thank you, Council President. Tanae is on her way. She's been watching. So if you want to stay put, maybe we could sort this out here tonight.
Okay.
Let's see if then you can review. Okay.
Thank the director's coming. Great, thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is G. Greer.
Good evening.
I like that red, G. Good evening.
Well, you thank my sister for this. She brought this back from her trip. Real quick, I'm here to say thank you on behalf of Barbers Park Association. I'm sorry, Occupy Barbers Park. We are excited for the children. But there's some minor things that still needed for Barbers Park. I remember having a sidebar with the BA years ago where we was having issues with a water fountain, and me and her met in the hallway. She said, "You're gonna get a water fountain," and we got a water fountain, and that was a brand new water fountain that we got. And I just want to say thank you for that. And now we received another brand new water fountain. They got like 3 different levels, and the children love it. But I sent this to the Paterson Plus app. I'm still confused how you spend $1.2 million and you don't get trash cans. I'm very confused about that. I was told that some trash cans are going to be ordered. But in the meantime, and this is no exaggeration, since that park opened, there had to be over 3,000 children in that park since that park opened. And we're happy and excited about it. But you only got 2 trash cans. First you had 1, and you know what, shout out to DPW, because I see those guys in the truck and I stop them and be like, yo man, I need a garbage can, I need this, I need that. And you know, they went and found the garbage can, so we have 2. But after spending $1.2 million, there's some nice trash cans you have in the Real and Ad Park that you just did over. I think those type of trash cans would look nice in Barbers Park. I really do. The other thing, the fence, and I sent this to the Paterson Plus app as well. You guys, whoever reviewed that can take a look at it. The original fence on Broadway side is still broke. I mean, I'm sorry, on Fair Street, the gate that's open and closed where you allow vehicles to come in. That, like every night when we lock in this park, we have to like lift this fence up and drag it. And that shouldn't be after $1.2 million. It really shouldn't be. But other than that, I must say, the park is beautiful. I had some little girl walk up to me. She said, "Mister," I said, "Yeah." She said, "This park is beautiful." I had a family to come in there who never came in Barbers Park because they was afraid. They was actually having a cookout in the park over the weekend, and they said thank you. I mean, they even offered me burgers off the grill, and you know, so we have to stay on top of this park. I want to shout out the community members that make sure this park is open and closed every night. I read a very disturbing article concerning the 5th Ward, Roberto Clemente Park, how you spent all this money in this park, and according to the article, I wish the councilman was here. I said this week I want to go visit. And someone spoke about it earlier. There's a gentleman that's in the park that take it upon himself to clean this park. One day I want to go join him and, you know, maybe have lunch in the park with him, give him a hand, because you need people in the community like that gentleman is doing over there in the Fifth Ward. Council President, I heard the bell, so on that note, I'm gonna step away, but I just want to say thank you to everyone that awarded that money for Barbers Park, and just know that there's a couple more parks in the Fourth Ward that need some attention. 12th Ave Playground, Vera Ames Community Park. Let's do all the parks in the city of Paterson. On that note, I know those garbage cans going to be there now this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother G. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Joyce Clark.
Where's Joyce? Oh, back.
Hi, everybody. My
Good
name is
evening.
Joyce Clark. I live on East 33rd Street in Paterson.
Good evening. Yes.
And I have at least 3 problems. Number one,
Can you speak a little closer to the mic?
Number one, we have a lot of potholes that have not been addressed. We keep calling, nobody. Once in a while, they may come and patch it up. By the time they get back downtown, they already back open. I myself have been on that block 41 years. That street has never been paved. Something is really wrong with that, because all the streets around us have been paved. My other problem is we have a young man that's using our block as a garage to work on cars. And he have 3 vans that are always parked there. It's not fair to the people that's paying the taxes. It's not fair to the people that live there. He doesn't live on that block. And he don't get tickets for them being parked there. That I have noticed, that he don't ever, when they're street cleaning, he don't get tickets. What about us that have been paying tickets because we didn't get up on time? Those 2 are my major concerns. What was those? Oh yeah, are you guys getting ready to change our street name?
East 33rd? No.
Well, why was it the color of the sign is changed? The sign on 19th is now gold. Almost all of 33rd is marked off. So I'm trying to figure if you're moving us without telling us.
No. I'll definitely follow up, and I would love to do a sidebar, because they not only
19th Street itself is gold.
on East 33rd, they not only park in those vans, they doing mechanic outside, throwing oil on the floor. It's disgraceful what they doing, and the problem
And
that
he
I have.
works on other people's cars. They bring him there. He works on the cars.
Thank you. And they don't get any ticket. And those vans, they park there all the time. When the street cleaning passing by, they don't get ticket. I need to find out what is the problem. First of all, those commercial vehicles overnight, they shouldn't be parked. They should not be parked there overnight, and not even during the day. You cannot use City Street to conduct the business, and that's what they're doing there. But I'm on top of that. I report it, and I'll do a follow-up with you.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Council President.
Just a second.
Anybody? Okay. Thank you. I've said what I came to say.
Council President.
Omar.
Ma'am.
Can I
ma'am.
get her phone number? You give it.
Ma'am.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes, so I just want to, because you didn't just address, your issue was not just the mechanics. You also talked about the streets, the potholes. You also addressed the gold marking. So we have to identify actually what's going on with the gold markings, what that is about. There are some streets in the 3rd Ward that are on the list tonight to be voted upon for paving in the 3rd Ward. If it is not on the list and we have not approved it, we can definitely advocate to make sure that we're just not filling the pothole, but it actually gets repaved. All right, I just wanted to address all your issues. It wasn't just one. I want to make sure that you understand that we hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming out.
And we have a list on the agenda today. We have a list of roads in the 3rd Ward that we're voting on. We already voted on to be paved, and we've been advocating for East 33rd and 20 also as well. That is in really bad shape.
Council President.
Yes.
Council
20th Ave
Council
is
President,
terrible. A lot of
question,
potholes.
regarding the sign,
ca-
Council President, regarding the sign, you say you live in East 33rd between what, 19? Oh, that's the Jamaican Way.
No.
No?
No,
That's
no.
Jamaican Way
No,
sign,
no,
no?
that's not.
No?
No, that's not. I'll follow up with you. We'll do
Yeah.
a sidebar.
All right, I
but,
just wanna check the sign.
About the sign. But the potholes, the van illegally parking outside, the mechanic, that needs to be addressed. That need to be addressed, and we're working on that. God bless you. Thank you. Let's call the next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker, I can't make out the first name, but the last name is Geraldo. Geraldo. Geraldo, yes.
Geraldo, familia Geraldo? What's the first name?
Geraldo.
Yeah.
Geraldo, that's the last name.
Last name, there you go.
It's H. Geraldo.
Héctor Hidalgo.
Oh, Hector? Okay.
Yeah. No necesitamos intérprete.
Héctor, Councilwoman Dávila, I got you. Don Héctor, hable un poquito pegado del micrófono cuando vaya a hablar.
Ok, buenas noches.
Good evening.
He venido para decir, dar un complaint que yo vivo en el Leiro con Military. Entonces,
So, lo voy a traducir si está bien. So,
Okay.
he came to give us a complaint. ¿Dónde usted vive?
156 de Leiro.
Ah.
Slater.
Slater.
150
So he came
Slater.
to have a complaint. He live at 156
Ahora
Slater.
mismo hay muchas personas debajo de los puentes
There's a lot of people under the bridge
y mucha basura.
and a lot of garbage.
He llamado 2 o 3 veces a la ciudad y no
No
va nadie.
Ha llamado 2 o 3 veces para que lo limpien. I have called in a multiple time and nobody go and clean it up.
Toman, usan
They
droga
drink,
también, se
they use
inyectan
drug.
también, y usan marihuana.
Use weed.
Ya.
They have kids that live around there and
Okay.
they have to see all of that.
Sí, todo ahí.
The school 3 is very close by that area, so
Sí, están viviendo debajo del puente.
those people that live under the bridge using drug, and all doing all kind of illegal activity, garbage everywhere. He called multiple times, nobody go and clean it up, and they were waiting for school number 3 to be fixed, and
Sí.
exactly that is supposed to fix. So, ¿quién usted ha llamado? ¿A obra pública? ¿Ha llamado?
Llamo a los números que están para la basura, para recoger la basura. Sí.
Also, he called the public work phone number, the number from public work, okay. ¿Usted puede repetir la dirección suya, por favor, una vez más?
El 156 El Leiro.
You got that address?
156 Slater.
Yeah.
156 later.
Sí.
So I want to say, yo quiero darle las gracias por venir acá.
Sí,
Le vamos
gracias
a mandar
por
esa
todo.
información al director de Obra Pública y vamos a dar del seguimiento. El concejal le va a dar seguimiento a eso también mañana.
A la mañana.
Ok, muchísimas gracias.
A la
Thank you.
mañana.
Muchas gracias. Que
Dios
pasen
me lo
buenas
bendiga,
De
señor.
nada.
Council President.
Gracias.
Council President.
A la mañana,
just a-
mamá.
Council President, just a second, señora.
Now, can you do, Councilman Velez, can you do a sidebar?
No,
Let me finish.
hold on. I could do the sidebar, but what she said in public, and you translate a little bit more. Déjeme decirle algo, okay? Yo soy el concejal de esa área. Ella dijo sobre la escuela 3, se está invirtiendo $7 millones para arreglarla. Esperamos que en el 2025 esté arreglada. Respecto a lo de Slater Street, donde se están acampando, ello es propiedad del Estado. El Departamento de Obras Públicas ha ido a limpiar en el pasado, pero vuelven otra vez a tirar basura, etcétera, etcétera. So, yo le voy a dar mi teléfono para que usted se comunique directamente conmigo cuando usted vea actividades que están inusual, entonces usted me textea y yo paso por ahí y lo atiendo.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, gracias.
Él le va a dar su teléfono.
Sí,
So let's go to the next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Council President. I think from
Thank
next
you,
meeting on,
everybody.
I'm requesting our constituent services
Yes.
director
To be in the
here.
meeting.
So
Yes.
if any of our residents
Yes.
come with the issues, he
It
should
should be
be
addressed
able
on
to
the
handle
site.
it.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Councilman Khalid. And I be
Thank
tried to be when a council members ask for the floor during the public portion, I try to honor that request. But at the same time, we need to understand that we cannot address every members of the public to come in because we're never going to finish our agenda. That's the reason why a council member should do a sidebar, have a conversation with that constituent. So let's move forward with the next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Carmen Chavez.
I agree with you.
Carmen Chavez. Oh, she already spoke, okay?
Thank you. The next speaker is Polanco. That's the last name.
Polanco, last name Polanco.
Last name.
He left,
Okay.
okay.
The last speaker is Chantel Jackson.
Last speaker.
Okay.
Oh, they all, okay.
That's it?
Yes, they spoke already. Oh, Chantel? Yes, how are you?
How are you?
Good evening.
Yes, I came straight off work. Yep, wanted to
Yes, you're more than welcome.
So, my name is Chantel Jackson, and I wanted to address the noise issue by 3rd Ave and East 25th. I got it, I think. Okay.
Yeah,
I wanted
speak
to,
a little close to the mic, Chantel.
How close? I wanted to address the noise issue on 3rd Avenue and East 25th. I'm a nurse, as you can see. I work 12-hour shifts, sometimes 14. God hopes I go home at night, right? I cannot sleep. I can't function. If I can't function, I can't take care of the people in our community that need us. I call the police over and over and over and over, and if they come, they clear them out, maybe, and then they come right back.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that there's a difference because I've lived in different areas of Passaic County, right? Why is it that I come home 10:30 at night and the police are directly across the street from about 20 men drinking and smoking on the corner to where I had to go drive up to the police and I said, hey, are you staying the whole night? And the young lady was like, oh, I know you wish I was. And I said, yeah, because I've been calling for 2 months almost every weekend, and this happens every weekend. And I love all people. I take care, I'm a nurse, I take care of everybody equally. The Spanish people come with the big speakers on top of the car, and I'm talking about the house is shaking. How am I supposed to take care of people at work? I can't sleep. And I'm tired of calling the police. Why are you chilling across the street from people drinking and smoking? So when I said to her, I can't believe that you're right here with 2 other officers on 3rd Ave, blocked off by where the mechanic shop is, and
Please continue.
and these 20, 25 men, female, young, Hispanic, drinking and smoking. She's like, oh, I thought they lived here. I'm sorry, there's only about 3 houses in that little area, and I'm one of them. How many people do you think live in those 2 houses, honestly? So she goes over and she talks in Spanish to them, and I understand Spanish, I'm bilingual. Oh, you know, the neighbors complaining, y'all gotta go, I was trying to let y'all chill. And I'm paying taxes, excuse me? So when y'all chill, you let them chill, we can't sleep, I go to work, I can't function, then here comes the complaints about the nurses and doctors who, oh, they're too slow, oh, where's my nurse, oh. I'm tired of calling the police. The other night I called, they played music from 12:41 a.m. until 7:03 a.m. That was the day before yesterday. There's condoms, there's bottles, there's empty garbage, there's McDonald's wrappers all over the street, and it's still there. And my question is, what can be done? Because obviously calling the police 2.5 months straight, there needs to be a different solution.
Council President.
Councilwoman, I definitely agree with you. None of those people live around there. I'm very aware about the situation.
You saw the
I've
video.
been there 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, calling the police from that section there. So I know we're gonna continue with the public portion. If I could get you information through Omar and make sure you get my number. That way we can do a sidebar conversation.
Okay.
Brief, Councilwoman Min, please.
Council President, you tell me brief, but you spoke for like 5 minutes. So I totally agree, because what happens is people are calling. Last week in last week's council meeting, I asked for a report on what should be the process for loud music, because when residents are calling, people are not showing up, and then they're calling council members. I get at least 50 to 100 calls every weekend per night, not in the total, per night, and sometimes go out there. Madam BA, we need a report from OIC in regards to loud music, the calls that go in, call detailed report on the calls that come in and the response time to those calls that are going out. they're not just playing loud music all night, because it's happening from about 11 at night till 6 in the morning or 4 in the morning. They have big woofer speakers on the ground in front of their house. I had a call myself, Councilwoman Cotton. I actually went to the location on 114 King Street, and I was shocked to see this huge boom box of like 3 levels of speakers, maybe 6 inches wide, out on the sidewalk. It was shaking the neighbor's home. So we need to get a report, Madam BA, from our OIC, even if someone has to come and represent in our Public Safety Committee, Councilwoman Davila, that could be a conversation, but to the public at large, because they said there's a team that's operating and doing it. The public needs to understand what is the process, because when they're calling, it needs to be done. And to the community at large, respect your neighbors.
Thank you. We just got one more speaker, members of the public. Just one more speaker to go back
So
into
one
the
thing,
agenda.
the speaker is not on the ground. It's on top of a
On
car.
top, okay.
It's like a little hatchback Honda Civic.
Got you. We
How
be
y'all
aware.
can't catch a, like,
And thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson, before the last speaker.
So, and I'm sorry you had to go through this, young lady. If you look at my Facebook page the other day, I'm out here in 7:30 in the morning while people are breaking the law every single day, police officers that are allowing for illegal road closures. This council has yet to take a firm stance. We have yet to come together and write a letter to the Attorney General about our dissatisfaction with how our police department is being run, because you're absolutely correct. That's not isolated to your block. I'm getting phone calls 100 times a week on noise complaints 2-3 hours before police responses are taken over. This council is where you come to address your concerns, and we have done absolutely nothing to hold the Attorney General as appointed officer who's running our police department how he sees fit. You'll see multiple 3 or 4 officers, to your point, on a corner, just sitting there, lights on, while illegal activities are taking place. In the meantime, to Ms. Clark back there, if you lived in the first ward, they will be towing those cars, because selectively they're choosing which places to tow cars while they're riding through our neighborhoods at 3 o'clock in the morning. Someone like yourself, who's a professional who has a job to go to, people are waking up in the morning with their car that was confiscated or stolen by the police department. So please, I need to get your information as well, because I have been on the state-appointed officer in charge consistently about his lack of concern or the lack of police response in these current in those kinds of conditions.
I do want
Thank
to
you.
say
Councilman Mendez, just a clarification here.
Councilman Velez.
Let's not send the wrong message. There's something that is called quality of life units in the city of Paterson. There's something that's called call of service reports. If you have any issues that you have reported before by address, the Department of Police has a call of service log. And I could testify that the amount of police taking care of quality of life on the city of Paterson is not a lot of officers out there, but they take care of the quality of life. I seen, I'm being witness. Let's not send the wrong information. Police department not doing the job. They are doing the job. We need more cops. We need more cops. We under cops. We only have less than 400 cops. And you imagine how the 400 is split on the whole 24 hours, right?
Like nurses.
So, and let me say this, there's a priority of calls, domestic violence, robbery, et cetera, the minimum comes loud music. What we have to educate our residents is that there's an ordinance in place that between 12 noon and to 8:30, you cannot have this blasting music, and if during the day is common nuisance or bothers your neighbor, you could call anytime. So, but they cannot say they show. You cannot say they're not showing up.
Council members.
they didn't show up 2 nights ago. It
Thank
went
you.
from
So,
12:41
so Council
to
President,
7:03 in
Council
the morning.
President,
Council member, you gotta wrap it up because I have the last speaker, and I
but we
appreciate
cannot
you.
I cannot say they don't show up, because as soon as you call, the dispatcher logging your call in a CAS system, and the call had to be cleared by the police showing up or having a call from dispatch.
Thank
So-
you.
They don't
Thank
show
you.
up.
I
That's
appreciate
the
it.
problem.
Madam Clerk, let's call the next speaker, the last speaker.
The last
Thank
speaker.
So
you.
OIC, they're
Hannibal.
not showing up. I got proof that they show up.
Thank you. What's the next speaker, Madam Clerk?
Deborah Hannibal,
Last speaker?
last speaker.
Thank you. Council members, we have the last speaker with 3 minutes. Right after that, after this, we go back into the agenda. We have a lot of items to take care. Good evening.
Deborah Hannibal, Paterson resident, taxpayer. Greetings, Council President, Council members,
Good
Madam Clerk, Abdelaziz, glad you could join us, Councilman,
Madam Clerk, the time.
and to the administration. First, I want to say that today is National Voter Registration Day. So if you have not registered to vote, there is still time to do so. The deadline to register is October 15th. So please register. There's information to check your status. So for this election, I would say check your status to make sure you're registered. For first-time voters, there's a huge push, if you have never voted before, to register to vote. So the concerns are many here. So, and I wanted to say, go to vote411.org and you can get information. I was also asked to share that we're in desperate need of poll workers. So the rate is $21.34 per hour to work during the, what is that? Early election, and then $300 on election day. That sounds like good money. There was something that I noticed here tonight. There was something brought up about constituent services, and when Horatio McCoy was the constituent services person, he was here at every meeting. When Della McCall Fisher was the chief of staff, she was here pretty much every meeting. So I just see some discrepancies. I'm just saying the optics. So it would be great to have someone from constituent services here. Let's see what else. I get noise complaints too, and I'm not on the council. But people call me because they say they're calling the police and that they're being told to call their council person. And because people see me at council meetings, they're thinking I have all of your numbers on speed dial, which I do not. And I do want to say thank you to the Paterson Police, because when there is an issue, I'm going to call the Paterson Police. That's who I'm going to call. If there's any danger, that's who I'm going to call. And I do think that there's an issue with them not being paid. You have to pay people. If you want to attract and retain good workers, you have to give them a decent wage, and we need to do that. I'm concerned about an article that I read in July. I don't know if it's been discussed here, but the Paterson audits were late, so it resulted in delays in some monies to the health department, like the AIDS grant, HIV grants. I don't know if that's been rectified, but it seems like there are a lot of money issues here, that we didn't pay the retro to the police. And I contacted the Division of Pensions and Benefits. I'm kind of hesitant to speak about this personally, but I found out that the retro money that was taken from my paycheck in August 2022, I'm going to say that again, the money was taken from my check in August 2022, and it has not been received as of today. I checked today again, as of today. So almost 2 years later, money that was withheld from my pay that's supposed to be sent to Trenton is not there.
Thank you, Ms. Deborah.
Thank you.
A motion to close public portion?
Move.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion.
Roll call to close the public portion. Councilman Abdelaziz, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yeah, Ms. Clark, if you can, because I know you guys want to take off, you can make sure you leave me your phone number. Because this is becoming very habitual. It's very disappointing. And I hope I can gather your attention, because here's where people come to voice their concerns. Here's where people come to let the government know and understand that you're unsatisfied with the services that's being rendered. But if you pay close attention to what's happening here, it's the council that's we have a responsibility. We're turning a blind eye on how these things are taking place. If we don't know that potholes are overrunning our city, then why are you even holding a position? If we can't see the garbage overrunning our city and the poor job that's being done as far as garbage collection, why are you even holding a position? The sentiment is we're moving the city forward. Yeah, there's a quality of life unit, but guess what? You're still waiting 2, 3, 4 hours for police response when things are taking place. And this quality of life unit that they supposedly have has not improved on on call response. And furthermore, when you look at the mission, when I'm being told by the head of the police department, Councilman, we got to enforce the laws, and you're being very selective on how and where you're enforcing these laws. So in the first ward, I'm waking up 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning while my residents' cars are being towed. We're talking about hardworking professionals that are going to work, that have to take their kids to school in the morning. Their cars are being towed in the wee hours of the morning while gunshots are ringing off. Because the night that that I was there, if you go back and watch my live, the officer said, oh, there was 6 shots that was just fired, but he couldn't leave because I asked for a supervisor. So they're selectively enforcing laws in different places. This council has not taken a position on that. I've been the only one standing solo on how our police practices are taking place. The Attorney General has dropped the ball. I'll tell you one even further. If you look at when you do come to the council to have your concerns answered, there's an act that takes place. Oh, Madam BA, we have to do, and your concerns never get answered. Example, Mr. Gilmore, who is an employee of the city, head of the department, has a legitimate lawsuit pending against the city where the law department for the city has failed to answer, and that's not the only case that I've heard this on. They have failed to answer to the lawsuit. So we're going to pay out all this money. He sat here and he told us about all the illegal activity that was taking place. It went on deaf ears. The council doesn't hear him. If you go back and watch the film from tonight, as his time is running down, he's coming here giving us some serious concerns about what's taking place. Council President doesn't call upon the administration to follow up on those accusations. He automatically rushes him off the clock. Before the timer even clicked the 0, he started, okay, thank you very much. Mr. Gilmore, thank you. Rushing him off the clock. This is why these concerns are not being answered to. There's supposed to be a measure of balance here. We're supposed to be holding the administration accountable for things that's not taking place.
Okay.
I'm sorry, they won't I'll talk to you offline because they're not going to allow the back and forth. But listen, something else took place today. And Princess, before I get into that, Princess, you're absolutely correct. And I've written many measures that have not been coming before this council. Tonight they have one on, the one to extend your talk period to 6 minutes. We've reduced our meetings, so now you have less time to come here and consult with the council. So one of the things that Princess talked about was the dumping that's taking place on Route 19. I wrote a measure, I did all the research, wrote multiple ordinances to be adopted, and the council president continues to hold them off. The one is that will grant whomever, because the council, we approved this $10,000 fine. We haven't issued it one time. Why? Because we don't know, we can't catch dumpers. The administration hasn't made it a priority to catch these people dumping. So even when we do catch dumpers, the police department catches them and they let them go. They don't get charged. So what did I do? I put forward a measure so that if anyone in the public is witness to and records an infraction of somebody dumping, they will be entitled to gather 50% of that fine. For some reason or another, the council president doesn't feel fit that this item should make it to the agenda. But just think about this. If you're a potential dumper, and I know that 200,000 people who have a cell phone would have the potential of recording me dumping, what's the likelihood that I'm going to continue to just dump freely? It's not going to happen. But here they know they're not going to say anything. They're not going to catch me because I'm going to do it in the wee hours of the night. And, you know, we just continue to allow ourselves to take losses. I'm going to tell you one last loss, and I don't want to prolong this. But somebody talked about the transitional aid and us getting off of it, and what the city has now have to continue to ask for the state support. Just yesterday, the Housing Authority approved the measure to give a developer, it's only half, they broke it up in parts, but it's $130 million for them to go into Christopher Columbus in a facility that Christopher Hope, which is the old CCP, a facility that they have been managing for the last 20 years, that they've allowed to go derelict, that is falling apart. They have done poor maintenance. They have neglected this space. We're going to allow them to recapture $131 million, $130 million, that $15+ million of that is going to be a developer's fee, right? $130 million to rehab 315 units. Please pay close attention. $130 million to rehab, not build from ground up, rehab 315 units. I just returned from a flight this morning from Miami. While I was in Miami, I couldn't help but observe this beautiful building. Took a picture of it. Google will tell you just the name of the building, everything it's used for. It's called the Elser Hotel. And you can look it up yourself. The Elser Hotel. The Elser Hotel has 714 units, of which 646 of those units are luxury apartments that just over the last year, they sold and made over $80 million. They built this building for $175 million. So do a comparison. They built from ground up 714 units for $175 million. We're allowing an outside developer to come in and rehab 315 units for $130 million. They have 527 parking spaces. This developer here is not providing any parking spaces. In fact, the ones that he does, he's charging residents $200+ a month to use those parking spaces. A 49-story tower for $175 million. And I've been telling the council this, and look, on deaf ears, they'll pay attention to doing other things. I gave the example of the building that Shaq built in Newark, on McCarter Highway. You guys probably drive past it. 777 McCarter. 370 units, 225 parking spaces, $190 million. Here, we're rehabbing for $415,000 per unit. That is 3 times the national rate. That a developer comes in here and gets free money. This is not his money he's putting up. This is Paterson money, vouchers that come to Paterson that this council is responsible for overseeing. So when you talk about getting a city off transitional aid and you're making decisions like this, when you allow developers to come in here and build subpar facilities, you said you live over on 3rd Avenue, so I'm sure you live close to the new development that took place on 5th Ave, right? How many people do you know that's over there complaining about the poor conditions already? It's not even a year old, and the facilities are falling apart. That project, another $100 million project that the same developer walked away with $20+ million in developer's fee. Now I'm gonna say this last thing. All you gotta do is very simple. Go to your phones and just Google Jersey City makes developer build schools. You'll see all these things that come up where Jersey City has found a way to have new development. It will come to a new 50,000 square foot public school from pre-K to 5 for students. Developer, Nix's $310 million development project because Jersey City forces developer to include a school in the program. Future 16-story building, Liberty Harbor, North House. A newly approved site plan of well-known developer Peter Marco calls for a newly Montessori school on the grounds of this development. Jersey City approves 2 towers with school expansion. Developer to develop a new public school, NJ.com. The school for pre-K, kindergarten, and first grade students will be a part of the $350 million development project. All you have to do is just Google it. Paterson is losing because we have people making poor decisions, and that includes the voters. You have to start making better choices. And I'll say this lastly. As we direct the importance of what we do and how we spend our money, and Brother Carr, I need to sit with you and get more clarity. From what I understand, our contribution to the library was from $1.2 to $1.5 million. And I'm not sure what fiscal year. I got to go back and look at the budget that was sent to me. But from that one year to another, we did not disperse $1 million of that contribution. Now, if that's incorrect, and I'm going to get the documentation, but I'm tired of people trying to play down. You can't improve a city if you're not willing to invest in the youth. You cannot do it. While and although I do applaud the effort in by Mrs. Florio, but it just shows that the municipality is failing to provide. So we're now people who are who are doing the development we have to sit there and wait for them to decide that they're going to do something for our children. Is he going to do that for every single child in this community? No, it's our responsibility to do that. And if we're allowing developers to rake the city over the coals, to leave out of this community with $15, $20 million in developers' fees, on that documentation there was a request for that developer to contribute back to the recreation center at 60 Temple, and he said no. He told the city no, and go check the vote from last night at the Paterson Housing Authority. It was a unanimous yes vote. A unanimous yes vote. Now you see what Jersey City is doing. Well, you heard what I'm telling you. Now you can research it yourself. They're making their developers build schools. They're making their developers contribute back into their community. Here, the developers are making the money. They're leaving out, laughing to the bank. And then when they're tasked to maintain those properties over the last 20 years, look at the derelict conditions that they left the residents of Christopher Hope in. Anyway, I'm hoping that this doesn't go on deaf ears. Obviously here is not really being received well, but to the members of the public, to the voters, pay attention. Your roads are in the poorest condition that they've ever been in. This mayor, this administration has been given more money than any other past administrations, from COVID, from transitional aid. Just this year alone, our TA money was increased another several $1 million because of the relationships. But how is that going back into into the community? And listen, although Elvis and I, we got a beef going on right now, right? And people may laugh at him. You can't, because he's asking those questions. He's saying, how many jobs have you created? This administration, half an hour, but yet, never mind the facts that are just spewed off on how we're allowing for the money to leak out of our community. They're worried about how long I'm talking, but dispute anything that I'm talking about. How many jobs have we created under this administration? If you look at the presidential election, all they're talking about, well, we're going to create another X amount of jobs. When you have government, the job for government is to provide for the community. That's what provide economic opportunities. Well, what have we provided to you guys? Increased rents, lower quality living conditions, poor police response, dirty streets, potholes all over the city. What have you gotten out of this administration and this council? I'm asking you the question. Then the director comes to the podium and outlines that someone is blatantly breaking the law and nobody wants to hear from it. No one is asking the BA to answer the questions of what's happening with enforcement. No, we're not doing that. Anyway, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. All right. Councilwoman Mims.
So as I do every week, I want to thank the public that comes out in person and the public that watches, because you could be doing anything with your time, watching TV, cooking a gourmet meal, popping popcorn, reading a book, crocheting, knitting, or whatever you want to do, but you take the time out with us as we come to the meeting. One thing that I have committed myself to do, and I'm going to take the stand, as we sit here as a council body, legislative body, arm of this city, in order to get things done from this side, you need 5 votes. Now, sometimes it's a challenge, but you have to learn to work together to be able to get the items done. You might have a great idea, but if 4 other people don't see it as great, it doesn't move. There's some items that require 6 votes. You may have another great idea, but if 5 other people don't see it, it does not move. We have to learn how to work together. Even if you don't like or council members,
Council members, we are in the middle of closing the public portion. Councilman Cotton.
Even if we don't agree on things, to bash your council colleagues or to state we don't do anything or we're the reason why the city is in the place it's at, is not true. We as the council, and I'm sure I'll speak for myself, but I'm sure other council members can speak for themselves when it comes to the concerns of the community. We all live here. It's not like we live in another town or we live out of the country and we travel here. We live in the city. So we understand the strife, the battles, and everything that goes on. That's why on this side we sit and advocate for streets to be paved. River Street has been out for a long time. This council has approved it. The work is starting. River Street covers 3 wards. Tonight's agenda, we have many people that are contractors, electrical, plumbing, all type of contractors. This council came together, worked together. Tonight we approved private labor agreement to ensure that Paterson workers will get opportunities to get jobs in the community. This council did that. And we could talk about a lot of other stuff that the council has done. But I just want to say, as we move through this agenda, we still have 31 items left on the agenda that has to get done on tonight because things are important. We have some of our directors that are here. They've been here since early this morning. They sit through the meetings on tonight because they want to get a response and an answer. And I think it's important that they get to hear from everybody. For me, as I told someone today, I was out in the community, and I told them I don't need to take my stand in a political posture in this council seat to make myself feel important that I do so many great things when I'm not doing it. That's why I make sure I read my documents. Everyone gets their agenda packet on Fridays. Everybody. You have to read your packet. You have to attend committee meetings so you can advocate and fight for the things that really benefit the community. Sitting here and fighting on the day of the vote, it's not going to accomplish anything. There's so many things that process and we go through prior to the meeting. If you participate in those things, committee meetings, workshop meetings, reaching out to the administration, talking to your council colleagues, things will get done, and that's how we get it done. Madam Clerk, I don't want to go into a lot of the people have come on tonight. There's many concerns. Madam BA, she's not here.
She's behind the chair.
Madam BA. So please, all of the issues that were addressed on tonight, please adhere to them. But I want to say this. Last week, we talked about cannabis, and I'm going to say it again because some people may not watch last week. But last week, the language changed where they were trying to put cannabis anywhere near your house. It started off 300 feet to 200 feet to no foot, right by your house. So if you're okay with us saying, as a council, to put it there, let me know. Because I know you don't agree with that. So we voted against that, or we stood against that, because that's not right. It was 200 feet from schools, churches, synagogues, worship facilities. I work in a school every day with students. I did not support that. And let me say this in closing before I give my vote. RISE has been in operation for some years. RISE has made approximately, Paterson, listen, they have made approximately $50 million. RISE. They have 3 different licenses. RISE has made approximately $50 million. You know how much Paterson has got? $1 million. I'm going to say that again. I know it would be quiet here, and I hope the public is listening. RISE has made approximately $50 million, and we have only gotten $1 million. So who's wrong? Are we wrong for saying no? I don't want to buy my house. It needs to be increased. The state has to work on that where the 2% is increased. We're only getting $1 million. These people are getting rich, and they don't live here. For the most part, they don't live here. So we have to take a stand. Now, if people choose to go with it, that's their choice. But I'm going to say take a stand for the residents, especially the children of this community. And here's the final piece. The black and brown community were locked up for cannabis. Some of them are still fighting to get their records expunged. They're still fighting to get their credit together. It's a 3-step process to full expungement. And some of those people, their lives have been in shambles. And now we want to say, let's just open it up, give it to this person, that person. What about those people that were directly impacted? That's my soapbox. I'm going to stand on it. You don't like what I said, put me on Facebook, and I'm going to come on Facebook and let everybody know. $50 million went to the person that's making the money from off the backs of all the people that's coming, Paterson and throughout, and Paterson only got $1 million. Now, I know that $50 million to $1 million, I think I'll win every time. My vote is going to always stand with the community. $1 million to 50, shame, shame, shame. We need to get a channel on Paterson. Shame on cannabis. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. To close the public portion.
Mims. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, I was looking at Google, and I was looking at the Jersey City new properties, 25 stories, new development, the waterfront. You go the state park, all the redevelopment that's going on in Jersey City. But something that triggered me, one of the developers, Bergen and Lafayette portfolio, that have 5 driven rentals properties in Jersey City. And the statement that he says is, none of this will have been possible without the leadership of the Mayor Fulop and his administration, who have championed development. That's one thing. The second one that raised attraction in the comment on this article that just came about 24 hours ago says, Waterman, the city council president, this is city council president, added, for a project like this to happen, you need partnership. The government cannot do it alone. So this is the great thing that we have in our city, in Jersey City, in Newark, and any other cities, that we cannot do it by ourselves. We need developers. We need people that are interested to build our city. If you look 30 years ago, Paterson, it was a ghost town. Now you see Paterson, you see diversity, you see restaurant, you see new development. The amount of fires on this time is less than before because new construction have bring safety into the community. We have areas we have more than 250 abandoned property in the 5th Ward. Abandoned. It came back to life. Bring it on. If you want to invest in the city of Paterson, bring it on. I will cooperate for that redevelopment to happen in our city. And sometimes we in this side had to understand the redevelopment zone that was created by the state of New Jersey. Why? Because a lot of these areas was unfortunately vacated or abandoned and etc. Some people like to see city abandoned. I will not like to see my city abandoned. So anything that comes good to our city, we will receive it. And we could all testify, and every ward have been changes. In the 4th Ward, in the 5th Ward, in the 1st Ward, 3rd Ward, 2nd, all the way around the city. You know how my city will progress is the way I PR my city. If I come here and say my city is the worst one, people are going to think it's the worst one. Nobody's going to come and invest. Now, if we say we got room for improvement, we got room to do better, we got room to work together, we got room to do this and do that, people will say, let's invest in Paterson. Look at the Great Falls. It's moving forward. And it's in the 5th Ward. Thank you. This is the best ward. Madam BA, I know you have put note and make notes on every concern that had come. I know you will address it accordingly. There is issue with street cleaning. We all know that. To try to address, especially in East 29th Street, Mr. Price is always sending an email regarding it. Police issues, we know what we understand, understaffing. We could have this conversation with OIC to see we could put a zero tolerance plan out there. Loud music issue. Let me say this about loud music. I receive a call, right? I receive a call about 2 hours ago. Somebody invited me to a party in a patio with a band. And the first thing I asked, what time is it? They say they're going to start at 7:30 to all the way down 11 o'clock. You know what I say? I will go at 7 o'clock and leave at 7:15. Right? There's an ordinance in place. Me as a councilman, I had to tell my resident there's an ordinance in place. And we had to follow that. But if I go into a party and they're going to invite me, you know what the first thing why they inviting you? For when the police come, they say the councilman was there. So I'd rather not go. I say, enjoy your party and good luck. But I will not contribute on that. And it's true, Madam Councilwoman Large. We get frustrated when we get the calls, and they say, the constituents say they haven't come. But when they guarantee me that they're going to respond and they went there, et cetera, what we'll ask is the call of service for the address to see how many tickets they issue, how many tickets they issue after the call. You know, but we could find out. That's easy to find out based on the address that you call for, without putting you on the spot, right? And that's one of the things that we had to look into. I just want to say thank you to Marie Florio for her donation to this young lady. That means that we had to stop donating. You know, this is expensive. She needs to cover other expenses over there. So I encourage my colleagues to do the same, to give what their heart, the heart says to give. There's a gentleman that came here, Mr. Pamphlet. What's his name? Billy Pramp. He came here and say that about the Democratic Party choosing, et cetera. People have to understand that every party has bylaws, and we had to follow those bylaws. And we, as county committee, what we had to do to make sure that the party bring the best candidate or the person that they are going to represent her. Madam BA, can you do me a favor? The property that the gentleman came here talking about 156 later is the property behind the properties of City of Paterson. It's the state property. The last time we went there, we went with heavy equipment. We cleaned along the bridge. You remember that, right? But I guess the homeless are still bringing stuff and put it in there, and it's creating a dump. It's 19, I think, Route 19 behind Old Jersey Street. To see if you could send an email to the state to see if they could do the same thing and clean that back again the way it was before. Saying that, Madam Clerk,
yes, sir.
My vote is yes to close this public portion.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Abdelaziz.
He voted.
You did?
I did not.
You did? All right, Councilman Cotton.
What did he say?
Okay, council members, we're in the public, closing the public portion.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Have you, Councilwoman Cotton?
Councilwoman Cotton.
Go ahead.
Yeah. He didn't, okay.
Go.
Let me just say to everyone out there that you know, I know basically what I do. And I can say for most of my colleagues up here, all of them, our phones are constantly ringing. They're constantly, you know, to say that I'm not a good councilwoman and the calls I get, and I try to lead them to the right place because I know how it feels to be switched from phone to phone to phone, and you don't know who to talk to, you don't know who's gonna do this and who's not gonna do this. So it's for anyone to say that we as colleagues up here do not answer, that's not true. And I can just say that, you know, when we look at different things, and we may disagree, and I always said to my colleagues, you know, we don't have to agree. But you know, at the end of the night, you still know how to say good night. Even if we don't agree, you know how to still say good night. Okay, you don't hold nothing against a colleague because they don't vote the way that you think that they should vote, or they vote with how they feel, or what they think is good for the community. And there's so much stuff happening. And let me tell you, I know that there was talk at one time to my people out there listening, with the calls that we get, with the noise, with the addicts sitting on properties, with the drinking, you can't go to bed till 4 o'clock. I, as a councilwoman, live in a hot spot. I'm off of 10th Avenue and East 27th Street. So I know what it is. And let me tell you something. I have 8 hot spots in the 4th Ward. And everybody is closed by 10 o'clock except for smoke shops. They will stay open because the hours are to midnight. And they will stay open to midnight. And I can say that, you know, we have to come up, and I'm gonna say Corporation Council, if you can, we gotta come up with something because people, and they're hanging around the hot spots. So they're there half the night they're there. So Corporation Council, we gotta figure out what we can do, you know, especially with the smoke shop. You know, they're selling stuff out of there. You know, what bothers me with the smoke shops is that kids can go in there and buy a soda, a bag of potato chips. They shouldn't be allowed to go in those smoke shops. But they're in there. And so we want to say, and I just want to say too, but I know Councilwoman Mims had talked about it, even though we really got $2 million, but that's not on us. The state of New Jersey, the cannabis, the state of New Jersey, and we done said it many times to our state representative, that it needs to be increased. You have to increase. And what happened when they voted for recreation marijuana, they were supposed to put something in place to help all those that was arrested back in the day for marijuana. That hasn't even been done yet. And they really need to do their best to try to get that done for everyone. So with that being said, I just want to say that, you know, my line is always open. I know all my colleagues' lines are open to you know, to get calls and what we have to do. And I don't want to talk longer because we still got a lot of things that we need to do. But there's some things that falls in place in front of us that sometimes the state has to control. You know, state, let's work on getting those people that was arrested for marijuana. Let's work on getting those people expunged so they can get this stuff off their record. They can get a better job. They can get, you know what, my understanding now is that with recreation marijuana, that they're not even allowed to test you when you go for a job no more. The only time they test you is if something happens, like say you're in a car accident or there's an accident at the job, then they'll send you to the hospital to be tested. Then once you're tested and you find that you're tested for marijuana, then you lose your job. But with that being said, there's so much that we could do, but this, I mean, the calls that I know we all get. And you know, and the thing is, like, I'm gonna still guide you to the right place. I'm gonna do my best to guide you to the right spot. You know, people out there, don't let these landlords tell you gotta be out. The only one that can throw you out, people out there, is a judge. If you ain't got a court order, you don't have to move. A judge is the only one that can make you vacate your residence or whatever. So people are listening sometimes and they're not understanding. And I say to people, if you don't understand, try to reach out to someone to figure out how to go. And I can tell you one thing, Madam Clerk, lady, you know what? When people don't know something, you know where they send them to? The Madam Clerk's office. They get all kind of calls for all different stuff that ain't got nothing to do with what they do. But then they now have to guide them to the right place. And I said, I appreciate you guys, Madam Clerk, our Secretary, because sometimes I'm happy to be sitting in the office and I can say, this is where they need to go. This is the department they need to talk to. This is who they need to go see. So with that being said, we have a lot more left on the agenda. I don't want to go through, but I do want to say thank you to my council colleagues for my recommendation for Dolores Bradley to be attendance commissioner on the Paterson Housing Authority. I want to say thank you to my council colleague. She's a hard worker, and you have to look at people who you know is going to do the work. It's always easy just to throw a name, but if the name don't know what to do, then what good is the name? So we need to make sure that we put people in the right place where they need to be. And I know this, and with that being said, this is my guy over here, okay? With that being said, Madam Clerk, I'm sorry. I appreciate you ladies, I really do, because I see what you guys really go through to get, can you imagine, look at all this. Get this together for me. You see all of this? This is a lot to get together for a meeting. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't like repeating what other council colleagues says.
Okay.
It's been almost more than 45 minutes just closing the public portion. Every week, same issue. Only way we could move the city forward and solve the issue is taking action on the items on the agenda. So every week, same issues repeat one after another, and people get tired of it. Madam BA, I asked before, we should have our constituent services director here every council meeting and take all the issues, and he should reach out to every department and make sure it gets solved. And I'm requesting also, every council meeting, we would like to get a report on it as well. What were the issue? Was it solved or not? I have been reporting on the apps. I mean, it said it has been acknowledged, but there is no action has been taken. And with the garbage issue, I'm tired of it. I'm exhausted. I get phone call every day. That's the only issue I have in my area, second ward area. Garbage, garbage, garbage. It's filthy. It's filthy. Saying that my vote is yes to close the public portion, Madam.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will try to be brief. And right after that, I think that everybody used a good amount of time speaking about the issues. I hope that we could concentrate on the item that we have on the agenda, straightforward after I finish. So I just want to say that, Ms. Clark, I've been on top of that issue. And I called the police. I call the police most of the time. And we're going to stay on top of East 2nd Avenue and East 25th, 3rd Avenue, and East 33rd also as well. I report that the problem that is happening on East 33rd, Madam BA, and I need to know why we're not addressing those commercial vehicles that we have parked on East 33rd, and they should be ticket and towing people. They just leave in those vehicles there. They do a mechanic in the 3rd Ward. And also, I understand that East 33rd need to be resurfacing. I'm advocating for East 33rd, 20th Avenue also as well. But since I know that we're making progress and you have to sit here and advocate for your work, there's a list of roads that we already voted on to be fixed in the 3rd Ward. And it's East 34 from Route 20 to Manor Road, East 35th from Route 20 to Manor Road, East 36 from 11th Avenue to Route 20. Attention to my 3rd Ward residents. East 37 from Route 20 to Broadway. East 38 from Route 20 to Broadway. East 39 from Route 20 to Broadway. East 40 from Route 20 to 11th Avenue. And Linden Road from East 33rd to Port Road. Now mentioning that we already are on the River Street is on the construction also as well. Yes, we're making progress. Also on the consent agenda to my 3rd Ward residents, the lighting at Eastside Park has been a concern. We already voted on to make sure that we put lighting around the park, around the tennis court, and the ring also is gonna be resurfacing also as well. So those are some of the moves that some of the decisions that are affecting the third ward on a positive way. You need to advocate for your ward. You need to advocate for the community, and that's the reason why I'm here, to make sure that we have a better community. We're not perfect. The lack of service is a problem that we need to address, but we must have to work together. I'm excited that we finally gonna have our contract for the police department in it. It's been signed already. It's my understanding that it's going back to the state. But because of that, we're gonna have a lot of new police officers from other towns that they want to come back to our city. I know we are under the manpower when it comes to our police department. We must work together to help our police department and to work collectively to bring safety into our community. If you see something, say something, call the different department. I know dumping, it's been a problem. I've been in communication with the VA because we have $1 million to buy cameras, to put those cameras in those specific locations. I asked the VA, we had a meeting, and I'm on top of that. I know dumping is a problem, and also the bulk collection. We still have people that they're not calling, they're not scheduling. That's one of the problems that I have in my area, and in some other area, I request the DPW to put a package together to go out for a bid. I'm looking forward to have that discussion at the next workshop. What are we doing with a bulk situation? We have to clean our city, but we must work together to make our city better. And yes, we do making progress. With that being said, if you need to get in touch with me, you could reach out to me at my cell phone number, 973-930-1436. That's my personal number, Council President Alex Mendez. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. The public portion is closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we have some item on second reading. So let's take item number 2 on second reading, Madam Clerk.
Item number 2 on second reading.
Yes.
Capital ordinance providing for various sewer utility improvements by and in the city of Paterson in the county of Passaic, state of New Jersey, and appropriating $6,600,000, $6,006,000, therefore, from grant proceeds received pursuant to the Federal American Rescue Plan to pay the cost thereof. Finance ordinance number 24-033.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman
moved.
Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Public hearing is now open for item number 2 on second reading.
Seeing none, move to close.
See no, move to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Davila and Councilman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to close the public hearing on item number 2.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 2. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
My vote is yes.
Votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent.
Thank you,
To
Madam
close
Clerk.
the public portion, to close the second reading ordinance. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
A roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 2.
Roll call on item number 2. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Just another example of throwing money at an issue that we have no idea what the issue is really about. There's no reports on the conditions of these sewers and what we're spending. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
When you see the improvement in the city, that's why we getting this money towards it into the improvement of the city. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. Okay, the votes are 6 in favor, 1 absent, 1 no. Second reading ordinance is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 3 on second reading.
Item number 3 on second reading, capital ordinance providing for improvements.
Madam
Yes,
7.
I'm sorry.
It's 7 yeses.
7 yeses, 1 no, 1 absent.
Okay, I don't know why I checked off 6, but okay. 7 yeses, 1 no, and 1 absent.
Where the lady at?
Second reading, item number 3, capital ordinance providing for improvements to various roadways in and for the city of Paterson and the county of Passaic, state of New Jersey, appropriating $820,000, $20,040,000, which one is that? Okay, hold on.
820,000.
$820,040.
$40.
Therefore, from grant proceeds received pursuant to the New Jersey Department of Transportation's fiscal year 2023 municipal aid program to pay for the cost thereof. It's a finance item, ordinance number 24-034.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila,
Davila.
second by Councilman Velez and
move it.
Councilwoman Mims.
Public hearing?
Public hearing is now open. Members of the public who wish to speak on
See no
item
one,
number
move to
3.
close.
Second.
See no move to close by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to
Roll
close
call
the
to
public hearing.
close the public hearing. Councilman Abdelaziz? Yes. Councilwoman Cotton? Yes. Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. The public hearing on item number 3 is closed.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 3.
Item number 3, Councilman Abdelaziz? Yes. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
This is a grant we received. We're gonna now use it for Caroline Avenue, North Fifth Street, and East 37th Street that needs improvement. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Ordinance number 3 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam
Second
Clerk.
reading.
Now, Madam Clerk, we have item number 5, which is
Item number-
repealing handicap, and
Council-
item number 6, which is repealing handicap also as well. Let's do it. Let's do item number 5 and 6 together.
Okay. Item number 5, ordinance repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces on county roads, 714 East 18th Street, 52 Lafayette Street, 315 Madison Avenue, 155 Heldon Avenue, 669 Broadway, 410 Madison Avenue, 68 Belmont Avenue, 245 Totowa Avenue. Public Works ordinance number 24-036.
He's gonna do the second reading.
So move.
Now, we're gonna do 5 and 6.
Read all of them.
We're gonna
One
do-
is
Yeah, you-
county,
council
one is
members,
county, and one is local.
Madam Clerk, we're gonna do 5 and then continue with number 6. We'll
5,
do
6,
public hearing
7.
together and we'll be voting together.
Sure,
So-
okay.
We
Yeah,
could do
we
it?
could
Okay.
Yeah, we could do that.
Second reading ordinance, item number 6, ordinance repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces at various locations. Public Works item 24-037, 814 East 22nd Street, 180 Walnut Street, 67 Montclair Avenue, 404 East 30th Street, 420 East 26th Street, 7 Mercer Street, 698 East 28th Street, 17 Pennington Street, 351 Totowa Avenue, 96 Lion Street, 94 Bloomfield Avenue, 163 Sheridan Avenue, 124 Madison Street, 231 19th Avenue, 869 East 24th Street, 144 North 9th Street, 19 Quinn Street, 656 East 24th Street, 217 Paterson Avenue, 398 Sussex Street, 144 Liberty Street, 10 Cortlandt Street, 208 Kearney Street, 132 Jasper Street, 114 Beach Street, 833 East 19th Street, 360 17th Avenue, 338 20th Avenue, 362 17th Avenue, 287 East 27th Street, 18 North York Street, 46 17th Avenue, 650 East 25th Street, 9 Park Avenue, 814 East 19th Street, 25-27 Cliff Street, 128 East 27th Street, 173-185 Sherman Avenue, 73 22nd Avenue, 927 East 27th Street, 126 16th Avenue, and 185 Rosa Parks Boulevard.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, public hearing is now open for item number
Wait a
5,
minute.
number
Move.
6. I'm sorry.
Move.
It was moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. And members of the public hearing is now open for item number 5 and 6. If any member of the public wishes to
See
speak,
no one, move to
see no
close.
move to close by Councilman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to
Roll
close
call on
public hearing on
closing.
item 5 and 6.
Yes, roll call, Councilman Abdelaziz. Yes. Councilwoman Cotton. Yes. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President Mendez.
Yes.
The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. The
Public hearing.
public hearing is closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now,
Roll
roll
call.
call on item 5 and 6 for approval.
Roll call on item number 6, 5, and, I'm sorry, I didn't read the other one.
5 and 6.
5 and 6, okay.
Yes.
Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Please be aware that 5 and 6 is an ordinance repealing handicap parking spaces. My vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman
My
Jackson?
vote is yes.
Jackson.
Oh,
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Ordinance number 6.
5 and 6. 5 and 6.
And 6, okay. 5 and 6 are hereby adopted on second reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, we're moving into first reading, Council Member. So let's start with item number A on second reading, Council Member. Item number A.
Why number 7?
Item number 8?
First reading, I'm sorry, first reading. Yeah. On first reading, Council
first
Member.
reading.
So we have a few first reading items. Let's start with number A, Madam Clerk.
Item number 8 on first reading, ordinance amending section 5-20O of the Paterson Code to increase the time limit for speakers at the public portion from 3 minutes to 6 minutes, sponsored by Councilman Michael Jackson, City Council.
Move.
I second it.
Moved by Councilman Jackson, second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number A on first reading.
Roll call on item number 8 on first reading, a City Council item. Councilman Abdelaziz.
No.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
before I vote and say the reason why I'm voting the way I'm voting, we need to understand that the council president has the authority to extend anyone's time. If you already see what's going on, our public portion was almost 2 hours. And we're still here, and we're gonna be here for a while because we still have more items. And so, it's not that I'm not supporting the public. Absolutely, the public should come here and speak. We just can't, and I cannot support 6 minutes. Just today would have been, instead of 2 hours, 20, it would have been almost 4 hours of public portion. So with that said, at this time, I cannot support 6 minutes. The council president has the authority to extend anyone's time. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
I'm gonna pass, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Kalik?
Very well said, Councilwoman Davila. My vote is no.
Councilwoman Mims?
So in actuality, to the public speaks for 10 minutes. They come to the microphone, they have 3 minutes. The president allows them to speak, whether they ask for it or not. He just allows them to roll on. I've timed them 10 minutes, 8 minutes, so you really don't need a law on the books to say 6 minutes. They speak for 6 minutes anyway. Just watch the meetings. The public comes to the mic, the timer goes on, 3 minutes, the bell goes off. They even acknowledge the bell. They say, we saw the bell, but I'm gonna talk anyway. So I don't see why we need a law in place. The residents already speak for 6 minutes, 7 minutes. I've even timed some people 10 and 12 minutes that they're speaking. So I'm not gonna support putting a legislation in place when it's already it's happening without a law. So unless we enforce that law, there's no need to put a law in place. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez?
You know, I want to see if I could get convinced. I want to pass, please.
You gonna pass? You gonna pass? Okay. Councilman
Yeah, I
Jackson?
pass.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So it's absolutely hilarious. The council president does not have the authority. It's the council that has the authority. The council president does not have any arbitrary more or unilateral authority to render or offer. It's the council as a body. In fact, I spoke to a council person today. I said, what happened? Why are we here? Oh, the council president made a decision. This is not how government works. The public being informed at the last minute, and then the council president being selective on who he wants to allow to speak longer than other people. That's not how government is supposed to work. If someone is coming there and they have something that the council president doesn't like what they're saying, he's gonna rushing them off the clock. I can't wait till Mr. Olivares gets back here to tear him up, because as soon as he starts speaking, he starts sweating. He's writing all over the place. See, the deal with this item is the fact that the council had elected to reduce our meetings. Therefore, the public, who normally comes to address the council, has less time to address their concerns. But if you ask many of the council members sitting here, we talk about how well the city's doing and how far forward the city's been moving. But it's obvious. All you got to do is walk around the city, and the results are right here. Many of the council members don't even understand its role as being the fiscal responsible body. As we continuously, there's things that just get passed or just go on and happen, and this council doesn't bother to have oversight on, doesn't care to have oversight on. How we pay former employees to work in the finance department as consultants because the people that's there now can't handle their roles. But we're allowing for those things to continue to happen while we cut $1 million from the library budget, and we don't think about how these things are relevant, because when people come to the microphone to discuss these matters, their time is truncated. But listen, I'll put these measures forward, and it's not for me. And obviously the public will have an opportunity to see who votes how and where people support what, and say, oh, we don't need that because you talk anyway. No, I don't want to be truncated because I'm not saying the things that the council president likes to hear. I want to be able to speak and utilize my First Amendment right to speak freely and not have to worry about my time being cut, and also have the time to address. And in fact, if there wasn't so many concerns, people wouldn't bother. They'll be giving up their time. But anyway, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Who are we missing? Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, one of the reasons we sweat back here is because those legs are so strong, it's like a heater on top of us. That's one thing. Second, you know, I have noticed that people come to the podium and request through the chair more time, and the council president granted that. And some people come, and sometime when council president had to put a point of order or try to put control in what's going on, because whatever comes from there is slandering, attacking, and no facts. Let's be honest. So if that's what Councilman Jackson wants, if he could talk every time that somebody comes and speaks 6 minutes, he could speak 20 on top of it to deliver the message. People could deliver the message in 3 minutes. And Council President and anybody that has sit in this chair as Council President, I have noted that they're given the necessary time when they request through the chair more time. The decorum is there. Council President set the decorum in the council. He's doing a great job on that. We are trying to cooperate to stay focused in the 2 minutes or the 3 minutes from the public to move forward the city agenda. And a lot of things that is brought up to the podium are not necessarily city agenda. Is facts that probably people are bringing that other people bring with wrong facts. But we want to make sure the public get the participation. They are getting that participation. And now that council president has also ordered to televise workshop. So that's another opportunity that people could come and bring their concern. The reason I let this come to the vote is because for the past month, Councilman Jackson was trying to bring it forward, and he always was trying to say that it was taken out of the agenda. Now is taken to the reality. And the reality is the people had the chance to talk to us anytime. The people had the chance to talk for 3 minutes, and the people could get the answer immediately if the concern are from this side. If the concern are from the administration had the due diligence to do what they have to do. Now that Councilman Khalid is rushing me, my vote is yes. No. Sorry, no. No. Yes to Khalid, no to this.
What did he say? What's your vote?
No.
No.
I say no. I say yes to Khalid, no to this. You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President? Council President?
I must have to say that I really like the way Councilman Jackson pays so much attention about me. If I'm sweating, if I'm hot, if I'm cool, if I got water, if I don't have water, I don't know, but he paying close attention about how I look, which is fine. I appreciate that. Whether you like it or not, I appreciate that. You know, I must say, and if you have cologne or I don't have cologne, he pay attention about all of that. But I definitely want to say that I don't agree. People don't come to the mic and speak anyway. That's not true. If you see people like Ceasefire, they came with a legitimate concern. As a courtesy, I extend the time. That's a problem that needs to be addressed. But we got a few members of the community that they come here to attack other council colleagues, to attack the administration, and I would not allow that. Now, everybody's free to come to the council and use the 3 minutes, but you have 3 minutes. And I'll be clear, I will continue enforcing that law as long as I've been here at the seat. I will continue enforcing those 3 minutes. So a few members of the public, they came in and they spoke for a little longer, but they came with a very legitimate concern that need to be addressed, and we need to hear that. This is the house of the people. We're here to listen to the community, but this type of legislation is just to disrupt this governing body, the functioning, the way we're functioning. We're here to work and pay attention to the community. And if you see this agenda, 70+ items, there's a lot of great things for the community. And this is the job that we're supposed to do here. If you ask me, we should not be making any other comment. We should be paying attention to this, this is the Bible for every Tuesday, our agenda. But some, council member, they choose to speak about everything else and talk about the same thing over and over in every meeting. And now, for the members of the public, I strongly advise you, if you have a problem with public work, we have our great DPW director, Billy Rodriguez, he's here. Why you don't address him? We have, most of the time, library director, Joel Ramirez from Health and Human Services. They are here. And I encourage every person that has a problem. You could call me, you could call your council colleague, you could call the director. We are here to serve the community. But most importantly, we are here to get the job done, and it's to get the agenda done. With that being said, my vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 2 in favor, 6 against, 1 absent. Item number 8 fails.
Another
Thank
one
you, Madam
that
Clerk.
fails.
Now, item number 7, Madam Clerk, on first reading. Let's go on the order.
Item number 7 reads, ordinance amending Chapter 212 of the Paterson Code to be entitled Filming Permits. Administration.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 7.
Discussion for a minute.
Discussion, Councilman Velez.
Madam BA, do you took my recommendation to increase it almost like Newark?
No.
Council President, I actually have, we
Madam
have
BA?
the Chief of Staff here who works on the filming issue with Della McCall. And so if he might be able to come to the microphone and talk a little bit about how they decided on the amounts.
Yes. Good evening. You can turn it on. Turn your mic. No, right here.
All right.
Yes.
Cool. Good evening.
Good evening. So,
So what's the question? Sorry.
the fees are in the package, but you have a question from Councilman Velez, just for the record.
I recommended in the workshop to put the fee at the same fee that Newark has.
Definitely, yeah. I do recall that. So if you and everyone else on the council agree, I believe that we can make an amendment to that.
We did amendment on the workshop.
Right.
And it's supposed to be amended in the floor today for that. So I want to do an amendment on the floor to put the fee as the Newark has it right now. Newark has it, 500 of basic filming permit and 1,000 expedited permits.
Do we have an outline of Newark's?
Yeah,
Yes,
right, and
it's in
behind
the
it.
packet.
It's behind it.
Council President,
Councilwoman Davila?
so I'm not speaking for the administration. I want to speak upon what we discussed in finance, okay? And so as the chair of finance, when this item was being discussed, the reason for those amounts is so we can be a little more competitive than the other towns. So when Newark was looked at and other municipalities were looked at, the administration felt that in order to be competitive, then we would increase, but not to the same amount as Newark. So I just wanted to say that if this council chooses that they want to increase and, you know, be the same as Newark, you know, this council will decide on that. But I just wanted to let it be known the reason why those numbers.
I did a motion, is a motion on the floor to increase it for Newark.
There's a motion on the floor. Can you give us a second, Councilwoman? Yeah, we're in discussion, Councilman Velez. But what is your motion?
The motion is to put the same fee that Newark has.
To put that, at
So
the
what's the
same
same
fee?
fee?
It says, okay, Newark has $500 for basic filming permit, 1,000 expedited permits, and the other one is daily filming permit for fee of $1,500. So that is the fee that they have. Right now, we only have the fee that they presented us is $500, $750. So.
Councilman
Okay,
Velez.
so there's a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Council President, if I may. So
Wait, we're in
Direct-
the middle. You want to retract your motion?
Director, because
He has
there's
a
a
motion
motion
on
on
the
the floor. I
floor.
need to know if I have a second.
I'll second it.
There's a motion on the floor, moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Mims to add to, make the same fee of filming from Paterson as Newark to make the fee the same.
Correct.
There's a motion on the floor.
Right, I just want to clarify the motion, specifically the amendment, because I know that the last supplemental document, there was a little bit of an error on the Newark daily permitting fee. It's, in the last outdated one, it's at $2,000 per day. It's in fact $1,500, which is what we are proposing in the.
That's why,
But
that's why
we're clear.
we put it.
So we understand that. There's a motion on the floor by Councilman Velez, second by
Council
Councilwoman Mims.
President. Council President.
I understand that.
Council President.
Councilwoman Mims.
Because we're in discussion. So are you saying, Chief, that the amounts are the same?
So the only thing that the amendment would change is the expedited fee, because currently.
So it's not the other fees. So what fees are similar to Newark? Which ones?
Currently, it's the basic permit fee and the daily permitting fee that we are proposing that is similar to Newark.
So what is not?
The expedited fee, it's at $750 right now.
No, let's not confuse it. Hold on.
Council members.
We
Councilman Velez.
have our permits right now, okay, our permit right now is 200. This is easy. The permits right now is from 300 to 750.
No, just to clarify, it's
Okay,
from
yeah, no,
300 to
that's what I'm
500.
saying. You say 300, and we put in 500 on the basic filming. And instead of 750, we put in 1,000 to expedite permits. Okay, that's what we put in the ordinance. In the daily filming fee, you have, will be 1,500 up to 750. So we put in a fee of 1,500
Up front.
on daily, on front.
Right, so.
Okay, not 750 up to 1,500.
No. So just to clarify again, the
It's an
basic permit
increase.
fee, we are proposing an increase to $500.
Council President, I would like to retract my second, please.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Mims.
I would like to retract my second, please.
And let the record reflect that Councilwoman
What is the
Mims
permit right now?
retract her motion.
It's 300, and we are proposing to increase it to 500.
No, it is not saying it here, sir.
It isn't there. Councilman.
Councilman Jackson?
What have we collected last year to date in these fees for filming?
I do not have that information on hand. I can definitely circle back and provide you with that information.
Madam BA,
I don't have a total amount either.
you have a ballpark?
Okay, you got it.
No, because Ms. McCall is the one who processes all the payments, so I don't know.
That money's being utilized for what?
It goes into the general budget, yep.
And we don't know how much the,
Council President, I'm retracting my motion. I got the fee updated.
Thank you, Councilman Velez, for retracting the motion. That means that, so we're moving forward with
Well,
this
we're still-
item, but we continue. If there's no other question, Madam BA, make sure you provide the request from Councilman Jackson about the total amount that we being collected from our filming, okay?
Council
So,
President.
roll, council members? We good?
So just a final point of discussion.
Councilman Mims?
So my point is, and I understand that increasing fees helps with whatever revenue gaps we have, but my prayer is that with the money that's received, we can do better in the quality of service that is provided to the residents of this community. We have to make sure that that happens with the garbage, the pickup, the littering, the dumping, all the stuff that's happening, that if these fees are being voted on and approved tonight, that money be allocated to ensure that it goes to those quality of life issues that our residents are complaining about. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. So roll call, Madam Clerk, on this item?
Roll call on item number 7 on first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz. First reading, yes. Councilwoman Cotton.
No, they did, if I can, they did withdraw, and you're saying that we're charging 500 more on one of them?
No, so we were just increasing the basic permit fee from 300 to 500, and the expedited fee, the expedited permit fee,
Right.
to 750, and the daily permitting fee, or filming fee, I should say, to 1,500.
Let me just say, you don't have no kind of figures from none of them years? Like 21 and 22 and 23, you ain't got no figures?
Nothing.
From none of them years? Like, how you
But
don't
we
have?
just, Javier was just able to look up, it's from January of this year, we have $36,250.
January to now?
Mm-hmm, yes,
Okay.
From January to now, Madam BA?
Okay,
correct.
Okay.
okay.
All right.
All
So-
right, this is first reading. Just
Yes.
try, to have those figures if you can next time.
Sure,
Before
not a problem.
Before the second reading next month.
No
Thank you. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila. Councilwoman Davila.
Councilwoman Davila? Councilwoman Davila? Oh.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
So it's a first reading. I would like to see the dollar amounts of what we've received in the past from all the movies that's been provided. I know that in the past, we talked about the movies and there being some level of allocation to the Paterson Parks, Friends of Paterson Parks. I would like to see those allocations of what that was. Not that I'm against this at this point, but I'm gonna vote no because we don't have that information before us, and I think it's prevalent to us moving forward. So I'm gonna vote no on tonight, but please have that information readily available for second reading. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez.
Another thing that we had to look into it, the Board of Education increased the insurance policy from 3 million, from 1 million, 2 million to 3 million, 2 million. For use of any property in the schools, they had to put a higher policy to cover any kind of event. If we could look into increasing also the requirement of policy, because if something happens, I know they're probably not gonna have the amount of money, and we don't want to see liability against the city. So if you could look into insurance or permits, okay, to increase the policy on it, that they had to surrender will be good to be covered, just in case something happens. Saying that, I'm satisfied with it because they satisfied what I was looking for, My vote is yes for the first reading.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. One of the things that I would like to see with this legislation is from January until now, we collect those 37,000 and change, is my understanding. I would like to see this money not going into the general account, but more into our children to support filming, music, art, and find a way to reallocate this funding. It would be nice, Madam BA, to just not get this little, whatever we make out of filming into the general account. This will motivate other kids to get into filming, music, art. They will be important. We got even our library director here, so we're speaking about funding and being creative. Can you imagine that the money from filming, we, through the library director and the budget, we could reallocate some of the funding for filming, music, art. It will be amazing. So that's the conversation that I would like to have. I'm definitely going to support this, but I'm going to put a lot of pressure into this, to make sure that this money doesn't go into the general account, but more into some area like the library to encourage our children into filming, music, or other attractive activity for our children. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 7 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. First reading ordinances is adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the regular meeting of October 15th, 2024.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 9, Madam Clerk. On first read. Item number 9 on first reading. That's them.
Item number 9 on first reading, refund and bond ordinance of the City of Paterson and the County of Passaic, State of New Jersey, the city, authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $2,750,000 aggregate principal amount of general obligation refunding bonds on the city to undertake an energy savings improvement program and appropriating the proceeds thereof. It's a finance item.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Velez.
Discussion?
Councilman Khalid.
Madam BA, can you give me the overview of item number 9?
Sure.
And on page number 5, project funding and revenue sources, can you break down that page for me as well?
Yeah, so I actually have some of the gentlemen from ABM are here, and they have provided, I believe, some packets that are maybe in front of you. So I would ask that maybe they come up to the podium. This is something that we have been talking about, the infrastructure upgrades that we need, and using this tool to do so. That's called the Energy Savings Improvement Plan. And they can talk through, we scaled this down from our last conversation. We were using, we were going to be doing a project or using about 7.2 million of ARP funds. Now we're using 2 million of ARP funds, but we have other, the supplemental funding from our supplemental TA, as well as the bond, which is what actually number 9 is. So I'll let these guys talk a little bit about what the project looks like.
Okay. So number 9 is the bonding amount, correct?
Correct. So that's the
Item
bonding
9.
amount.
But that this money is gonna go into the project of, I thought the item was taken off.
It was removed and they brought it back.
Yes.
They didn't bring it to
I'm sorry,
workshop
I wasn't
this
here
tonight.
at the last workshop. Maybe it wasn't there.
It wasn't on workshop. They brought it back tonight. It wasn't on workshop.
It was on the workshop agenda.
Last week?
Yes, and we were talking about, but what we did is we didn't have the final amount, so we said that we were going to be, that we sent the items home on Friday.
So instead of 7.something million, now it's gonna be 5.551 million for those improvements.
Correct.
Okay. And where is this 1.15 million coming from?
That's supplemental transitional aid that we received from the state of New Jersey for specific projects, including part of the renovations around the health building and part of the roof repairs at Riverside Vets.
So that's the amount part of health building renovation.
It is going towards this overall project, correct?
But where is this money, actual money, coming from? Overall, just the transitional aid amount is not allocated to anything. You could use it for general.
No, you have to use it for the specific projects that we requested. So we have 1.15.
And from our ARP fund, we're using 2 million.
Correct,
And we're bonding 2.7 million.
correct.
Thank you.
Council President?
Thank you. I'm sorry, just Councilwoman Mims. On that note, you're next. But Madam BA, can you elaborate a little bit more, just on the same line of thought that Councilman Kalik and question has? The 2.7 million, there's a bond that we're taking. How are we planning to pay this money? I understand that we're planning to pay that with a saving.
Correct.
Can you elaborate?
Correct. So each year, the city is saving money, and then we are going to be using that money to pay down the debt service of this bond.
So that money is going to be reallocated directly into to cover the
Correct.
to offset this debt.
Correct.
Okay, Councilwoman Mims.
So, just to add to that, if the savings does not equate, that means that ABM would have to write a check to the city, correct?
That's correct.
I just want you on record. I want the community to hear this. So originally, to the public, and then I'll have some points. To the public, this was a $7.4 million project, right? Council had some concerns. It didn't move forward, so it reduced from 7.4, now we're down to 2.75, correct?
5.6
5.6.
Yes.
But 2.75 is the energy savings improvement plan dollars.
Correct, the bonding side.
Right, is the bonding
actual
side.
savings amounts. will
Through
be
the state program called the Energy Savings Improvement Plan.
Correct.
Okay, so the ARP dollar amount is $2 million, correct? Okay. The supplemental funding, we had a conversation regarding a 1.150, which alarmed me because you said to me, I said, well, where's the funding coming from? And you said you were told veterans and the behavioral health, which was connected to the health department.
So the Riverside Vets Community Center and the Board of Health buildings.
So the Riverside Vet and the Board of Health
Board of
buildings.
Health buildings.
Okay. So from those actual projects itself.
So I'll defer.
I might.
Wait, I just want clarity because that doesn't
Yeah.
make sense.
No,
This is
that's-
saying supplemental funding from New Jersey.
Yeah, it's supplemental TA. Each year, we had for 3 years, we requested certain projects that the state gave us an extra, one year it was 8 million, another year it was like $10 million.
Yes.
We used that to buy 30 police cars, for example.
Yes.
We had different requests for different departments. We had a request that we put in for the health building, and we had a request for the Riverside Vets building. The total amount that we got from that was the 1.15, but it doesn't cover the total amount of the projects that are needed there. So this is helping us, this project, the whole ESEP is helping us cover the remainder
So
of the
just to put on
projects.
the record, now the allocation difference now, it will not be on the back of the taxpayers, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The ARP dollar amount is no longer 7.4. It has been reduced to $2 million, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The list has a, Council Bro?
No, go.
Oh, so in the new adjusted list, there's only a few items that were pretty much removed or not included, but there's still a robust list that was presented to this council. A lot of times it's not about not supporting, it's about making sure that it's cost effective and that the taxpayers are not big taxed at a high interest rate, or for the most part, we won't be sitting here by the time that bond would have came back for it to be paid back to the community. So I'm happy to know that there has been some due diligence done to make sure that our concerns and our voices were heard, to ensure that we have our buildings up to code and that it's safe. So with that being said, Council President, I'm ready for the vote.
Thank you, Council.
no,
And I have to
Council
and I have to commend the council. I have to congratulate all my council colleagues because they went down hard on you guys on the last meeting. But guess what? They asked tough questions, and because before it was 7.4 million directly from our art money from the state. Now, look at now, it's totally different what we have in front of us, since this is something that we could vote and relay on. So we ask the questions. I think we're ready for a vote.
Council President.
Councilwoman Catlin.
Let me just, thank you, Council President. I just want to say that when I'm looking at this spreadsheet that you prepared for us, the green is what you actually going to be working on.
Correct.
The ones in the green.
Correct.
Now, everybody know we've been sitting in the Riverside vet, and that thing been blowing. Do y'all know what's been blowing? We should have been on the roof, but it's in the back of the pool, wherever it's at, and it's blowing, and it's cold, and our seniors are in there, and it's awful. That big hole they got in the wall that's blowing, which should be on top, but I see we got 4 buildings.
Yes.
Riverside Vet, that's very important because that's our seniors there. No, I just want to make the audience aware of what's happening when our seniors are sitting in Riverside Vet from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock. This thing is blowing air in there, and it should be on top of the roof, but it's right there. It's making all kind of noise, and so we got DPW, we got the Board of Health, which we already know the Board of Health needed that air-conditioned HVAC unit. So when I'm looking at the green, I'll just say to my colleagues, everything in the green is what they're going to be working on. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. That will be fixed. We will.
Thank you, President.
Councilman Jackson.
So just for a point of clarity, these items have to come back before us once they go out for a third-party bid?
That is correct.
So various, for the various portions of the project, right?
Yep. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 9.
Roll call on item number 9, Councilman, for first reading, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
I would like to get an updated list of the improvements, what has been deleted, and
It might be in the packet that you received on Friday.
okay.
Yeah, they sent it.
Okay, and this, we do need improvement on those buildings, and my for first reading, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
Let me think about it. So, thank you for answering my pointed questions and me being able to drill and to make sure, as you know and understand, that we have to make sure as we're sitting on this side, that is not about what we want to do, but is really about the safety and the priority of not just the residents, but the employees of the city. They are working in those buildings and the facilities. People visit those facilities, and we have to make sure everybody is safe. With that being stated, my next life, I might be on one of your head CFOs in the build company, but my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez.
One thing I gotta say is, if anything that was presented here was not the facts, then probably I will vote no. But a lot of things that have been presented here is things that have hit the headline news in the city of Paterson, like the closing of the Board of Health. And that's one of the cases that hit the headlines, but there was other instances that was closed because there was no heat, or it was closed, there was no AC. The situation with the city chambers, the roof falling, that hit the headline news. And other times the boiler was not working, it closed, the city was called to call the situation. And the other things that the seniors deserve better. So everything that have been submitted to us is facts, that we need to take action on it. And the city through the council hire you guys to make the analysis and the audit to make this possible. And what happened? Oh, so the city make the first step to hire you guys to make sure the audit, the analysis, and the assessment was what really the city needs. Now the actions come forward, and hopefully moving forward, the residents of Paterson will not see all this building back in the headline news in a negative way, that they will see it in a positive way moving forward. So saying that in the first reading, my vote is yes. If anything changed, probably not. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to commend the council. At the last meeting, we asked a lot of tough questions that helped ABM to come back with a different proposal and a different way to finance this project. So now you got my support. One of the things I'm going to say that we're going to follow up. I know you have to come back for a bidding process, so we're going to have to approve those bids. So we're going to be in communication. We're going to follow up. We're definitely going to see those buildings in a better condition, better shape. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 8 in favor, none against, 1 absent. Item number 9 is adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the regular meeting of October 15th, 2024.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 10, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Item number 10 on first reading, ordinance vacating a portion of Cumberland Avenue, south of Totowa Avenue, and extending to River Terrace, where the said portion has not been utilized as a public roadway. Sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lalisa Mims, Public Works.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Marisa
Discussion.
Davila, second
moved
by,
No, Council President.
It's mine.
I'm sorry, moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez.
Davila
move.
and Velez.
Davila and Velez,
Yes.
second, and Councilman Mims are
And I
moving,
ask for
correct?
discussion.
And also, Council President, I
Discussion, I'm sorry, who
Yes.
asked for discussion?
Discussion.
Councilwoman Davila, then you next, Councilwoman
Okay,
Velez.
so, I'm happy to see this item. I have been for quite some time working with the council president of Little Falls, who is the owner of Scoba's Monuments over on Totowa Ave. And this item has been to us. I know it was removed by the administration. There was some stuff going on back and forth. So Councilwoman, I'm very happy to see this item here. Interestingly, as a sponsor, I'd like to be added to that, as it's something that I have been working on with him, and I know you as well. So I'd like to add myself to that, and to finally say to Mr. Scoba that finally, after so many years, finally, it's going to get done. And I don't think anyone here, and if you've gone there and you've seen, I know Director Rodriguez, you know, because I know this has been discussions back and forth, but I'm happy that it's here now, it's getting done, and I'm in full support. So thank you very much, Council President.
Council President.
Councilman
Council President,
Jackson.
I was next.
I'm sorry, Councilman Velez and Councilman Jackson.
So, so I'm glad that this came. I have numerous emails sent when this was on the, and Director Billy is aware of it. Councilman Khalid was real aware of this situation. I was the sitting chairman of DPW. Numerous email was sent back, and legal is aware of the communication to expedite this. Also, Councilwoman, I would like to be a sponsor on this, please. As we had the conversation before, off record, too.
Thank you, Councilman Velez, and I have Councilman Jackson and Councilman Mims next.
So, Council President, thank you. So I noticed there's a report from a surveyor here that's certifying some of the information. Was there a traffic study done?
Yes.
Where's the traffic study?
It should be attached. If it's not, we can make sure it's for the next meeting.
It was approved by the board,
It was approved 2 years ago.
Approved by whom?
by the zoning board.
No, the
Yeah,
director's there.
the traffic study was done when Hung Chow was still
Oh,
here.
Hung Chow.
Yes,
Yeah, he
2
did,
years
yes.
ago.
Director, we what happened. I mean, I don't need it at the moment, but you have
We'll get it to you.
certifying it.
No problem. We'll get it to you.
All right, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Mims.
So, perfectly said, Councilwoman Davila. So when I was reached out in regards to this item, it has been a stalemate for about 2 years. So I went to the location. I want to commend Director Billy, the engineer, because I went to see like what's holding it up. But I wanted to make sure that all council members, because sometimes when vacate comes up, there's a lot of questions. But when you go there, it's the cemetery, it's just a strip, and it's the business. There's nothing there. You can't drive anything through it unless you're gonna drive a tombstone through there. There's nothing there. So when he reached out, I had to meet me there.
Oh, yes.
And it was a no-brainer. So we're pushing it forward to get it done. There's nothing to be put there. This is a no-brainer. I want to make sure that there were good pictures there so everybody could see it. And I'm sure he's watching. He's out of the country, but he's watching. This is a no-brainer. I mean, I know others may want to speak, but Council President, I'm ready to vote.
Thank you. Councilman Khalid?
Thank you. It is in the second ward. It is not by a residential area, and no public use that small little strip. There is a dead end, basically the dead end middle of nowhere. And also this item being, we keep talking about kicking can down the street. That's what's been happening for last 2 years. But she got it done. I give you all the powers. I give you all the powers.
Thank you, Councilman
Director
Khalid.
is
That's
there.
why I voted for you.
I probably emailed him, I don't know how many times. When Councilman Velez was the DPW chair, he received my email too. So power to you, Councilwoman.
Thank
and
you.
let's vote.
All right, roll
You
call,
heard that,
Madam Clerk,
Councilman
on
Al?
item number 10.
You heard that, Councilman Abdelaziz?
This is about time.
GT. I've been a part of the. I'm a founding member. I'm a founding member, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 10.
Roll call on item number 10 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Number 10.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
I'm going to quote Councilman Flavio Rivera. He said, no matter how it start off, it's who gets it done. Councilman Abdelaziz, I've always been a part of the GTD crew. Now it's officially on record. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez.
I want to say thank you to the legal department to take their time to draft. To draft it, to bring it here. Let me say this: this was not stuck nowhere.
We're moving quick.
That was only to draft the ordinance on it. Okay, only draft the ordinance. And once again, if you look at all the emails sent to Ayman Abushi regarding to draft the ordinance to bring it here, so who you gonna blame? Who you gonna blame? Nobody. So it's here. I want to say thank you to Councilwoman Lisa Min to sponsor something that we don't have nothing to do with it because it's the board. It's the board that approve it. But one thing I have to say, is the owner of this place have been maintaining, cutting the grass, maintaining it, and having communication with the cemetery to see if they want it, they don't want it. And they be maintaining it. It's fair enough. That and the good thing is going back to the tax rolls. Is Councilwoman, it's going back to the tax rolls. I don't know.
Council members, we're in the voting section. Council members,
So
we have.
So yes, thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 8 in favor, none against, 1 absent. Item number 10 is adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the regular meeting of October 15th.
Council President.
Thank you.
Council
I'm sorry,
President.
Council member, we only have 5 more items on first reading.
The gentleman back there, they want to leave because they want to see.
Director Fleming Solem Smoop, Council Cali, promised me that we're gonna finish this agenda on first reading. So let's go to, so we have the non-consent, so we have I'm gonna start with item 51 on the non-consent agenda list, Madam Clerk. Let's start down the line, please.
What we have?
51.
Yes, item 51 on the non-consent.
Item number 51, resolution authorizing award of contract to DSI Medical Services, Inc. for alcohol and drug testing for employees and pre-employment of the City of Paterson, RFP number 2024-18, administration resolution number 24:572.
So move.
Moved by Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 51.
Let me ask, who is this, administration?
Discussion, Councilwoman Cotton.
Let me ask you something. I know this is, the drug testing and, pre-employment, is it pre-appointment, physical or something? Is it a physical?
Drug testing, that's it.
Okay, what drugs are you testing? Because my understanding that you cannot test for marijuana no more.
I think it's.
I think
this is the
I think you
hiring.
can test for coke, but I don't think you can test for marijuana. I'm just saying. Every job I know, they're not testing for marijuana no more, unless something happens. Nobody can answer?
I don't know exactly,
What number is that, Councilman?
but I think it tests for more than marijuana.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
But you're really not sure
It's
what
overall, it's a general, it's a drug test.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it's not just marijuana.
But I'm saying, I know there's employees out there now that don't test for marijuana anymore, unless something happens and they
Correct.
do test. That's all I'm
Correct.
asking.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, Billy?
72.
I know you could. You gotta send people to be
No,
tested.
there's about 12 categories on the list. So when you get
Okay.
it back, marijuana is one of them, but we can't hold it against the employees no longer.
Okay.
What is this for? Now we talking about?
Thank you.
Yes, a roll call, Madam Clerk.
What
Roll call on item 51.
Roll call on item number 51.
What do you call the director for that?
Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik. Yes. Councilwoman Mims.
So before I vote, we previously, we voted on consent agenda, and I didn't realize that in the consent agenda, that my splash pad is in there, and I don't know, is it too late? That, I want to remove it.
It's late. We already voted.
Well, then I'm gonna make a request that I be a part of the move of that item for Bear Track Park, or my name could be added on there as a sponsor.
Okay, Madam Clerk, council members,
Which item?
Madam Clerk.
1 second.
Let that record reflect that we adding, Councilman Mins as the second motion of the consent agenda, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
For item 51, my vote is yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez?
About 3 years ago, I requested to include the council into drug testing and all that stuff. I don't know if we could qualify on that. It's true. Yeah, nope. We're in a vote.
Go ahead, Council.
About 3 years ago, I requested to include the council in drug testing, and but I don't know, it never happened. But my vote is yes on this.
Okay. She wants to be added as,
All right, Madam, we are in vote. I voted yes.
okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 51 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know Director Fleming from the library, he's here for 2 items. We got item 70, Madam Clerk, let's do item 70.
7-0.
Yeah, 7-0.
Item number 70, resolution honoring Luz Posada on 40 years of service to the Paterson Free Public Library and the City of Paterson, sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lalisa Mims, Council President Alex Mendez, Councilman M.D. Ford Uden, and Councilman Louis Velez, statutory agency, resolution number 24:591.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Velez, and Council President
Mendes,
Mendez.
are you not listening now?
No, I'm listening. Councilman Mims,
President.
Councilman Velez,
Second.
Council President Mendez, and Councilwoman Davila, second. And if you could speak, Councilmember, a little closer to the mic, sometimes it's hard for, so. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 70.
Roll call on item number 70 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Luz Posada, 40 years.
Yes? Councilwoman Davila?
I want to congratulate Luz Posada on 40 years of service. I mean, so many years, that shows your dedication, and especially for our children, because who visits our libraries most? Our children, young adults. And so I want to congratulate you. Sorry that it took 40 years for this, but congratulations. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik. Okay. Councilwoman Mims.
Before I vote, item number 39 in the consent agenda is still listed as Clinton Street Park. It should be the Jeanette S. Thompson Park. So could we just make sure it's corrected before we print it, so that could be given to her in the frame? My vote is yes. And congratulations.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez.
My vote is yes. I will do my comment at the last one.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to take the time to congratulate Luz Posada for giving 40 years of your life to the great city of Paterson. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent.
71.
Item number 70 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 71.
Because he's there
Resolution, item number 71, resolution honoring Thomasina Duncan on her retirement from the Paterson Free Public Library and dedication to the city of Paterson, sponsored by Councilwoman Lalisa Mims and Council President Alex Mendez, statutory agency, resolution number 24:592.
So moved. Council President.
Yeah, moved by Councilman Velez, Councilwoman Mims, Council President Mendez, and second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll
Council
call, Madam
President.
Clerk.
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
Both resolution came in petition through the chair of statutory agency by the director. And I submitted it to, with the instruction to legal that both resolution, I would sponsor it. And I don't see me in the 71 one. I don't know how that happens, but I would like to be included in the 71 too.
I duly noticed, Councilman Velez. Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that Councilman Velez has to be also a sponsor on 71, on item 71. Roll call, council members. Madam Clerk, on item 71. Councilwoman Cotton. Madam Clerk, let also the record reflect that Councilwoman Cotton is second item 71 also as well. Councilman Velez as a sponsor, and also Councilwoman Cotton second the item also as well.
Second, she seconded the item? Okay, thank you.
I'm a second, and so is Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Exactly.
I have you.
And then three move, Councilwoman Velez, Councilwoman
Velez,
Mims,
Mims,
Council President
Devlin,
Mendez, and two
Right,
seconds,
got it,
okay?
Got it.
Roll call.
Roll call on item number 71.
Yes.
Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Thomasina, you've done an amazing job. We're going to miss you, but you've done great work. Just to the director, could you send me a text on what colors they like, so when we frame it, it is color, the mat is in their favorite color. All right, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez.
So, Councilwoman Cotton and Abdelaziz. You know, when we talk about the library and we talk about the previous honoree that we did, we had to set a date for that, the one that we passed, but she was not available.
Council members, we can't even hear what Councilman Velez is saying. Can you?
I know, that's him, he need to shut up.
Just turn the mic off, council members, please.
So,
Councilman Velez.
so when we
Council members.
Hallelujah.
Continue, council members.
Okay, so when I'm blessed to be the chair of a statutory, and the Councilwoman Mintz also is blessed because we see things that probably other people don't see, right? Especially with statutory agency, library, courts, museum, and parking authority. But this one, when we speak about the library, all you guys is gonna agree with me. This was the second home of Kevin Milford and Elvis Milford. Kevin Milford was my stepson, and this was his second home. And the director could attest that. And everything that comes from those employees, I had to honor because they took time for them. And this is the second home for a lot of our students. Second home for our kids don't have no places to go. That parents has 2 jobs, 3 jobs, or don't have the time probably to dedicate to them. This is the second home. That's why I call for that meeting to the statutory agency with the library to get some facts to improve or whatever we could do to lobby for that second home of a lot of kids from Paterson. So I commend Luz and also Thomasina for dedicating their time with passion and compassion for the kids of the city of Paterson, especially what they did for Kevin Milford in the time that he was using that as a second home. Saying that, thank you for the service, and let's continue doing the great job that the library is doing. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Congratulations to Messina, Duncan. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Resolution number 71 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Director.
Yes, thank you very much. These employees have already been acknowledged by the library. We had celebrations for them, but thank you for acknowledging them on a public setting. When you give 40 years or 39 years of service to a city, it's remarkable. And the person, Mr. Velez, the person is Myrna Chalice, the young lady that you honored earlier this summer. So I'm grateful for that, and thank you. But I'd like to address the council on some things that happened earlier, because I came for this tonight.
Council members, we have council members. I have the director. Director, go ahead.
I came tonight to be here to represent my staff, and also we have something else on the agenda that passed on consent that I'd like to touch on too. So I don't come here too often, but I want to get some of your time. I've worked for the city of Paterson for about 7 years. I got about 20 years of experience working in public libraries, working in academic libraries. I do a lot of work on the county level, I do a lot of work on the state level, and on a national level. And every place I go, I represent Paterson, right? So and some of these programs and initiatives that I bring to different libraries across the nation, I also want to bring back to the city of Paterson. But we have to be able to think about creative ways. I understand there's budget crunches. I understand that there's other issues at stake. But we have to really sit down, right? I don't always get three bodies of government in the building: the administration, the city council. I have board representation. But these are some important conversations that we need to have. When we talk about investment in our cities, we talk about our children. We can't cut corners when it comes to that. You know, I don't talk much. I'm a very shy person. But it comes at a point in time that I have to represent for the people that I work for. And every day, I'm in the streets. I'm on the front lines. Our team, the library, we're working so hard to try to find creative ways of bringing dollars to the city, of trying to bring programs, initiatives, all different types of programs. I have a lot. Trust me, I have a lot of initiatives. I have a lot of ideas. I try to do anything from shared services, trying to leverage partnerships as much as we can. But we're going to need the support of the administration. We're going to need some support of the city council. We have to sit down and think about creative ways, shared services with different departments, shared services with cities, shared services with the school district, right? Mixed use facilities, being able to utilize already existing spaces so that we can make libraries work. But we have to seriously have conversations. I know that there's some conversations and meetings that we're having. I know the budget's coming up and everything like that, but we really have to think about the investment in our city. We have a city on the verge of revitalization, right? But you have to match that revitalization with investing in the future, because all of the infrastructure, all of the new designs, the parks, the playground, everything. Who's going to be able to run those in the next 10, 15 years? We got to think about what we do, my role, your role, the administration's role, the board's role, in making sure that our libraries and are just represented at the table. That being said, there was an item on consent that, number 50, that was on the consent agenda. Thank you for voting on that. That's bring a $1 million grant, a grant fund to outfit existing space in a housing authority community center, right? And so we're going to be able to take those dollars and outfit it. But if we don't have the support or the staffing, we can't accept that money.
That's right.
So we have to really sit down, think about creative ways that we can represent, and we can put things to the table, find some money to be able to leverage so that we can actually provide services to our public libraries.
I want to thank you, Director, for just being here, supporting your staff. But I also want to thank you for the outstanding job that you're doing with the mobile library. I'm so impressed. You're reaching out, our children, you're going out to all the different communities with the mobile library. And it's so excited when I see those kids that they get in there and they could grab a book and open it and read it. It's amazing. And speaking about budget, I already make a request, and it's about the funding that we're getting from filming. I know from January until now, I hear that we have $37,000. That money should be allocated to the library. So I'm making a formal request for us to allocate those funding from filming directly into the library to support all those programs that you have. It's on the floor. It's a request that I made it before, and I'm just reiterating that. So in support of the job that you're doing. So I want to say thank you.
So don't forget, Council President, that he also opened a satellite library at that we went.
On Third Ward.
Third Ward.
Heritage Place.
We have to talk about that.
Yeah,
State of the art. Yeah.
And also, don't forget that his birthday was this past week.
Thank you. Happy birthday, Director.
Thank
So
you
there's
very
a conversation, and I'm inviting the Director, Madam BF, for us to meet and have that meeting, have the dialogue, and see how can we come together. You know, I'm very excited about our mobile library, about the state-of-the-art library that we have in Heritage Place. I want to make sure that we get that done the right way, and our children receive that benefit. So I want to say thank you for being here, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a
Madam
good
Clerk,
night.
let's do item 61.
Thank you, Director. Don't forget to send me the colors.
Oh, yeah, the colors are employees. Okay,
Let's get
thank you.
these items.
Send us the color.
Item number 61, resolution authorizing the solicitation of bids for the Paterson Vista State Park Improvements Project, bid number 24.30 for the Division of Historic Preservation of the Department of Economic Development. Economic Development Resolution number 24:582.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 61.
Roll call on item number 61 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Davila? Oh, she's not here, okay. So, Councilman Jackson?
No.
Councilman Kalik is not here. Okay, Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
I want to see this moving quickly, because when you go up to the mountain in Garrett Mountains and you look down and you see the stadium, and you see the stadium, you see the new development of departments, and you see that the area is improving, but you see a blank a spot there that you want to see reconstruct, that people can stand there and say we have a mountain to see over Paterson. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 5 in favor, 1 against, 3 absent. Item number 61 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 62.
Item number 62, resolution of the City of Paterson in the County of Passaic, State of New Jersey, making application to the local finance board as applicable pursuant to ANJSA 40A:3-1 ET SEQ and previous approvals by said board, and B, 9JSA 40A:2-51 and NJSA 40A:2-55, finance item, resolution number 24-583.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 62.
Roll call on item number 62 for adoption. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila. Oh, she's not here, I'm sorry.
She's coming.
Okay. Councilman Jackson.
No.
Councilwoman Mims.
This is the item for the local finance board. It goes in conjunction with the parking authority item. Tony Perez has been a blessing to the city, and I definitely cannot stand in the way of being on the other side of not supporting him. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Let's see, Councilman Kalik. I'm sorry, Councilman Velez.
This is 62?
Yes.
Oh, listen, if we approve the other one, we need to have the other leg to make it sure that it move forward. So this is the other leg of the table. The other leg of the table, right? So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Davila.
My vote is yes for item 62.
Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes as well, Madam Clerk.
Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
The votes are 7 in favor, 1 against, 1 absent. Item number 62 is hereby adopted.
So let the record reflect that item 63 is out of the agenda. So let's move to item 64.
Wow, he didn't move it?
63.
63?
63 is
It's
removed.
being removed, yes. 64, Madam Clerk.
64.
Item number 64, resolution authorizing a contract amendment for the qualification/proposals for the design and permitting for the recreation center needs study for Division of Engineering of the Department of Public Works, Public Work item, resolution number 24.
moved.
So
585.
So move.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item
Roll
64.
call on item number 64. Councilman Abdelaziz. Yes. Councilwoman Cotton. Pass. You say yes? Pass. Oh, pass. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
So for me, I personally, I don't agree with one recreational center in the city. I believe that there should be multiple or possibly recreational centers in every ward. I want to commend the 6th Ward who's building their own recreational center with their own dollars. And so for me to be in a position to allocate funding for proposal and design to look for one rec center, I would do a disservice to our youth in our community. For one, our youth, if I work in education every day, I'm a mom and a grandmother. If anyone knows anything about the youth of this community, they cannot even go from street to street or even up the hill. It's beyond up the hill, down the hill. It's beyond that now. You can't be across the street from each other. So I'm just not understanding just looking into one recreational center that's tied to the police department. How is that going to benefit? The other thing I want to put on record is a recommendation or request that when we're doing anything with with the recreational centers, we should make sure that we have the director, recreational director involved, Assemblyman Benji Wimberly. He is the director of rec. What happened? You turned the lights off. No, but you can't see on TV.
Now it's darker in the screen. No, it's too.
You gotta turn the TV
Turn it
on.
on. Turn it on.
Now turn the light on.
Turn the light on. This guy want to go home.
So
yes to
for
everything.
There
me,
you go. There you
I would
go.
like to see that. I don't know where this is going to go tonight. It may even be approved, but for me, not having the director of recreation involved, Assemblyman Benjamin Wimberly, who's been doing that for decades, in addition to not being concerned about all the youth of the community, where we could partner with the schools and do all those things. That's just my stand. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez?
So, in this item, I took the chance and opportunity to have a conversation with the BA. In the beginning, it's how you draw a picture. It's how you draw a picture. And when the picture was drawn, it was said that it's going to be in the same building, the police are going to be walking through there and all that stuff. It's not that. It's not that. The acres that have this police department is a gold mine that it could do a lot of stuff in there. Now I brought my concern to the administration. They will note it, and they was aligned with what I was thinking about. We're killing two birds in one shot with this study. Our new headquarters adjacent to a recreation center. In the beginning, everybody was saying it was in the same building. It's not going to be in the same building. And the study is to put together what people took from those forums and put it in a place that is going to be beneficial to the whole entire city regarding how the kids going to get there. A lot of people exaggerate. I don't want the kid walking from Third Ward all the way downtown and this and that. We spoke to Madam BA. Madam BA came, also agreed with the idea of MOU, understanding with the school district, whatever, for transportation or whatever, to make a safe corridor. But this is a step up. I think that we killing two birds in one shot. We will put a new police department that everybody is complaining about, and also we will put a recreation center. And please take out of your mind that it's going to be in the same building. Let the project move forward and the study move forward the right way, and then when the scope of work comes in, when the dollar amount comes in, then we could start probably debating where we're getting the money, the funding, and to move it forward and to complete it as we want and deserve. Saying that, I'm not going to get in the middle of something that is going to be progress, okay? And at least we started with something. When the city come out of depending from the state, and some of us try to create revenues, right now we have to deal with this. And moving forward, I will give the blessing, making sure that it's right moving forward. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I'm
Even
sorry.
though that this is the beginning of
Council
this.
President, I'm sorry, I have to get back to Councilwoman Cotton. She passed.
She voted.
She passed.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay, good. No, you have to vote.
The thing is that the price, I think that it went up, but I had said before that for that area, it's always, we do studies. I remember back in the day, when my kids was in school, they had a program called Camp Becamus, where what they did was they were fifth graders, and they were sent up to Camp Becamus, and what they try to do is that send different schools to the camp. You know what? If we gotta do a study, why we can't get a study that we may have to buy property or something to build a recreation center? I wanted them to go to the YW on YW. I'm talking. The YW on YWCA. The study. Nothing can go down there, and that's my belief. Nothing to me cannot go there. I don't see how they can build. We need $100 million. Somebody gonna have to get on a vision plan and figure out how we're gonna come up with a recreation center. Down there, I know they saying they want the police department and the recreation center to be together, but we gotta start looking in other areas. even if we gotta buy property or whatever, we can't, and I know that you're looking at the property that we already have, it's not gonna work. I mean, you may think that it's gonna work, but when you know, they're gonna come back with a plan. A police department and recreation center gonna cost us $200 million. They gotta come up with something. I wanted them to go to the YWCA, it's between the 4th and the 5th Ward. I'm not putting no more money in for a plan. My vote is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I mean, council members. I think, Director, even though this is the design work on this project, I'm excited about this project because if we look at this piece of property where we have the police headquarters, it's one of the largest property that the city owns, and it's right in the middle of the first ward, the 4th ward, and the 5th ward. This new rec center, it will impact those the 3 ward and more need of recreation. So I'm definitely looking forward to support that. And even further, our police headquarters totally is destroyed. So our police department, they need a new building, and this is the opportunity to combine this project. Brand new building for our police department, and also a state-of-the-art recreation center for our community. We cannot thinking about having a rec center in every ward because it's almost impossible at this time due to the financial situation that we're going through. But being creative, we could definitely utilize our school building. We have a school in every ward of the city of Paterson, and definitely that agreement with the school to utilize those school buildings, the basketball court, and those facilities for our children. That's what we need to also work on. So with that being said, I'm excited for this. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Council President. Council President, the votes are 6 in favor, 2 against, 1 absent. Item number 64 is hereby adopted.
65, Madam Clerk, item 65.
No, 66. That was 65.
Yes, no,
64.
council member. 65, council member. This
So this is-
item, the item that we passed was
I already
64.
Jackson
Item
said yes.
65.
Yes, he voted yes.
65.
I'm sorry, 65?
Director, you look good up there.
Thank you.
Item number 65 is a resolution authorizing the solicitation of bids for the ARP2 Road Resurfacing Program, bid number 25.05 for the Division of Engineering of the Department of Public Works, item resolution number 24:586.
So
So
moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, Council President Mendez, Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Velez, and second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 65.
Velez didn't move it. No,
He moved, I hear him. He moved.
come on, Velez. Velez ain't open his.
Roll call, Madam.
I'm sorry, Council President, I didn't get all of that. Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Mendez,
Councilwoman Davila, Council President Mendez, Councilwoman Mims, and Councilman Velez, and second by Councilwoman of the 4th Ward and former mayor of the great city of Paterson, Ruby Cotton.
thank you. Roll call?
Yes.
Roll call on item number 65, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Before I vote, I haven't said much. None of these roads are my ward, but let me finish. I do organize Saturday morning walks during the campaign season.
Yes.
And I walked this area in the 1st Ward, Colonial Ave, Salem Road, Plymouth Road, Kent Road, and all of them were complaining about the conditions of the roads. And I'm actually glad we're going to be walking there again in the next couple weeks, that when we knock on these doors, we could tell the residents that they're going to be repaving these roads. And Senator Poe, Assemblywoman Sumter was with me that time. I think Councilman Davila, we met on that island.
Yes.
We met on that island right over there. We knocked on the doors over there, and they all complained. So I'm very, very happy and satisfied that these roads are getting repaved. It's not, Councilman Mendez, you were there that time also, right, when we were going door to door? And I know the 3rd Ward has a lot. I see a lot of roads in the 3rd Ward, so I'm very happy. But this is particularly because I went into that neighborhood and I knocked on doors when people say we don't get out of the 6th Ward. I'm very happy that these roads are on it to administration. And the mayor was also knocking on doors that day. So, Councilman Jackson, a lot of roads in your ward get repaved, and I am supporting it happily. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
There's all the streets first and third.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes. Yes,
Sorry.
I said yes.
Councilwoman Davila?
As a third ward resident and a homeowner for 21 years in the first ward, I am happy to say, and as your councilwoman at large, I'm happy to support this item. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Oh, hush.
I should have included when you was knocking on the first ward against me for my reelection unsuccessfully, along with your fellow cohorts. Yeah, sure it was. Sure it was. Same way he got his ass kicked. Anyway, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman.
Wow.
Councilman Kalik?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My ward border the first ward. I see all these streets, actually 2 blocks were from my house, 3 blocks. The Colonial Avenue section, right of Chamberlain Avenue, almost every street around there getting done. I see almost, this is the ARP second road resurfacing project. So everything is in the second ward. I do have a street in the first ward, Dixon Avenue.
Where's the list?
The dead end. And I'm gladly supporting this item. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
Yeah, the wrong list. So this is what happens when you're council at large. You can advocate for any ward of the city. And I just want to say to the administration, thank you for pushing these streets forward. These streets were in, they're in a huge disarray. So to all the residents of these streets, things are getting done, and we're moving the city forward. I know sometimes sarcastically you hear people say, I don't see it moving forward, but if your street gets paved, something is moving forward. So progression, and in the voice of Kamala Harris, we will not go back. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez?
Even that I don't see any street here from the 5th Ward, but as a resident of the 5th Ward and a councilman of the 5th Ward that travels all the way around the city, I'm happy that I'm not taking potholes. Director, we approve East 2-1 between 20 Avenue all the way to Park Avenue. When we're going out and fix it. We already approved that. Please give me an update on that. East 2-1 between Park Avenue and 20, and also 17th Avenue from Madison to Rosa Parks. Saying that, I'm happy that we are collaborating, working together to see all our roads. I guess this will answer one of the street at East 33rd Street, one of the ladies was talking about. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I remember when I was elected, I gave the administration a list of roads that need to be fixed in the 3rd Ward, a very extensive list, and I've been working with the administration. We have a very extensive conversation. I would like to thank the administration for paying attention to those roads that hasn't been fixed in over 40 years. And to my 3rd Ward resident, East 34 between Route 20 and Manor Road, East 35 between Route 20 and Manor Road, East 36 between 11th Avenue and Route 20, East 37 between the 65, that's the item that we voted on, East 37 between Route 20 and Broadway, East 38 between Route 20 and Broadway, East 39 between Route 20 and Broadway, East 40 that has been fixed in over 40 years between Route 20 and Broadway, and Linden Road between East 33rd and Port Road. They will getting ready to be done with this. So with that being said, my vote is yes. Madam Clerk, thank you.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 65 is hereby adopted.
Council President.
Thanks,
Council
Madam
President.
Clerk.
66.
Council President, just quick. Look.
66, come on.
No,
Hold on, because this is
Council
important.
members.
This is important. 2 years ago, we did a press conference about River Street, and we're doing the same thing today. It's gonna get repaved. It's gonna hold on. Here's a resolution authorizing solicitation bid. We have to be clear that this is not gonna be approved today and tomorrow they're gonna pave it, okay? Because what happened in River Street 2 years ago, that we announced at that 24, then it's get delayed because things happen. So this is not gonna get paved before.
River Street was delayed because of legal issues, not because of
delayed because
bid.
of the legal
came
bottom
after-
that we
they
have.
came after the
No, hold on.
We took the first step, Councilman. This
That's
is the
what I'm
first step
saying.
to repave, yes.
Yes, that's what I'm
Director.
saying. Yeah,
The first
that's what I'm
step,
saying.
then award of contract, but
Duly.
you have to take the first step to finish a
Correct.
project.
Duly-
But this is
duly
not gonna
noted.
get paid tomorrow.
It's called the
So,
procurement
council members,
process. That's what
Madam
it's called.
Clerk, we're gonna do
procurement.
item 66 and right after 69 because they all connected. Let's do item number 66.
And the one after that,
Say
you
that
said?
again?
69?
66 and after that 69.
We're like all over the place.
Item number 66 is a resolution authorizing the solicitation of bids for the redevelopment of the new Public Safety Dispatch Center at 163-177 Pennsylvania Avenue, bid number 25-07.
So moved.
For the Division of Engineering of the Department of Public Works Resolution 24:5.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, Councilman
Really?
De La Cis,
Hey, that's
Councilwoman
what-
Come on,
Mims.
come on. It's all-
Yes.
Council members. So I hear Councilwoman Davila, Councilman De La Cis, Councilwoman Mims, and Councilman Velez. And it's second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton.
Roll call.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 66.
Okay, who's second? I'm sorry.
It was moved by Councilwoman Davila, Councilman De La Cis, Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Velez, and second by Councilwoman Cotton.
Okay.
Good?
All right, roll call on item number 66. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yeah, so before I vote, this is important to invest in this dispatch center for our first responders. We need a state-of-the-art, we're third largest city. This is also gonna house OEM. Also, this is one of the dilapidated buildings in my ward that the city owns in an area that has seen tremendous progress, a very busy industrial area. So I spoke to our fire chief. This dispatch center could be a hub for Passaic County if we do it right. So I'm ready to see this take the first step. I understand we're going out for bids. Let's do it right. Let's make this an area that the city's going to be able to probably provide services throughout Passaic County, because that's what dispatch centers do. And the better communications all of our public safety and first responders have could probably will assist in. Come on, excuse me. I spoke for 4 minutes here. This is something my word is very, very important.
That's right.
So I will not allow people to tell me to hurry up when I hear them for 45 minutes ramble. So, Director, please, no hiccups here. This building has been an eyesore since 2014. So let's get this project done. To the administration, please put this on your priority list. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say this has been a long time coming. We going out for bid. I don't know if anybody ever out there watched 911, but when I watch 911, I don't know if it still come on or not, but you see the state of the art. They're sitting in this room. I've gone to different police stations in part of this country, and you see their dispatches absolutely wonderful. You can follow the cars, you can follow the ambulance, you can follow everything, and this is what I'm hoping that you know, you got somebody on the phone with a life-death situation, and they need to know how far away is the ambulance, how far away is the police officer, how far away is stuff. So I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait to see when the bid comes back. As Councilman Alvarez said, it's since 2014. We've been waiting for this. This is a long time due. Thank you, Director. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
So I took a tour of this place with Councilman Jackson. I want to thank you for reminding me that I needed to be there. The chief and his administration was there with him. And, you know, I really liked what I saw in terms of the plans for the future for our dispatch center, how great it is to house them all together, police, fire, EMS, even moving our TV studio to the basement. I mean, these employees of ours are going to have a state-of-the-art building where they're going to have relaxed time, because just like, you know, they're taking these calls, they're hearing what's going on, you know, they also need some mental health rest. And so they're going to have, you know, a space for them to just, you know, if they're working long hours and they need a break, they can pull aside. I'm just very happy. I'm very happy for this, and, you know, I'm looking forward, you know, to seeing when these bids come back that we can also support it. So congratulations on this first step. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I'm glad you referenced that, Councilwoman, because to move this studio, this TV studio, which is responsible for public access in the city, there, and why is that? Because apparently now we're paying the same entity that had control over that building several $100,000, which, you know, just not disappointing, not surprising at all. The councilman of the 6th who's not concerned about doing a tour through the building, and the hundreds of thousands of the millions of dollars that was squandered over there with all that equipment that's there, and there's no information on it. Madam BA, I asked for a report on the expenditure report for that, as well as the acquisition of that building and how it transpired. I still haven't gotten any of that information. You know, fortunately, I have faith in the current chief, because the last chief was just beating the city over the head with all of the nonsense that was going on, that was just being blindly approved, and everybody was happy to just continue to go along and get along for that as well. But you know, based on my faith in the current chief of the end of the corruption era, I'm willing to support this, but there's still a lot of things in the past. Madam BA, when should I expect to get the reports back from everything that took place over there, all the equipment that was there, and what's going on? Why are we paying rent here when that was something that wasn't, you know, widely known? I mean, I'm normally the last to know things around here anyway, but Madam Clerk, my vote is yes, and if you please have someone send correspondence to the BA's office with relative to my request that I've been continually making since she's been in that seat. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Hopefully this time around, there is no waste of money there. This project got completed, and my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
With the stress of the work that our dispatchers do, with all of the complaints and all the concerns that come through and all the systems, CAD, and to be able to handle the bandwidth for the capacity of the call volumes that come through, to make sure that our public safety team, whether it's police or fire, get correct information. One, they need to be commended for the work they are doing. They also need to be commended for being in the other facility, which is definitely not up to code. So I'm looking forward to this, and I'm happy to support our police and fire department and our dispatchers. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez.
That's why I, in one aspect, support the study of the headquarters recreation, because at the same time, that will give us the sense that dispatcher had to be moved from that building, from the headquarters, and put in a decent place that they could have an environment, that they could take calls without no problem, or heat problem, or cold problem, and they could have a lunchroom, they could have, she did it unconscious, that's what happened. But listen, I could make my comments. I don't need to interrupt in your comments, but I know that. We friends. But we need this. And as Councilman Adelatia said, we're the third largest city in the state. We have surrounding towns that probably need our assistance with 911 calls and make it happen. So my vote is yes on this.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 66 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's do item 69, that is connected with item 66.
Item number 69 is a resolution authorizing a contract amendment for architectural and engineering design services for the proposed communication center at 163-177 Pennsylvania Avenue for the Division of Engineering of the Department of Public Works. Item resolution number 24.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims.
Finally.
Councilwoman Velez and Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman of the 4th Ward, Ruby. It was second by Councilwoman Davila. Moved by Councilwoman Mims and Velez, second by Councilwoman Davila. Madam Clerk, roll call on item 69.
Roll call for item number 69, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm not going to talk about this again, but I just want the residents to know that this building was in the works before I was on the council, and actually half of the other council members. So we're cleaning up and trying to get this
Don't
done.
even put that out there. Don't even say it out,
and
please. I
when
know
I
you
hear-
ain't, that's right.
Council members, please.
I just want to make it clear to the residents of the city of Paterson, and these are facts. There was a failed business incubator project
You was the council.
that was approved and proposed in 2015. The planning board approved it 2015, and it tried to work its way down. So some of the equipment that you hear that was purchased for this incubator was approved by prior council. I can't speak about it. I wasn't here on this council. Any residents, some of the people talking about this equipment was on the council, and I would ask who voted on those purchases for that equipment, Madam BA. So my vote is yes. Thank you.
You got a lot of nerve, you know what I mean?
Councilman,
Because you know what?
Thank you,
And
Councilman
many of us have
Abdelaziz.
sat here and,
Councilwoman Cotton.
Wait a second.
Council members, we're in the voting section. Councilwoman Cotton.
You
go
know,
ahead.
like with failed projects, and your council people are gonna sit up here and say like they wasn't sitting here because for failed project. You know what? Everything come to us, it looks like a good project. It's not, I mean, when it failed, it failed. Don't say that it's council members who vote on project, and we thinking that many of them brought this project to us. We thinking it's a good project, and it's not, and it don't happen. So now don't sit there and say it's council members' fault when the project that was brought to us did not make it. That is not fair, right for you to say stuff like that. And I just want to put that on record. But but I need, I need to understand, Director, this is an increase for the person who did the contract, the drawings for
It's an
the,
amendment.
for the,
It's an amendment, yes.
so what is the increase for?
The scope of work, then doing utility surveys, ground surveys, additional site,
Okay.
civil
We went to
grading,
Okay.
drainage, engineering services, the parking bay, the parking lot. These are all engineering services they're doing for that.
Okay, okay. All right, thank you, Director. We
You're
want to
welcome.
make sure, like,
You're welcome,
we're hoping
Councilwoman.
that this project move forward, that we get everything that we need. We want to see the state-of-the-art 911 call center. That's what we're looking for. And it's been a long time coming, and we need to have that because,
Yes.
like I said, people are constantly, they're calling the 911, so we need to have the state-of-the-art. Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
So it's sad
Yeah.
when, you have a colleague or colleagues calling out on other members.
Right.
You know what a good leader is? Accepting that sometimes, you know what, you're not always right.
Yep.
Right? Sometimes you think that you're doing the right thing and you vote a certain way. There's one project that I tell you that every time, and Councilman Jackson has reminded me many times, all right, about that project that I voted yes for, thinking that it was going to be a state-of-the-art, what do we call it?
Incubator?
No, I'm talking about Buckley. So what I want to say is a good leader, okay, not the park, but what was it? What do we call it?
Thank you, you too.
The facility that we
trailer.
have, the facility.
The trailer. Okay, anyway. But on a serious note, a good leader can say, you know what, I was wrong. And you know what, we just have to do a better job. And like Councilwoman Cotton said, there are times, right, that we're looking at it, we're sitting down, we're reading, we're doing committee meetings, and we think that it is something good that is being presented by the administration.
Okay.
That was a failed project as well, all right? We're here now, we're making it better, and my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Listen, I'm not here to point fingers at that. I mean, this, you'll be very hard pressed to find success stories where the residents are feeling the results of that, because I can go down the list. The trailer park was only one of many. I mean, stadium is another one. The $1 million that we were getting ready to spend for the lead removal at Great Falls, the purchase of this building for $7 million. It was well over market rate. That was all a part of that. And while Councilman Abdelaziz is not sitting, is trying to pass the buck, after the mayor got elected to mayor and he took over, they was doing tours, you know, talking about the business incubator together. He was promoting it alongside the mayor. Now all of a sudden he's trying to pass the buck to say that, oh, that was approved pre-him. But he was over there doing tours of the building, and I was screaming bloody murder the entire time, even when Ruben Gomez was here making those purchases on all that equipment. So the business incubator was a failed concept to begin with, and when the mayor was a council person, he was cheerleading it, and then the new sixth ward councilman came on carrying the water. Now he wants to pass the buck. So, you know, none of these projects that all spent a great deal of money, it was over $40 million still not accounted for, that the BA is still trying not to give up those reports on. The $110 million at Hinchcliffe Stadium didn't create any jobs. While I have residents in the senior citizens building complaining about the unfair practices and of selective enforcement, because when Tech played Eastside, the Passaic County Sheriff's Department, which Al claims he has all these great relationships with, the Passaic County Sheriff's Department had 100 officers up there, but then the very next day, there was a fight that broke out at the soccer game, and the residents all had to be subjected to that. So, I mean, we can sit here all day and point fingers at failures, and as he lends a quick vote and then exits the building, you know, we're still dealing with the same circumstances. So, but, you know, yet again, I do feel optimistic. We have some better leadership that do take the city first, as the director has been doing for quite some time. So, I mean, although I'm inclined to vote in favor of this, I'm still looking for and requesting, once again, for the reports on this expenditures for the business incubator, the acquisition of the property, and while we at it, since we in a report, generous report giving mood, how about the reports on the expenditures for Hinchcliffe Stadium? That still had never been supplied. Anyway, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Khalid.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let me piggyback right on Councilman Jackson. Madam BA, for the incubator, I am requesting also for the expenditure. That is city project, city-owned projects, correct? So it should be available. Unlike the stadium, you gave us, the stadium is a private entity, so we don't have the expenditure. For this, for is a private development. Thank you. But for the incubator project, I think should we be able to get the report on that one, Madam Bia?
Council President, if I can respond. For this project, I have already made a request to Director Delaney.
Roll call.
Because it.
Wait. We're in the middle roll call at the.
If you, at the end.
Anyway, you have my point.
If you can, please provide us
Yeah,
with
I'd
that.
like to-
My,
I
my,
could
my vote is
respond.
yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
It's 11:54. Do we know where our children are? My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Mims, thank you.
So Council,
Councilman Velez.
yeah, thank you. So Council President, it's not fair to hear statements and in a roll call and more than 5 minutes, 6, 7 minute requesting doing this and making a statement, and then the BA don't have the chance to answer back. You know, I hope she's making all the notes. But the incubator, it was not her term. She was not here, right? You wasn't here. It was a past administration. So, okay, that's fair enough to ask report. But to, you know, right now we don't have an egg and chicken and incubator, but now we're gonna have a communication room. You know, be happy. We don't have an egg and a chicken incubator, now we're gonna have a communication room. The Adelaziz is proud, and we're gonna make them prouder because now the constituents that live around could even have a dropout for calls anyway. Make it easy for them. But yes, let's move this forward. This is a building is needed for the residents and also for the employees of the city of Paterson. And my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you so much.
Just
Council
think that
President.
I'm getting bullied from this side, that's why.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I definitely am in full support of this project. When we have an emergency, the first person that you hear is that you call 911, you get the dispatcher. They need to be able to work in a good environment, in a good facility, in order for them to be effective on their job. They already go through a lot of stress. It's not easy. So the least that we could do is provide a facility, a state-of-the-art facility for them. And I have a lot of faith in our chief, Alejandro Alicea, our fire chief, that is doing an amazing job in the fire department. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 8 in favor, 1 absent. Item number 69 is hereby adopted.
Thank you. We got 67, Madam Clerk.
Council.
So we got 2 items, then we go to 67.
67.
Yeah, really quick.
Yes.
You
Item
almost-
number 67 is a resolution authorizing award of contracts to various vendor for request of qualifications for architectural and engineering services for the Division of Engineering of the Department of Public Works, RFP
So
number
moved.
2024-95.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Shaheen Khalid. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 67.
Excuse me, he didn't speak
excuse
so
me.
loud.
Huh?
Huh?
It was me, it was him.
I need to ask, I need to
All
ask,
right.
I
It
need
was
to ask the
moved by
director.
Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Wallace and Councilman Khalid. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 67.
Director, I need to ask the,
Good.
Council President. Director,
Discussion, Councilwoman.
there's 24 engineer firms on here. It's 24. Is that the right number?
It doesn't mean that they're all gonna get.
I know I'm asking him a question. Is that 24? I counted it.
Yeah, then that's
So
the number.
everybody that's on here is
That's the
gonna
pool.
be,
That's the pool.
huh?
That's the pool that we could pick from.
Well, let me ask you another question, Director.
Yes.
When, did you send out something for these engineering firms
Yes.
to apply? Do you know how many on here are with the, what they call the minority list?
I can
Did
get
you
that.
check the minority list?
I'm not sure, but I'll get that.
Can
for
you please check the
Yes,
minority list? Because
definitely.
I know, the only one I know here that's on the minority list that I'm looking at now is Suburban Consultant. They're run by women. So can you do that for
I
me,
know exactly what
please?
you're looking for, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 67.
Roll call on item number
But they
67,
need to
Councilwoman.
apply.
Huh?
Councilwoman
They gotta
Cotton.
apply.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
So just so I'm clear, this was the services that we previously brought in-house, because we used to have an outside engineer firm, correct?
No,
We
this,
brought it in-house.
this is for services that, let's say we have, like we're doing now with the 911 center. We, instead of going out to bid to get, putting out an RFP to get engineering services, we have this pool that we pick from 3 or 5, we scored them, and then we solicit it with those groups. It cuts down the bidding time.
My vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you,
This-
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik?
This is basically emergency code. If you need something real quick.
No, but it's for stuff that our in-house department can't do, bigger projects,
Okay.
stuff like that.
Thank you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims.
As someone with an engineering background and project management experience, this is something that we definitely need, and I'm excited to see it. We talked about a couple of years ago in regards to bringing things in-house, but I think it's also important when we don't have the capacity to do the work that we have experts on board. Just to the public at large, when we have these opportunities, please apply, because we have to follow the procurement process. We cannot just add you to a list. Why's the mouse going crazy? Oh, he has the mouse. Make sure that they're following the procurement process appropriately. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. Wow.
Council President Mendez.
Come on, Mendez, come on, you vote yes too.
Thank you. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 67 is adopted.
Council President, real quick, if I may. It's 12 o'clock midnight. It's my oldest daughter's birthday today. Happy birthday, Ashley. I love you. Thank you. We can continue.
Oh, that's so special.
Happy birthday,
So
Ashley. I
next
love
week, so in October, we got to keep you here till 12 o'clock again. No.
you. It's all good.
Item number 68 is a resolution authorizing a contract amendment for the purchase, delivery, and installation of a new rooftop air conditioning unit at City Hall for the Department of Public Works.
Yes.
Move.
So
Move.
move.
Oh, that was nice. Move.
Davila
See?
and Councilwoman Mims, and second by Councilman Velez.
I just have a question.
Something's wrong with you.
Yes.
Discussion.
Sure.
Davila,
Is-
Mims,
is-
and
is
Councilman-
it a-
second by Councilman Velez.
Are we installing a HVAC system in the third floor?
Councilman Khalid.
In where?
In third floor. This is for third floor,
Yeah,
correct?
this is for the council chambers.
Only council chambers?
Yes.
How about the other offices?
No, this is
They
contained
go up
to
in the
council
doors.
chambers.
Thank you. No,
Because
no,
when they
I
went up
was.
there, it was an open shaft, correct?
Yeah, this is the amendment to add the duct work that we talked about last week, the additional duct work we had to do.
Okay, I wasn't here last.
So, Council President,
Anyway,
question.
anyway, thank you.
Okay.
Roll call.
Council President. Council President.
Councilman Velez.
So this is for the AC unit only?
No, this is gonna be AC and heat.
And heat?
Yes.
Oh, nice. So we don't have to depend on those valves on the bottom?
No.
Okay,
Only for the
great.
council chamber.
All right. So when we could go back then?
Well, you vote and then we could talk about that.
Okay, we could talk. Another day.
No, we could talk about that after this, after the vote.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
So, this unit is, how much is it cost?
I don't have the unit. I think it's 160. The 163. This is just the amendment part of it. I don't have the. Maybe it's not here.
160,000?
Yeah. It's
The unit is gonna do heat as well?
yes.
The previous one didn't, right?
I can't hear you, Mike.
Previous one did not?
No.
Okay, all right, very good. 160.
Question, Director, quick question. What did this 160,000 cover? The
No,
unit?
the amendment is for 63,000. This covers the duct work that has to be added to in between the floating ceiling and the actual ceiling.
Gotcha. This, roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 68.
Roll call on item number 68. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes. Yes. You got it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
My vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik. Yes, Councilwoman Mims.
So now that we're doing the work of the rooftop and the air duct system, we need to make sure that we put a new rug in there, possibly some new chairs, and in the city council chambers. The rug should be done first and new curtains. We should have new clocks, and the clock should always be operational. Just gonna put that on the record that those clocks are working, because you know what happens. It's like 6 o'clock all the time. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez.
With all that request, we're never gonna go back to the chambers. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Council
You're not
President.
complaining.
Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are, I'm sorry, seven in favor, 2 absent. Item number 68 is adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 60.
Council President, you want me to give you an update on the council chambers real quick before I leave?
Yes, please, yes.
I'm sorry. Thank you,
Yes.
Director, please. And
All
we
right.
need an estimated time
Okay.
window, more or less, when we're going back to the chamber.
All right, so tomorrow morning, we'll have a crane at City Hall. It'll be there tomorrow and Thursday, removing the unit off the building. Back at Ellison Street will be blocked off tomorrow, and maybe Thursday also, they'll remove the unit, and they'll cover the opening that the unit sits on right now. As far as the chamber goes, we looked at the chambers with John Franco. We believe that the desks that are there could be repaired because they restained. They're still in good condition. We looked at them. The rug, we're gonna stretch the rug. We're gonna keep the rug. We're gonna get it commercially cleaned. If we take up, you gotta remember, if we take up that floor, we might have issues. That floor underneath has linoleum rolled out that was there before, and if we take that up, we might have issues. That's why the rug was put down in the beginning.
The floor.
And we're gonna leave that.
The
We're gonna
floor could
restain-
collapse in the BA office.
We're gonna restain the
carpet.
Restain the barrier that holds between the council and the public. Sorry?
Councilwoman Mims?
So if we're not going to, Council President, we're not going to replace the carpet, are we going to do a full deep cleaning of the carpet? The
We're
carpet
getting a commercial
is filthy.
company in to commercially clean the carpet that's there and then stretch it, pull it the right way.
What about wooden floors?
I just said we take up that floor, we would have to take up everything that's underneath there. That's,
I mean, if we're doing the work, we might as well do the work.
I
Like,
know,
so
that's-
if we could get some
there's no
guesstimates
way-
on what that looks
There's
like.
no way
have
we're
a
getting
roof.
back into this year if you do that. There's no
Yeah,
way.
we got to make sure.
But I think the floor
I think
outside,
rug- in
the
my
floor outside
opinion-
is in good condition. If I'm not now, Director, those chairs,
The chairs
the
we're
public,
gonna-
they all need to be replaced.
The chairs, we're gonna, as soon as we get a few chairs and different type chairs, we'll give it to the council. You guys pick one, we'll order the same one for the whole council. The clock is.
Yeah, we need better chairs, look.
No, the chairs, I'm getting both. I'm getting quotes for new desks, and I'm getting quotes for repair the desks that are there now.
Okay.
And our opinion, when we were there, we don't think that the desks are in bad.
Director, when you say new desk, what do you mean by?
Well, the cubicles, yeah, what you said at,
Our
yes.
area where we sit?
Yes.
Okay.
That was damaged?
Huh?
No.
That was damaged?
That we didn't see
No,
no
that-
damage,
that-
just
that
some
was a
chips that we could resand down and restain.
Reconstruct.
The only thing that's bad is the end caps where you keep the closets, and we could repair those.
Council President.
Okay.
And repair those.
Councilwoman Mims?
So there needs to be a need list and a wish list. If some things are not needed, they should be on the wish list. But the things that are dire need, we should be looking into those items. For example, I know we talk about the rug is absolutely filthy.
Yeah.
I don't know if deep cleaning is going to be the answer. We need to check into that and get some guesstimates on what that looks like. Chairs, some of them are broken, so that's a definite on the needs list. Then there's some other items that could be wish list, but if we have money that is left over to be allocated, we can utilize and get it all done at the same time. We're out of the chambers as it is. We might as well get it fixed the right way so when we come back in, the public can see something that's bright and energized.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, family.
Thank you, Director.
Also, we
roll-
just one more last thing. We
Yes.
we are changing out the lighting that's there. That square lighting that's there will be removed. We don't need that. We don't use it. We're going to be putting in all new LED lights and new spotlights for the council that you guys could be seeing. So
What about the cameras? The new cameras for them?
you got to talk to that crew over there.
Yeah, new cameras, new TVs, new monitors, new soundbite. Yeah, you're asking wish list.
Okay. Director, so thank you. So we move to item number 60, Madam Clerk? Yes.
Item number 60 is a resolution of need in support of the application of Hudson
Good night.
Blue 24
Thank you, Director.
LLC to the New Jersey Economic Development Authority in connection with the development of an affordable housing project in the city of Paterson.
So
Economic
moved.
Development Resolution number
Let's-
24.
So moved.
So move.
581.
So
Stop,
move.
let her finish. She needs
Yeah.
to put it
Council
on
members,
record.
wait until Madam Clerk
She's
finishes
finished.
reading the item into the record.
Okay,
finished.
you finished?
We have a
finished.
So
Melinda.
move.
The number?
Yes.
So
She
move.
finished.
So
So
it
moved.
was moved by Councilman Mintz and Councilman Velez, and second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 60.
Roll
Discussion.
call.
Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
Can I get some background information on this item, please?
Background information on item number 60, Madam BA?
I know Director Delaney was, presented this as part of her package. I do not, I'm just going to pull up the reso that's in DocuWare.
This is the Veterans Project.
Yeah, this is,
Council members.
okay, Council President. This
Just a
is-
minute.
Yeah.
Yes, so there is, if you see, it's the 24.5 Van Houten Street project.
Yes.
And there's details in your DocuWare on kind of the backup regarding it. So there's like a big package of information.
Council President.
Council President,
Just a
I have the
minute,
floor.
Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson have the floor right after. I will move to all of you guys.
What is it?
Blue Onyx. This is Blue Onyx project?
Yes. This is the old beach project.
All right, very good.
All right, I think brief, Councilman Velez and
I
Councilman
was
Mintz.
first.
Councilman,
Okay.
that's what I was gonna say too.
You
I was
do?
speaking-
Okay,
yeah, we went for all.
roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 60. Very well.
Roll call
Yes.
on item number 60.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Here's another example of what's being proposed as affordable housing, where it's totally unaffordable. Another group that's coming in to make money off the community, with the council just laying down without outlining requirements. Here's a letter of need that is required for this group to have, and there's no outline. All the things I talked about earlier, how other municipalities that are very responsible, that make sure that there's contributions here, they're showing us on, this page here of projects that are done in other communities, but yet these other communities are being a lot more responsible on what they're requiring for these developers to bring back to the community. Madam Clerk, my vote is absolutely no.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
So I want to say to people like Roshawn Davis, Dave Gilmore, Ms. Cofield, and to the veterans of our very great community, there's always been talk about building affordable veteran housing opportunities in the great city of Paterson. I'm really excited about this project that we're voting for support, a letter of support and need. I'm looking forward to having this apartment, affordable apartment building or complex come to fruition for those people that are in need, especially our veterans who have served, sacrificed through blood, sweat, and tears on behalf of others, or people like myself and others. And I'm just grateful that we have a project like this. We've talked about veteran projects. Here's one right before us for a letter of support, and I'm definitely going to support it. And I will be shouting it from the rafters all over social media that we're moving forward with a letter of support for a veterans housing affordable project in the city of Paterson. Thank you, Darrell, Owen, and all of you that are part of this. Who on it? Who on it? Can I finish my? I'm not. Can I finish? Thank you. I'm telling you, when you're talking up here, it's just, it's not them. They know who they are. When they read it and find out later, they'll come back. Madam Clerk, veteran affordable housing, definitely needed in our community. Kudos. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez.
It's my understanding that the veteran project is across from the new grandparents and raising grandchildren project. That's in that lot the parking authority has. This one is the one on the corner of Van Houten, where the blue onyx was that they did the beach. Total different. This one is the one that we need to rehab. The other one is a new construction. Now this one had been an eyesore. This is the one next to the it's
Right next to you.
Councilwoman, I'm not debating with you who is. I just say that the project veteran from the other side is totally different on this one. This one is affordable housing. It don't say nothing is for veterans. Okay, let's be clear. It don't say nothing for veterans. It says affordable housing. The one for veterans is the other side where the housing project is at. So this is not tied up with the other one. Just don't, perception. This is needed. This is long overdue. If you look at the renderings of this project, it's gonna be beneficial for the resident, especially it's in the 5th Ward. So my vote is yes on this.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, I'm going to say this. I mean, on resolution number 60, we're proposing the construction of 87 unit and the rehabilitation of another 80 for a total of 167 unit for affordable housing. I'm always in full support of affordable housing, now more than ever. Sometimes our residents complain about the rents, but there's nothing we could do when it comes to the market rate rent that we see in the city of Paterson and other cities like Hackensack. They're like double the amount that what people paying here. But now affordable housing is the way to go to help our community be able to live in a decent apartment, paying a price that they could definitely afford based on their income. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are, what is this? 6 in favor, 1 against, 2 absent. Item number 60 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's do item 52, Madam Clerk. We did item 51 already.
We have 3 more. Yeah, we did.
On the non-consent, we're going on that order?
I'm sorry, Council President.
No, we did.
62?
We did 51. Now we're going 52. We're going in order, Ty. Item 52.
Got a few.
We're going down.
52? Okay.
I don't want you to leave.
50.
No.
That's 52.
What about 15?
Council members, we're going on the non-consent agenda. Let's go on the order. It's not a lot. We could go through this very quick and easy with no problem. Item 52, Madam Clerk.
I'm looking for it, Council President.
15 already? 1-5?
I don't see 50. I don't see 52.
Let's do.
Item number 52 is a resolution authorizing a contract with Edmunds GovTech for annual software maintenance support services related to MCSJ software system for the Division of Information Technology Administration, resolution number 24:573.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 52.
Roll call on item number 52, Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman
Yes.
Velez. Council President.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The items are, the roll call is, I'm sorry. The votes are 7 in favor, 2 absent. Item number 52 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 53.
Item number 53, 1 second, please. Item number 53 is a resolution to rename Market Street between Memorial Drive and Church Street in honor of Guillermo.
Caligari Way.
Okay, thank you. Sponsored by Councilwoman Marissa Davila, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lalisa Mims and Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton.
Second.
Resolution number 24574.
Second.
City Council.
So moved.
It was
Second.
moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 53.
Roll call on item number 53. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
So I do have to say a few words. When Mr. Caligari passed away, and anyone that knows, he was a Christian Caligari, the mayor's chief of staff, previous chief of staff, his grandfather. I've known the family for many, many years, and I know Mr. Caligari, who was a founding member of Peruvian Parade. Unfortunately, he died a few months ago, and it was very sad. He lived and owned property on the Market Street section between Church and Memorial Drive. And so I was having a conversation with Mr. Caligari Christian, and the family got together and they had a request. And, you know, it is being honored today. Mr. Caligari and I, you know, had our moments. He was very strong, and he was very political, and he liked to do things right. And so I am happy that although he's no longer with us, that we are able to do this, you know, on his behalf. So with that said, my vote is yes on today's resolution to rename Market Street, a portion of it, between Memorial Drive and Church Street in honor of Guillermo Caligari. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson is not here.
Councilman
Okay.
Kalik, my vote is
Councilman
yes, Madam
Kalik.
Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes, and I ditto everything that Councilwoman Davila has already stated. Christian Caligari, when I met him some years ago, and then I met his dad. His dad was a very wise man, but very, very strongly opinionated on what needs to be done, and if it wasn't done, he would make sure he let you know how it needs to be done and how to get it done. So I appreciated his wisdom, his words of support always. And to Christian, if you're watching or you'll watch this later, you knew your dad was a true man and a legend in our community. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman
Yes.
Mims. Councilman Velez said yes. Council President Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have the honor to have him as a friend. He was a great, phenomenal human being that came from Peru, one of the first immigrants, I believe, that came from Peru into the great city of Paterson. The Caligari dynasty, I was called then, phenomenal family. Paterson, they've been in Paterson for many years, so congratulations to the family. Mr. Caligari, maybe Guillermo Caligari, may you rest in peace. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 53 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 54.
Okay, item 54. Item 54 is a resolution declaring an opposition to the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025, sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lalisa Mims, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton and Councilwoman Marissa Davila, City Council, resolution number 24:575.
So moved.
Second.
It was moved by Councilwoman Dr. Lalisa Mims, second by Councilwoman Davila and Councilwoman Ruby Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 54.
54. Roll call on item number 54. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say to the public, this is a resolution that's sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Mims and co-sponsored by the two women, Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Davila. And what we're doing here is that we're opposing the Heritage Foundation Project 2025, opposing because I would like for everyone to try to read up on it, but this project is eliminating so many benefits that we need for our people and for the community that is going to be, can you imagine limited amount of people that can get SNAP or food stamps, as you would call it, eliminating Medicaid, and where most people really need to have Medicaid. There's so many things that this Heritage Project 225 wants to get rid of. And let me just say, Councilwoman Mims, we have to expose and we have to let everybody know, the community needs to know what is in store for them if this gets through. Madam Clerk, thank you, Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Davila. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
I ditto everything that Councilwoman Cotton has stated. I'm in full support. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims.
So let me just talk about a few things that is proposed in this presidential election by the candidate that is proposing this. Banning of contraceptives, raising the retirement age, cutting Social Security and Medicare, ending the Affordable Care Act, raising prescription drug plans, ending climate protections, deregulating big businesses and the oil industry, condemning single mothers while promoting only traditional families, telling women what to do with their bodies. I stand in total opposition to this declaration and plan for Project 2025, and I openly declare and decree that we shall not and will not go back, and this candidate with this plan, he needs to go back. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez.
Project 2025 is the living room, or let's call it, before dictator. This is the way to go to dictatorship. Worse than Russia. The plan that he was trying to put in place here, and then he denied it, though, too. So, you know, the residents of Passaic County and the world need to understand that Trump is not good for no one. Trump is not good for no one. And taking the rights of voters and taking the rights of 800,000 children or more, you know, going back to the 30s and the 40s is not good for no one in the world. So that's why I encourage the youth, seniors, everyone, go out and vote. Go out and vote. Let's bring Kamala, and that will end. Kamala. All right, I'm sorry for my bilingual accent I have. Kamala. Okay, so now we're going to take an hour. Let's do the right thing. Let's take this serious because, as I said, he pronounced there's an anti-immigrant fever out there, calling us immigrant that we eat cats and dogs. You know, this is incredible. Never seen this in a nation. Never seen this in the United States. And if you don't see this, I don't want to be here to see it. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Election has consequences. Don't ever forget, November 5th, we have our responsibility to go out. Kamala Harris for president. Let's go. Let's move forward. Let's not go back. My vote is yes on this item, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 54 is hereby adopted.
Okay, item 55, Madam Clerk.
Item number 55 is a resolution designating East 24th Street between Broadway and 14th Avenue as a Riff Road, sponsored by Councilwoman Maritza Davila, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton and Councilwoman Dr. Lalisa Mims, City Council item, resolution number 24:576.
So moved.
Moved.
Moved by Councilwoman
Move.
Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item
Roll call on
55.
item number 55, Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
So this is real personal to me.
I went to school.
Riff, the group Riff, you know, I went to school with them, I graduated with them. I've known them for 35 years. They are Paterson. They were referred to them boys from Eastside High School, them boys from Lean On Me. We were in the movie together. I'm proud of them. Thank you, Skip. I know, Skip, you were a big instrument in making sure that we did this, and I'm happy to be a sponsor with my colleagues, being co-sponsors. I could say so much. I can't wait to plan, you know, the renaming, and in addition, handing them their resolution. So we'll definitely, you know, set a good date for that. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson? Jackson,
Councilman
I'm sorry.
Kalik, my vote
I'm
is
sorry.
yes, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, Councilman Kalik. Thank you. Councilman Velez?
No,
I'm sorry,
no.
Councilwoman Mims.
Very side. I just felt like singing that. This all happened in East Side, my alma mater. East Side, the orange and blue. Once a ghost, always a ghost. To Riff, one of them are my family members. Thank you for setting the pace. I think myself, Councilwoman Davila, we were in the movie of Lean On Me. They gave us extras at that time where you would come and be in the auditorium or different parts, and they would pay you for doing that. And this has went from Paterson, Park Ave, Eastside High School, viral, to Morgan Freeman, all over the world. Riff, this is a long time coming. Congratulations on the great work that you've done. You were patient, and I'm glad to see that this is moving forward. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Council President?
So evident.
My vote.
I'm sorry, Councilman Velez.
Yeah, thank you, appreciate it. I just want to say that the good thing starts in the Fifth Ward, as everybody knows, the East Side, Park Avenue, now going to Broadway and 14th Avenue. Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. My vote is yes.
Your vote is yes?
Yes, yes.
Council President, thank you so much.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 55 is adopted.
Yes, 12. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 56.
Item 56. Okay, hold on.
56, we're going on that already. We just have a few more
Where is 56?
non-consent. Then right after we go to first reading, and
Some of the stuff could have been
it'll be
on
done.
consent.
Where is 56?
56, 56, 56.
You said 15?
56.
No, item
Okay,
56,
okay,
Madam
okay,
Clerk.
thank you.
56.
All right.
Don't confuse our clerk.
Bless you, Councilwoman.
Item number 56 is a resolution designating 9th Avenue between East 28th and East 29th to also be known as Congressman William Bill Pasquale Jr. Way, sponsored by Council President Alex Mendez, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Marissa Davila, Councilman Luis Velez, and Councilwoman Dr. Lalisa Mims. City Council item, resolution number 24:577.
So moved. Moved by Council President Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Davila, and Councilwoman Cotton,
Velez.
and Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item
Roll call on
56.
item number 56, Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilwoman
We gotta
Davila.
go. We gotta get finished.
Yes.
Oh. Councilman Kalik,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Well, I'm sorry. Congressman Bill Pasquale has been my neighbor all of my life. I grew up on East 24th between 9th and 10th Ave, and he lived on 9th Ave between East 28th and 29th, and I am currently still his neighbor to this point in my life. He's been my neighbor all of my life.
Yeah,
But I want to say and shout out the fact that I was nominated and then selected twice to be a New Jersey delegate for the Kamala Harris delegation, where we were able to nominate her so that she could become the Democratic nominee for the 47th President of the United States of America, and the selection was done. My nomination came from Congressman Bill Pascrell Jr. I want to say to him, which I've said to him while he was alive, I'm glad I was able to give him his flowers while he could smell them, and was able to even send a message even before he took his last breath, to him and to his son, Billy III. This is well-deserved, and I cannot wait to celebrate him for this work. Police and Fire Department, let's make sure they're invited, because he did a lot for them, and the Paterson Public Schools, because we have 11 full-service community schools because of Congressman Bill Pascrell Jr. My vote is yes, Madam
Thank you,
Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Velez.
So, Congressman Bill Pascrell, he was our mayor, assemblyman, and congressman. And he was the only one that gave me a congressional name, the great Louis Velez. Nobody got that. Every time they used to see me, the great Louis Velez. So, good memories, and that was a congressional name, and Mayor Andrew knows about that. Saying that, rest in peace. Let's keep on praying for the family, for his wife, and all the above. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and Congressman Pascrell. I really want to thank you. I know you're in heaven. We want to thank you for all the job that you did for our city. You was a fighter in Washington, D.C. You was a full-time fighter, advocating for our police department, for our fire department, bringing grants out to the Great Falls to improve the city of Paterson. You never left Paterson. There was a person that is a mayor in the Dominican Republic, and when I leave my house, I have to pass by your house every morning to take Route 20 to get my coffee, and that mayor asked me, who live there? If that's the Congressman Pascrell house, and he had the opportunity to see the congressman getting on his car that Sunday morning, driving on his own. He was a Paterson, and he was a fighter. He always fight for Paterson with one T. I want to say thank you to his family for, just allowing him to dedicate his life to serve this nation, to serve the United States of America, but also to serve the city of Paterson, because he is Paterson, and he never left Paterson. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 56 is adopted.
Thank you, Corporation
Thank you, Madam
Counsel.
Clerk. Item number 57.
No, 50.
No, 57.
57.
This is 56, 57.
Item number 57 is a resolution honoring and memorializing the life and legacy of Congressman William Bill Pascrell Jr., sponsored by Council President Alex Mendez, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby in Cotton City Council. Resolution number 24:578.
And
moved.
Velez.
Second, and Mims.
Moved by
And
Council
Velez.
President Mendez, second by Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Davila, and Councilman Velez, and Councilwoman Ruby Cotton.
Council President, in the workshop,
we should
we
be on
added
there
to
for,
the,
second.
we asked to be added in the resolution of the
Co-sponsor, you co-sponsor?
memorizing.
As a co-sponsor, yes, there was a request, Madam Clerk, to add, my Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Davila, and Councilman Velez as a co-sponsor on 57, please.
Okay, thank you so much.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 57.
Okay. Roll call on item number 57. Councilwoman Cotton.
Say anything to the last time, but let me just say that Congressman William Bill Pascrell Jr., my Big Eddie was his chief of staff, deputy mayor, when he was mayor back in 1994. I can't remember exactly what year. But I actually live 2 blocks from him now. I've been there for almost 40 years. So, one thing I could say about our congressman is that he fought hard for us, the city of Paterson, even for the 9th Congressional District. But he was able to send a lot of money down to our city, especially the fight he had for the historic district, making that national park for us. That was really a fight for him, and but he got it done. So to his family, as they said before, your father had a life. I remember when he was a school board member. I remember when he was an assemblyman. I remember when he was a mayor. I remember when he was a congressman. So he helped, he had 4 different hats that he served under, and he did an excellent, well job in everything that he did. That being said, Madam Clerk, he's gonna be dearly missed, and I wanna say to his family, we here in the city of Paterson love our Bill Pasquarello. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
We will always love. We will always love our congressman. May he continue to rest in peace, and we will continue to love and honor his family.
Yeah.
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
In this resolution, we memorize his life and his legacy. But let's please continue his legacy. Let's continue his legacy. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman, Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Every time you see a police officer in the city of Paterson, every time you see a firefighter, don't ever forget our Congressman Bill Pasquarello. He was a fighter to bring funding for our police department, our fire department, and he died like a champion fighting for our community. That's our Congressman Bill Pasquarello. May you rest in peace. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 57 is hereby adopted.
58.
And Council
Thank-
President, I would like to amend.
58.
You said amend?
Yes.
Item number 56?
The item 56 is supposed to be from East 27 to East 29, but Madam Clerk, she noticed that. She'll fix that. It's too black. Supposed to. Because in the body of our law, we could definitely stand it, but our law say that it's two block. That's what we do. It's always 2 block, but this is 1 block. It's supposed to be from East 28, East 27 to East 29.
What was that other block that we did 2 blocks?
No, there's always, Councilwoman, there's always 2 block. So there's only with the
Chairman Kirby, wait, we didn't do 2 blocks. We have in the
exactly. It's based, the request was 2 blocks, so doesn't make any change. 2 blocks, okay.
Okay.
From East
It wasn't.
27.
It was
It's
never
always
2
2
blocks.
block. If a person wants 1 block, it's
From
a
East
1 block.
27 to East 29, East 27 to
Well,
29,
I think we
so.
need to go back and change some of these blocks because I didn't know it was 2.
Can we
If,
please do,
council members,
oh my
you can
God.
move to, yeah. Let's do item 58, Madam Clerk. To item 58. No, 27 to 29.
Okay.
Council President, 27th and 9th is where a man lost his life because with a 4-way traffic. So I'm going to designate that street at a later point
So,
for
Madam
that
Clerk,
family member.
let-
So
let's-
if we could do
let's
28
let's
to
do 28 to
McLean.
McLean Boulevard. Let's do those 2 blocks. 28 or going all the way down to McLean Boulevard. There's 2 blocks there. Item
28th to 29th?
28, exactly.
Keep it as is.
28 to McLean Boulevard.
Oh, to McLean Boulevard.
Correct. Okay. Item 58.
Okay. Item number 58 is a resolution celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Immigration and American Citizenship Organization, IACO, and Scholarship Award Ceremony, and is sponsored by Councilwoman Marissa Davila and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Ruby N. Cotton.
And
And
Councilman
Councilwoman Mims.
And Councilman
Second.
Velez. And Council President.
Okay.
And Councilman
Councilman
Velez,
Mims
can
and
you
Velez?
add me too?
Velez,
Go ahead.
Shaheen, add everybody.
We all immigrants.
Okay.
Just the ones that are here.
I have it.
So it's gonna be,
Co-sponsored by
is this,
Councilwoman
It's
Cotton,
going to be
Mims, and
sponsored by
Velez.
Councilwoman Davila, co-sponsored by Councilwoman Cotton, Mims, and Velez, Council President, and Councilman Kalik.
Okay. Thank
And
you.
Uden? Okay.
58.
Thank you.
No, only
No,
the one
Uden's
that are
not
here.
Okay.
Not Uring.
Who did you say?
She's the only the one
You
Khalid?
want
here.
Uring
Okay.
on or not?
She's the only the ones
Councilman
here. He's not there.
No, he's not here. I said
Okay,
here.
so he's not here. The council members that are
they're
here
not voting,
as a
they're-
co-sponsor.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank
Roll
you.
call, Madam Clerk, on item 58.
Okay, where is item 58? Where's my roll call sheet?
At the college.
All right. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
No, wait a minute.
Okay. I'm trying, I can't.
No,
find the roll
no.
call sheet
You added
yet.
it, I'm moving it.
You're moving it. And
Roll
it's
call
se-
on
it's
item
second
number
by-
58.
But she didn't read it
Councilwoman
into the
Cotton.
record. She started to read it. So I
Councilwoman
moved
Davila.
it and second.
Go ahead.
I'm
I
sorry.
said I moved
Okay,
and Councilwoman Cotton second.
okay.
And, well,
It's moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, and it's been sponsored by MIMS, and it's been sponsored by Councilwoman Davila and co-sponsored by Councilwoman of the Fourth Ward Ruby Cotton,
Yeah, I have
Council
that.
President Mendez, Councilman Shaheen Khalid,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims, and Councilman Velez. We are your second, okay? Second by Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Ruby Cotton, Council President Mendez, Councilman Khalid, and Councilman Velez. We good?
Roll call.
Okay. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 58. Councilwoman Cotton, yes. Councilwoman Davila.
So I definitely have to say something about this organization because this organization, I've been working with them. I've been at the college for 30 years and I've been working with them for all of the years that they've been in existence. And, you know, they do so much great work, free work at that,
I got it.
okay?
No, this is- yeah.
Through immigration, American citizenship, and so many other things. And I'm just happy that, you know, they reached out to me and they're like, hey, you know, we're going to be having, you know, our 25th, you know, year anniversary. We're going to be celebrating and also giving back and giving out scholarships. And so they reached out to the college through the president's office and got that all done. And I said, why not give them the recognition? They moved from Passaic, because they started in Passaic, to Paterson, and they're located in 301 Main Street in Center City Mall. And like I said, every year they, you know, I attend their functions. I've been a panelist, and, you know, I'm just happy that I'm able to be here to honor them. So with that said, it is pronounced YACO, all right, which is the Immigration and American Citizenship Organization, Inc., YACO, all right? So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Kalik.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims.
So I definitely agree. I'm an alumni of Passaic County Community College, and they are doing an amazing, amazing job. I responded to the email. I will definitely be at this event. I'm looking forward to it. When we do great work like this to make sure that people that come into our country get a great opportunity and are able to call our country their home, it's a blessing for us and for their families. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
as Councilwoman Davila stated, today in 301 Main Street, second floor, I believe it is, right? Yep, second floor. At this time, crucial times of immigration and situation, please visit them. I know there's a lot of resources out there, and anything that has to be with immigration, I will always support. Councilwoman Davila, please keep me posted when the celebration is. October 10th, for I go attend. And my vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yaco, job well done in our community. They've been, supporting our community with something so important like immigration and their service. So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 58 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 11 on first reading, Madam Clerk.
Item number 11.
No, we will go into 72 in a minute. Yes, item 11, Madam Clerk. So we just have a few items on first reading, council members.
Item number 11, first reading ordinance vacating the last block length of Stout Street from Holzman Street to Presidential Boulevard, Public Works.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 11.
Roll call on item number 11 on first reading. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
I guess I should have said discussion, but, I know it's late, but I don't know who put this forth and why. So right now, I'm just going to say no to this. No.
No? Okay.
No.
It's not mine.
Councilman Kalik?
Yeah, this is an old item.
Councilman Kalik?
This is real
to
old.
give-
Yeah. Well, for first reading, I'll support it, but before our final reading, can we have some more attachment, like map of this, of the block which is we're vacating? And I wasn't here at the workshop. Hopefully it was discussed. My vote is yes for the first reading.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims.
In addition to the map for this particular item, can we include the traffic study and the approval and the sign-off for this particular item? Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez.
I know Corporate Council, this is one of the old items way back that was approved by zoning, that was tabled, and it's been lingering almost 2 years also. Same situation. And I recall that we tabled it because Councilwoman Ruby kind of had a situation with Bunker Hill, and it, but way back there was a problem with a vacating street in the fourth ward by the Bunker Hill, and all that package was together with this one. We tabled all of them. Now we visit and then we get it approved. My vote is yes. Yes. That supposed to be. That guy's been waiting for longest. Huh? I
Your
already
vote,
voted.
Councilman? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Council President? Thank you, Council President. The votes are 5 in favor, 1 against, 3 absent. Item number 11 is adopted on first reading. Regular meeting will be held at the regular meeting of October 15, 2024. Okay.
What happened? We did repealing.
One is repealing and one is establishing.
Both of them. Ordinance repealing establishment, both of them. 12 and 14. Yes. Okay. First reading ordinance, item number 12, ordinance repealing establishment, excuse me, of handicap parking spaces on county roads, 888 Madison Avenue, 613 Madison Avenue, 1250 Madison Avenue, 615 Madison Avenue, 859 Madison Avenue, 786 East 18th Street, 64 Marshall Street, 252 Preakness Avenue, 93 Park Avenue, and ordinance number 14, first reading ordinance, ordinance repealing establishment of handicap parking spaces at various locations, 55 Carlisle Avenue, 179 East 24th Street, 76 Highland Street, 87 Bloomfield Avenue, 734 East 22nd Street, 79 Caldwell Avenue, 116 East Main Street, 21 Hemlock Street, 4 English Place, 133 North 3rd Street, 306 Pacific Street, 433 11th Avenue, 343 15th Avenue, 382 6th Avenue, 102 Coral Street, 409 Crosby Avenue, 1035 East 35th Street, 1051 East 24th Street, 110-112 Highland Street, 111 Mill Street, 283 20th Avenue, 110 East 17th Street, 513 East 22nd Avenue, 82 Mercer Street, 105 North 4th Street, 250 Van Houten Street, 371 East 26th Street, 117 17th Avenue, 349 East 27th Street, 1093 East 22nd Street, 151 Beach Street, 291 Pennsylvania Avenue, 81 North 1st Street, 149 Albion Avenue, 713 East 27th Street, 27 Paterson Avenue, 792 East 19th Street, 467 East 40th Street, 458 East 34th Street, 371 East 26th Street, 262 East 22nd Street, 68 Knickerbocker Avenue, 94 Bloomfield Avenue, 681 East 27th Street.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on items 12 and 14 for first reading. Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila? Yes. Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Items number 12 and 14 have been adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the regular meeting of October 15, 2020.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, item number 13, which is establishing.
Okay.
15 or what?
Third.
It's a lot of fun. Item number 13 for first reading, ordinance establishing handicap parking spaces at various locations on city roads. 91 22nd Avenue, North Side, 366 East 21st Street, West Side, 379 Knickerbocker Avenue, North Side, 990 East 19th Street, West Side, 466 East 31st Street, West Side, 522 Broadway, South Side, 182 Walnut Street, South Side, 92 Jasper Street, East Side, 34 12th Avenue, South Side, 9 Thomas Street, North Side, 35 Trenton Avenue, East Side, 395 Totowa Avenue, North Side, 123 Wayne Avenue, West Side, 45 Elizabeth Street, North Side, 572 East 33rd Street, West Side, 122 Dixon Avenue, South Side, 26 Pennington Street, West Side, 143 North 2nd Street, North Side, 220 East 21st Street, West Side, 412 East 31st Street, West Side, 22 Sheridan Avenue, East Side, 112 Maple Street, South Side, 121 Nagel Avenue, East Side, 422 Sussex Street, South Side, 172 Mill Street, West Side, 135 17th Avenue, North Side, 453 East 23rd Street, East Side, 18 James Street, East Side, 455 21st Avenue, North Side, 503 East 31st Street, East Side, 603 East 24th Street, East Side, 81 Highland Street, East Side, 125 Marion Street, West Side, 205 Kearney Street, West Side, 162 Ryerson Avenue, East Side, 320 Sussex Street, South Side, 336 Atlantic Street, South Side, 1015 East 24th Street, East Side, and West Side. There's a address missing here. Let me see. Hold on, please. 1015. Hold on. 1 second. I'll come back to that one. 630 East 23rd Street, West Side, 87 Highland Street, West Side, 179 Sheridan Avenue, West Side, 60 Manchester Avenue, East Side, 188 Edmond Avenue, East Side, 169 Mill Street, East Side, 81 Chestnut Street, East Side, 921 East 19th Street, East Side, 303 East 31st Street, East Side, 703 East 24th Street, East Side, 739 East 24th Street, East Side, 320 East 28th Street, West Side, 284 Hamilton Avenue, South Side, 119 Godwin Avenue, North Side, 128 Sherman Avenue, East Side, 47 Cliff Street, North Side, 146 Paterson Avenue, East Side, 280 23rd Street, South Side, 525 21st Avenue, North Side, 233 16th Avenue, North Side, 457 12th Avenue, East Side, East 30th Street Side. And the last one is 14 Lewis Street, West Side.
So moved.
It was moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilwoman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 13 on first reading.
Roll call on item number 13 for first reading. Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, we have, votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 13 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the regular meeting of October 15, 2024.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 15, 1-5.
Item number 15.
Number 15.
1-5, correct. 15.
1-5, yes. Thank you.
Velez
Item
has
number
been
15.
patiently waiting for this item.
And 72, and then we're done.
Item number 15 is an ordinance establishing all-way stop control at the intersection of Ellison Street and Rosa Parks Boulevard, Public Works.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Davila and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 15.
Roll call on item number 15 for first reading. Councilwoman Cotton. Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
Down this block almost every day.
That's right.
And listen, they do not respect the stop sign. So you have the right of way going down on Ellison Street.
Ellison.
And, you know, the Rosa Parks has the stop signs, and it is so dangerous. You don't know how many times, you know, a car has, you know, thank God, I kind of like drive slow, you know, driving Miss Daisy.
I see you.
Well, you follow me, right? No, but on a serious note, I think this is something that is needed. Hopefully, people will respect it, because they don't respect the stop signs on the Rosa Parks side. So I'm happy that this is on here. I'm in full support. My vote is yes.
15? You know what? I don't know where the paper is. This item is sponsored by Councilman Velez, Louis Velez. Okay.
Because I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why, okay?
Council members, we got 2 more items to happily finish this agenda. Let's stay on track. Stay on track.
Roll call on item number 15. Councilwoman Cotton? You said yes, right? Councilwoman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
I thought they voted already. I think it's my turn. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
And in 8 years I'm here, I understand when people will sponsor things because they do the full work, they get the concern of the residents, and they do the traffic studies, and they see the amount of times the resident had to repair fences for cars that don't have insurance, and they had to repair the fence. Okay? And then, Councilwoman, do you know how many accidents have been in that section? No, but I'm just letting you know, we working together. We working together. Matter of fact, Council President, put also Council Ruby co-sponsor of it. Yeah. Yeah. I vote yes.
Council President?
And you
Yes.
take the credit.
Votes are 6 in favor.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Council, item number 15 is adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the regular meeting of October 15th, 2024.
Item number 16, Madam Clerk.
No, we're not voting on it.
No, just up, we gotta vote. We're not staying in.
Let's go to item 72.
No, 16, that's it.
We didn't do
Public hearing.
72.
That's good. Madam Clerk, item 16.
Item-
Yes. Duly noted, Councilwoman Cotton. Item 16, Madam Clerk.
Item number 16 is a public hearing on the CY 2024 budget. Public hearing on the CY 2024 municipal budget, introduction approved at the regular meeting held on May 28, 2024 as a finance item, resolution number 24-537.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item. So it's a public hearing on,
Right here. You have to
it's a
give the
public
floor to
hearing
the
on the budget, calendar year 2024. Let me open the mic to Madam BA.
So real briefly, before we open the public portion, or the public hearing, All of this is a technical procedure that happens every year when you introduce a budget, then you have a public hearing. If you don't have any amendments, you're able to move right to adoption. We will have an amendment because we have additional transitional aid. The CFO is finalizing the budget with that amendment and any other potential amendments after working with the state. We're looking forward to having the adoption of the budget. We're hoping that it will be, if we can request as part of a special meeting on the October 8th workshop night, then we will be able to adopt the budget that night. We will know by October 1st if we're able to do the appropriate notice for the amendment in time. So we will know by the 1st if we can adopt on the 8th, or else we'll have to adopt on the 15th.
Council President.
But this is just a public hearing on the introduced budget. So that's the notice that was published. And so it actually has the old numbers around transitional aid and a higher tax, more than the 2% tax. But in the adopted budget, it will be the 2% tax levy and the additional money from transitional
So, Council
aid.
President. Council President.
Yes, Councilman Velez.
So, Madam BA, to the chair. So, you stated if there's no changes, then we move forward. But if there's some substantial changes and benefit and cuts or whatever, you're gonna discuss it with us?
Yes, I mean, at this point in time, the main amendments, and I can have the CFO jump in. The main
Is the
amendment
acceptance.
is the acceptance,
Correct.
the additional transitional aid. But there might be some other ones, I don't know if there's an example, grants in particular, if we get any last minute
Okay,
grants
just
that
to
we'll
add.
be adding
Okay,
into
like
the
always,
budget.
okay.
Yeah.
But no changes at all on the budget, right? Only
Not-
to
Not
add.
from introduced, which
Introduced,
we,
okay.
which we did earlier, yes.
got you.
Which we did in May.
Thank you, Councilman. Item 7, thank you, Madam BA, for your explanation. Item 72, Councilmember, this is the last item of this meeting.
I guess if we could just officially.
I'm sorry, my mic was off. My mic was off.
Did we-
Item 7,
We didn't do the roll
Council
call.
President, you have to read it into the record.
Madam Clerk.
I think it's just opening
Okay.
a public hearing.
Council members.
Yeah.
So you
very
know what,
quick
move to close?
procedure.
Item number 72, Council President.
No, we got an open public
Second.
hearing.
See, you don't want to move to
Second.
No, move
close.
to close by Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Khalid. Roll call to close the public hearing
On item 16.
on item 16. We just
Okay,
closing
yeah.
public hearing.
Okay.
Go
Roll
ahead,
call
we
to
got 5.
close the public hearing.
Go ahead, we have 5.
Call 5-minute break.
We have 5?
We got 5, go ahead, bye-bye.
Okay, Councilwoman Cotton. To close the public hearing
On-
on item
Okay.
number 16.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Councilwoman Cotton, Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilman Khalid.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. Madam Clerk, now item 72.
No, that's close the public hearing.
Yes.
That's it, we
Yes,
don't
because we're not
vote.
council members, we're not taking any form of
Come on,
action.
all right, it's time to
just a
go.
hearing.
It's time
So
to go.
72?
72, resolution commemorating September 15, 2024 through October 15, 2024 as Hispanic Heritage Month in the city of Paterson, sponsored by all members of the municipal council.
Finally.
Second.
So move.
24,593.
So move.
Second.
All right, moved by Councilwoman Davila, Council President Mendes, Councilwoman Mims, and Councilman Velez. Second by Councilwoman Ruby Cotton and Councilwoman Shaheen Khalid from the second ward.
Are you gonna do
Roll
a
call, Madam
committee?
Clerk, on
item number
item
52,
72.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say that we're going to be celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. We have to make sure, Council President and Councilman Davila and Councilman Velez and Councilman Jackson, to set up the date where we're going to do honoring our honorees for Hispanic Heritage Month. I'm looking forward to it myself. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
The United States of these Americas, what's so beautiful is our diversity. And, you know, this month we're celebrating, although I'm a proud Latina 365 days of the year, all right, but to at least have a month where we are able to celebrate the different cultures within the Latino community, it makes me very proud. And as Dr. Barral gave me a T-shirt once that said, "Unapologetically Latina." All right, so I just want to say that I'm proud, and thank you, Councilwoman Khan, because you're always there in all of our events. Councilwoman Mims as well, Councilman Kalik, who are not from the Latino community, but come and support, because that's what is so great about the city of Paterson. So with that said, the only thing that I am going to say is I don't see the theme here for this month, which should have been part of the body, but with that said, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Kalik.
I'm very much part of the Councilwoman, I'm very much part of the Latino community. Second word, I am very much part of Latino community. So if you look at the percentage word in the second word, we have over 60% Latino community lives in the city, in the second ward. And this Heritage Month already started on last Sunday with Mexican flag raising. Let's continue. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
To my brothers and sisters of the Hispanic community, as you already know, we're better together. Thank you for all of your support. We all have come through the struggle and we all fight together. And when one wins, we all win. I'm happy to celebrate, and I'm looking forward to selecting my honoree. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Council President?
No, Councilman Velez.
I'm sorry.
I know you want me to be president, but I'm councilman in the Fifth Ward.
You're so quiet over there.
I am proud of those that have paved the road, Councilwoman Mims. I am proud of those that have paved the road for us to be here, to call ourselves Latinos. I'm proud to be born in the Caribbean, in Puerto Rico, and raised in New York, but I always going to be Hispanic, Latino, supporting everyone, no matter where you came from. And even that we started, the month with the Mexican flag, but let's not forget that we raised the Guatemalan flag first, and that is a pre-celebration. Mr. Khalid, my brother from Puerto Rico over there, is trying to make a point. Okay. My vote is yes, que viva la hispanidad.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. From September 15 to October 15, we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month in the United States. The diversity, we celebrate unity, we celebrate culture, and I'm looking forward to this celebration this year. Council members, let's have a great Hispanic Heritage Month program. I believe that the 11th of next month, it will be a good and appropriate day. So let's, tomorrow, Madam Clerk, let's talk about the day. And also, Councilwoman Davila, we're gonna need the college to celebrate the Hispanic Heritage Month. Since our council chamber is not ready, I believe that the college will be appropriate. I spoke with our deputy clerk, Ms. Phillips, to reach out.
Council President,
to the college.
are we creating a committee?
Yes,
or you're going to take your own show?
No, we have to, but let's choose the venue first, and the Passaic County Community College, it will be the right venue to do it. And if it's available for the 11th of next month,
Please don't do that.
we will.
I will be out of the country, so please.
So what we're gonna do?
What day you want to do?
As a body, we will agree on the time, but the college, once we get the okay from the Passaic Community College, we will set the time and we will choose our honoree, and we're gonna have a nice program, okay? So with that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Will they allow food?
Much. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent. Item number 72 is hereby adopted.
Yeah, but I can't much it's too small.
Item seeing none.
So there's no more item, council members. We successfully
Second.
finished the agenda. The motion to close by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, to finish the agenda, the meeting of September 17.
Roll call to adjourn the meeting of September 17, 2024. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say a few things, but I just want to say thank you for everyone who supported my Ed Cotton 4th annual golf outing. I want to appreciate everyone that came out and support me. all my people who sponsored me and donated. But I do sort of say one thing to my corporation counsel, Amy and Abushi. I want to say I truly appreciate you for everything no matter, I got kind of upset with one of your one of your attorneys, but that was fine. But I just want to say to you, Amen, I appreciate you. I appreciate how you put everything together. I appreciate you. I come downstairs and you help me out. You help me with helping people with sometimes with legal advice that I don't know where to
He's
go.
okay.
And you tell me where I need to send someone to go to
He's my
that
favorite.
department.
He's
And
my
I also want
favorite.
to say to my Madam BA, I did get the letter from the guy from the public service, so he's going to look into that. So I appreciate you that because they did respond right away. I want to say to my CFO, you know I'm always calling you for something or doing something, but I appreciate you, and I just want you to know that. You know, when you're working with people, you have department heads and you have people that you need to call and get advice, because people call me for advice and I don't have an answer, and I need to get an answer from you. So when I can get the answer from you, then I can share my answer that you gave me to the constituents out there. So it takes all of us to share what we learn all the time. We must learn that we must share what we learn. And I just want to say thank you to Corporation Counsel Amy Abushi, to Kathleen Long, thank you, to CFO, thank you for everything. Madam Clerk, everyone out there, if you need to reach out to me for anything, there's so much that's going on. I'm not going to go long. But I just want to say to you all, please continue to watch. As they always say, if you see something, say something. Don't let people keep doing things they should not be doing. With that being said, God bless you all out there. Madam Clerk, I appreciate you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate you, Deidre.
Thank you.
I appreciate you, ladies. With that being said, and of course, I got to say my Raphael from the IT Ryan, and where's
Melinda.
my stenographer? Thank you, stenographer. You here, and we don't even see you back there sometimes. I love you all. Thank you, my council colleagues. Have a good week. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilwoman Davila.
So today, it's 1:16 in the morning. I have to be up at 6 a.m.
Me too.
But I want to say, headache and all, that today we got work done. I'm very happy that this council came together and that understands how important it is to have the shared vision, to have shared victory. So with that said, 72 items, not bad, Council President, not bad for it being 72 items. And to all of you, and you know, Phyllis, I just want to say I'm proud of you.
I'm not gonna be saying that.
I miss you, but I know you're still there for me. I know you're
It's
still there
time to
for
go
me.
home.
But I want you to know, I know this is your first meeting as deputy clerk, all right, and as an acting clerk today. And let me tell you, with time, everything's gonna be good, okay? So, you know, God bless you. To Calvary, celebrating 145 years
Oh,
of
yes.
anniversary. Councilwoman Cotton, I want to thank you for putting our ad together through Phyllis. Beautiful work done, okay? I'm looking forward to making a donation. I won't be able to be there as I have another commitment, but, you know, congratulations, you know, to my beloved Reverend Lassiter and to the entire Calvary family. Madam BA, work is getting done. Mr. CFO, Corporation Counsel, you got some stuff for me that I need very soon? What is it? Stand and deliver? Okay. Raphael, Ryan, to all of you, to our police officers, I'm looking forward to tomorrow, all right? So with that said, to my colleagues, have a good night. My vote is yes to close.
Thank you, Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes, we did get the work done, but Council colleague, I just want your 1 second or 1 minute of undivided attention. We could be more effective. You know, after 12 o'clock, we are getting off the truck. Honestly, I am getting off the truck. I'm falling asleep. See, Raphael is nodding his head. He agree with me. Many of these items could be on consent.
What we could do is put them on consent and highlight them. When we vote, we could highlight the items that we want to highlight instead of we voting on individually. The reason we're putting on non-consent because we want to highlight that item, correct? But if we put it on consent and when we vote on it, it'll probably take a minute or two more. Whatever item I want to highlight, I will highlight it on the voting, when I speak on the voting. I think we'll be way more effective, and we'll probably cut almost an hour. Think about it, just a suggestion. I know we don't have to do it. Good night, everyone. My vote is yes. We could have a lot of items on consent. You know, night before we highlighted whatever we want to highlight, we highlighted. That's all. Thank you.
Councilwoman Mims.
So I'm not going to get upset with my council colleague because he gave me a big kudos today, Councilman Khalik, and I appreciate that. But I was going to make a different recommendation. When you look at other municipalities like Newark, Jersey City, other municipalities, even through the school district, the way they combine the items is totally different. I'm going to send those recommendations to Corporation Council. When it comes to like public work items, they could be lumped into one where they can be itemized and we vote on them in a clip. If someone here chooses to say, take them out separately, we can do that. But these items could be lumped together and you can say items A 1 through 7 are public works. We vote, is over.
That's good.
Economic development, items, blah, blah, blah. The workshop is where whatever directors, whatever items pertain to a particular department head, they should be here to give those answers. On the day of the regular voting, they could be lumped together, and I'm looking for October so we can start that in October, which makes it easier, Councilman Khalik, than even what you said about consent. That way we're voting in just one combined pile for each department, and we can get out of here. It's 1:30 in the morning. We did get a lot of work done, but we could be more effective, more efficient, and we can do things more in an excellent way. So I will be sending that outline via email so that in October that we can be out of here by 9 o'clock in the evening. Madam, you did a great job tonight, Madam Deputy Clerk. Deidre, you did a great job. I saw those papers. You were trying to find the numbers, but you did a good job coming on to our police officers. Thank you for not falling asleep on us, keeping your hands on the safety clip. We appreciate that. Madam BA, CFO, Ermelinda, IT, my council colleagues, and to my favorite, Corporation Counsel. Well, I don't know. He was, I'm going to leave that alone. But I'm going to be nice because his dad is my favorite, so I'm going to be nice to him. But to everyone, Paterson at large, let's continue to be safe. This Saturday, Passaic County NJ Links, we are a newly formed chapter of the Links Incorporated. We will be having our first coming out event, which is called the Late Summer Glow. It is sold out at the Westmount Country Club. It is this Saturday at 12:30. I'm looking forward to this experience. I know Councilwoman Cotton is going to be there at the table. And then there's so many other events. We have National Council of Negro Women, October 26th. We have the Elks Dinner Dance, which is on October the 5th. If you need any tickets, please reach out to me or for these events. We have tickets for sale. Please, Councilman Velez especially, my brother over here, I need to see you at these events. So to the public at large, thank you for all you do. And a big shout out to Florio Management. You brought your own garbage truck. I want to give you a shout out because you understand the quality of life and how to clean up this community. And I commend you for making sure that you get a garbage truck to clean those buildings in your area. Big shout out. Congratulations. And everyone, good night. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Council President.
First of all,
Velez.
thank you. First of all, I want to say continue thanking Marie Florio for the donation to the young girl. She was happy to hear the news. Everything they do, they give back to the community. I could attest that. I want to invite to the community to the street renamed Frankie Reed's Way, Papa de la Salsa. It's going to be the next September 28, 2024, 12 noon. Summer Street. It's going to be big. Son is coming from Florida. Family members, people that know Frankie Reed's was el Papa de la Salsa, the father of the salsa, and born and raised in Paterson, and we're going to be there celebrating his memory and his legacy. With all these good ideas that they gave how to cut the meeting, and I commend Councilman Khalid, Councilwoman Mims, and also all the councilmen that was here agreed that we should cut the meeting. I agree too. Not cut the meeting, the time and the agenda, whatever it is, so we could increase 10 minutes to the public portion.
Let's go, Velez. Let's go.
Rafael, thank you for your hard work. I know you've been doing this not only here, outside, representing the city and putting those video informative out there. To the administration, let's move forward. We did a great day today, trying to move the city forward and making sure that everything that is in this folder is explained to the community so they don't have no doubt. And ignore the wrong facts that they're trying to bring sometime to detain the progress of the city pastor. Madam Clerk, thank you. Concerned about my clerk. Hope she's doing good. And to the employees and to Paterson Police, I got your back. Thank you, Resident Paterson. God bless you all. My vote is yes.
Thank you so much. Council President?
Melinda, you too.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council Kali, I just want to say thank you for just work really hard alongside with me to finish this agenda. We finished 72 items. We make a lot of progress today. To all my third ward residents, a large list of roads being ready we start the process for the resurfacing of those roads, Eastside Park, the lighting on the tennis court. So there's a lot of projects in the pipeline for my third ward and for the entire city of Paterson. If we work together, we could accomplish a lot. One of the reasons why we have a lot of items out of the consent agenda is because I give the credit and the courtesy to some council members because they want those items out of the consent agenda. If it will be for me, we will have a lot more items on the consent agenda. Madam BA, thank you. All right, Silva, it's red and red. I see you guys, you guys, exactly. Like you got a Christmas spirit. Corporation Council, thank you. Madam Clerk, thank you. Our Deputy Clerk, Ms. Phyllis, thank you for the outstanding job.
Thank you.
Our Secretary. Our Police Department, thank you for being here with us also. Make sure don't leave Madam Clerk alone. So,
Yes.
Council Cali, once again, thank you. Let's keep doing the work. Rafael, thank you so very much. Thank you for the light on top of us. We look a little better now. It's an incubator. With that being said, my vote is yes. Good night, Paterson.
Thank you, Council President. The votes are 6 in favor, 3 absent.
It's hot. Hey, Rafael.
The regular meeting of October 17, 2024 is hereby adjourned.
Thank you.
Good night,